gentleman ice me. Give him ice.
Want some ice? I go get you some ice.
He didn't know when to stop. He didn't know how to say, I can live without that whale on my back.
And what happened? I don't have to live with a whale on my back.
Stronger than a whale, he can swim anywhere. He can breathe underwater and go flying through the air. The neighbor of Atlantis is the prince of the sea.
I was in a relationship with Gary Shandling, and it was paradise.
Gary's old girlfriends reveal the shocking truth.
I never talked like this before I met Gary, but the lovemaking was so intense I blew out one of my vocal cords.
Sunday, you'll learn why Gary Shandling was voted funniest male performer in a leading role in a TV series.
I'm hot, I'm on fire, me, you know?
It's comedy at its best. It's Gary Shandling Show, Sunday.
I could sit here and read live commercials and just make tons of money for the company. I could tell you the same thing over and over again.
I can't be tagged as the guy who's a dick.
They must be so jealous of me. I'm so successful, and they're just kind of not. You know what I mean? I feel the jealousy. That's why I don't leave my house. Don't you also sort of harbor some resentment, even though it's not logical, but you resent your baby for being in the way of your career?
Because we don't want the Japs anymore, man.
Because I want respect. Some people say our show was the first reality show. I don't think there's one thing I've ever said on the radio that would have been found indecent or obscene. The secret to my show is honesty, reality, that I will say the truth.
You are the dream I never knew I had.
I tell you, some of the hubbub that we got into, the hullabaloo, I should say, before Davyd was getting into it with Chauncey about how dare you not hire a gay or an LBGT at Steppin' Out magazine. You have the audacity to call it Steppin' Out. You use our phrases and don't hire us.
I'm trying to think if we did have any gay people working for us. We must have over the years.
You think there's anything to that? Like gay guys love comic books. Bond, what the hell is that?
There's too many bits to respond to right now.
Think about it, Chauncey. You didn't have to, because you guys, that was vicious. That was vicious. I've never seen Davyd. You don't want to cross him about that, right, Davyd?
Scratching some eyes out.
But this was before DEI, so it wasn't a thing yet. Today we'd have a lesbian, we would have a trans, we would have a homosexual man, we would have a she, a they, an it, a what. We would be more diverse, but back then it wasn't a thing yet.
Did you have any black people working at Steppin' Out?
Oh no, not that crazy. No, no. I'm kidding. We didn't, but not just because there were,
the demand wasn't there.
Nobody ever came in to apply for a job that was African American.
How many people were on staff at any given time?
We had 3 salespeople. I was the editor. I had a team of writers, maybe 7 or 8 writers.
Okay.
And then we had 2 artists that did the ads and 1 lady who did the classifieds. And then we had a receptionist.
Okay, cool.
Davyd with the hard-hitting question. Huh? Whoa!
Or trying to
take a beat there.
Or trying to change the subject, maybe.
Get off my.
Oh man, thanks for black guy. Hook me up with some coke, yeah.
Oh man, Chaunce. So this is good news. Chaunce, I consider you, I think everybody else does, and you're a very present and young father. One of the younger fathers on site. And one of the best part about that is when Poppy graduates, it's not going to be that big an age difference. And you in 1080 HD here.
What are you talking about? I'm 66.
I know. I'm just
I'm a 66-year-old man. I'll be dead before she gets out of high school.
So speaking of 66, good news. Chaunce's book has found a release date. Get this, guys. Yes. It is January of 2033. So when
all this positive stuff that comes in should be put on a very attractive looking flyer folder.
And it's so we ask that you order it now for the 33 release date. That's what we're all.
It was the time Poppy going to Ice University in Norway, so you can pay for it.
Norway now.
Yeah.
Study glaciers.
Well.
But honestly, in all seriousness, the book, Chaunce, let us 2 weeks. What do we got?
Okay.
Do you know I was a male stripper in Seattle?
You're on fire today.
Oh my God.
Someone wants to say, Chaunce, someone wants to, I think it's Alec Baldwin wants to say something to you.
Is this still Chaunce? Yes. Blow me, Chaunce. We got
we got that
I
out.
wear that as a badge of honor. That
you got to.
Baldwin told me to go blow him.
It's awesome. But Chaunce, do tell us about what's happening with the book.
Well,
Here you go. You got the stage.
You guys motivated me. I started thinking about it, laying up in bed, and I could hear your voices mocking and harassing me about the release date of my book. So I said, they're right. They're absolutely right. I had this thing done. It's available. Why not let people see it?
Yep.
So I found a publisher who loves the book, and it will be on Amazon and Barnes & Noble online. You can order either the digital or hard copy within the next 2-3 weeks tops. It will be available worldwide for everybody.
You going to do a book tour?
What is a book tour?
I don't know.
What does that even mean?
Judith Regan pay for it?
No, I'm going to promote it like crazy. I'm going to do as much as people will let me do it. I don't know if anybody's going to.
Well, you got it on here, and we'll hopefully drop. Honestly, who's going to deny it's every comedian you could possibly love and want is in that, and you're going to come out with a follow up of the musicians.
Yes, I have. Well, the first one is just famous and infamous people. Like if you remember Amy Fisher, James Earl Jones, Sybil Shepherd, George. I'm trying not to. He's in the comedy. There's just so many famous. Bill Maher, Howard Stern, Donald Trump. All these people are in the first book.
There it is on the screen.
Oh, good job, Bon.
Although the cover is going to be a little different because the publisher's redesigning it. So the cover won't look quite like that. But you can see all those names that are on it.
I can't see the top one, but it goes Shaquille O'Neal, Jose Canseco, Donald Trump, Ozzy Canseco, Donald Trump,
Judge Judy,
Howard Stern, Judge Judy.
Tara Reid,
you
you
interviewed Judge Judy, Chaunce?
Yeah.
And so you brought up her daughter. This is before or after you dated her daughter?
After.
Oh God,
that would have been awkward.
Well, I didn't bring it up because I didn't think she realized who she was talking to. They probably do tons of interviews, and so I just did my interview, and I was so tempted to say, "Do you know who I am?" But then I thought she'd walk out of the interview. I thought she'd cancel the interview. So I kept my mouth shut, and I didn't.
Do a bit of Judge Judy, John. Do your impersonation. Give us a bit of that.
I got bamboozled to do an interview for Steppin Out magazine with this Chaunce, who's not worthy to smell my shit, with my daughter, defiling my daughter in the bedroom.
I did defile her daughter. I did. The greatest sex of my life was with Nicole Shineland, like the
You gotta
greatest
tell her mom that.
sex. I called it our NyQuil sex. We'd both do a shot of NyQuil.
Oh my God.
And then we'd wait a half hour, and we both
For
got
it to
into
kick
that.
in. That's amazing.
We got into
And
that
now,
loopy
from
state of
Times
mind.
Square, the crossroads of the World Wide Web, here's Chauncey Hayden.
Vaughn, you're on fire with these drops.
The best part was when Judge Judy would call, and I'd be inside Nicole, and Nicole would pick up the phone, and it was almost, we did it like as a joke. Like she would talk to her mom while I was invading her most intimate of places.
To be a rebel daughter? Was she doing it on purpose to?
Yeah, just because we thought it was funny. Like we both thought it was funny. Yeah.
Judge Judy sends her like bailiff over to the apartment.
Oh yeah.
I think I would try to make Nicole moan while she was having a serious conversation with her mom.
Nicole, I'm cutting you off from the Shineland fortune and my private jet. She has like
There's an unusual number of people in this country having sex with amputees.
Whoa! George Costanza? God, Chauncey. So speaking of inside, how did your date go last week?
Oh, well, you probably realize I never was able to join your brilliant broadcast. So
I did notice.
So you can imagine it went well. Like, and it's known. I hope you're not offended. But it was a choice between getting laid or doing this, and I get laid like once every couple of years. So I was like, it's like a full eclipse. I couldn't let the opportunity pass. So
Davyd dropped out. He said, "Did you guys do it? Did you do it?"
Yeah, the choice between getting laid or participating in this hen house. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it so rarely happens that I had to see if I could still do it.
Right.
And what I discovered, and you know, I'll say this carefully, but what I discovered, because it's been so long since I've had any form of sex whatsoever, that at 66 years old, what I've learned about myself is I now have a bent wiener.
Yeah.
Like I didn't realize that. Like it used to just be a straight kind of thing.
Yeah.
Now it's L-shaped. Like I don't know how that happened.
I'll tell you what it is, Chauncey.
Like
the L is for Lexapro.
I've been taking Lexapro for 20 years.
I know. Well, the L is for Lexapro. It's morphed into an L for you.
That's their subliminal advertising. They biologically shift your penis into an L shape.
Yeah, like I actually had to scratch my head and think, how geometrically speaking am I going to be able to perform this act, because it doesn't go in the direction I needed to point in to make this actually happen. Like there's nothing there. It goes into space.
You might be 66, Chauncey, but you F on a 62-year-old level. That's what they're all saying in Ireland. The virility of
I had the energy of a 62-year-old.
Let me say thank you to Ida Greenbacks. Ida, it's great to finally catch you live. I think the Crunchy didn't mention my cousin Shecky Green in his book. Yeah, Ida Greenbacks here. Her cousin Shecky Green, Chauncey, who's in your book.
Is that true? No, Shecky Green is not in my book, but that's still fascinating.
That is. That's one of the menchiest, sweetest women in all our men. She's everything right about the internet, by the way. That Ida Greenbacks. That Dr. Go ahead.
In a world of so much wrong.
It is. In a world of hate, there's Ida Greenbacks. Come on, touch me. Oh, chat with the Morrison. Is that Billy Idol, Sarah? Go ahead. Is that Davyd you about to say?
No, I have nothing.
Okay. Little Depphead, welcome. Howsy Football, welcome. Frank the Tank, Sky Spectre, Melvin, Goldstein, Tata Toothy, welcome. Depace, ratting out Baba Booey for Nap. Yeah, we got a lot of Depace
that's
today.
a great one. Yeah.
We got a lot really good Depace stuff. Tata Toothy, Chuck Schumer is Mark Harris's left-wing doppelganger. It's amazing, Chauncey, how much Chuck Schumer sounds like Mark Harris. So I went and looked up Chuck Schumer's origins. Yeah. They grew up 0.7 miles. Yeah, 0.7 miles away from each other in Brighton Beach.
Oh, that is funny.
So it's a Brighton Beach accent they both have, which is crazy.
That is funny. Awesome.
That's why we qualify to do this show.
Is Mark Harris alive?
No, he died 2 years ago. He passed away.
How did he die?
What was the cause of death, Davyd? It was like
I mean, he was very unhealthy. Even the last time he went on Howard, I think it was. I mean, it was some kind of terminal disease, if I recall. But
holy shit!
Yeah, I think he had a couple kids, but only one of them was talking to him. And yeah, I don't know much beyond that. But what's funny is the Stern Show didn't find out about it until like 2 years after he died.
It was 2 years, right? It was 2 years.
He probably died before COVID. He probably died in like 2018 or 19. But when the Stern Show announced it, Gary came in and he was like, we have our top people on it researching like where, what happened to Mark Harris. And all you had to do was like go to IMDb. It's like they're really putting that 70s.
They're crack research.
Their crack team. Right, exactly.
We were surprised they even mentioned him at that junction of the show.
I'm surprised. I think it was 2 years before they realized that Fred the Elephant Boy was dead.
Yeah. They were really reticent about mentioning whack, but even guys who are innocuous, like you're the arch enemy. They
wouldn't mention me.
Yeah.
I could shoot the president. I could commit the most hideous of all crimes ever committed. I could be a complete serial killer with 1,000 bodies to my credit, and they would not mention it.
You would not 100%. 100. Speaking of sweet Trump hats, says Tata Toothy. Speaking of getting shot.
Oh, that's a whole nother thing. I didn't know that was a controversy. Like everybody's like, I can't believe you let Chaunce go on with the Trump. I had no idea that was even a thing.
I don't think you're pushing it either. I don't think you're flaunting anything. It doesn't seem like it at all.
It was a gift, and you know what? And it just fits me good. And you can pretend it says something else, but you can Photoshop it and put, Kansas City Chiefs, or you can put whatever you want. Like just.
I just see Pelosi, Chauncey, with your Irish webcam. I just see Pelosi on the hat. That's all I see.
Pelosi.
Yes. Yeah.
That'd be very funny, actually, if you guys do that.
That would be really funny. Pelosi hat.
Something else over my hat.
Pelosi hat would be hilarious because it would just be who would do that?
Random.
Who would do that?
Who would make swag after the Speaker of the
House?
Feinstein or Schumer, like any of them would be the weirdest thing.
Any of those guys, any of them. Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Making swag for a municipal judge,
Who's the California guy? Schiff?
Oh yeah, Adam Schiff.
Put Adam Schiff.
Yeah.
Of course.
Raskin. I said that when the Redskins were looking for a name, instead of the stupid Commanders and the football team, you should call them the Washington Raskins, and then put his profile on the helmet instead of the Indian.
Washington Raskins. I love that. That's awesome.
I think it would work. You ever see his profile? He's got the crazy hair, and you just put it sideways. You replace the Indian with.
Well, I like him with the bandana. The bandana Raskin.
That's exactly right. And keep the colors.
He had the what's his name? The guy in the E Street Band from The Sopranos.
Stevie Van Zandt.
Stevie Van Zandt. He had a Stevie Van Zandt headgear on. It was awesome.
Did you ever interview him, Chauncey?
Yes. Oh, that's a whole Stern thing.
Yeah.
That's another Stern thing. I not only got to interview him, but while Howard was talking to him, I broke the story of why he really wears that bandana.
Oh shit! What is the reason? What I don't even know.
Do you want to know?
Yeah.
Please. I got the answer. It was on the Stern Show. It was a great episode. So the reason why, and he confirmed it, the reason why he wears that bandana is because he was in a terrible car accident and his head went through the windshield, and he has terrible scars on his head. So to hide the scars, he puts a bandana on.
And I mean, it's probably not as bad as he thinks it is. And with today's technology, he could probably cover it with God knows what.
Well, I think he went bald, and he had the scars on top of it.
Yeah, he couldn't do anything.
Scars, and the baldness, he just didn't want people to see the top of his head because according to him, it's pretty gruesome. So I don't know.
What about Bret Michaels, Chauncey?
I interviewed him. Yeah.
What's up with his schmata?
Well. He wears a wig. He didn't get transplanted. He wears like a Stern wig.
What was the year that he went full bandana and you don't know what his hair looks like anymore?
Oh, I don't know when he started, but I don't know when he started, but he was wearing a wig for a while. He wore the bandana and then he wore a wig on top of it. So he had the bandana on.
Right.
But this is a good look because and Agassi used to do the same thing.
Oh yeah, right, Andre Agassi.
So yeah, so what these guys figured out, they really in those days the hair industry was nowhere near as good as it is now. So you could really tell because the hairlines were so fake looking.
Yep.
So what these guys did, they put bandanas on their heads with the hair. So it looked like great hair and you couldn't see the hairline. So it really made it look good. And that's how they got around it. You know, without the bandana, you could totally see that there is no hairline. It's just this thick, strapping mesh thing glued to your head. But you can't see that with the bandana covering it.
If you have a semblance of hair loss in the rock and roll community, you get eviscerated. Like you're not like, remember David Lee Roth? His hair wasn't that bad and everybody was pissing on him like in the early 90s because his hair wasn't just like perfect.
No, you got to go.
It wasn't Fabio.
Yeah, you got to go one way or the other. You got to shave it and you got to rock that bald look, or you got to have a wig or thick hair. You can't be receding. You got to commit to shaving your head and make that work for you, or you got to have a wig. One of the two.
Yeah.
Bond, do you have any films you want to show or before I go? Because I have something with Chaunce I want to show before that we forgot last. Not forgot. I didn't forget it. It's just that it wasn't. It's a very creepy juxtaposition of when he called in and Shenandoah. But do you have anything you want to debut? Welcome, Tellis, Jason LS, Christolopoulos. Welcome. I'm Cybill Shepherd, moonlighting strangers who just met along the way.
She was so hot then. That was she, and she in the interview, she was basically a whore in Hollywood, and she's not afraid to admit that. She slept with everybody in Hollywood, and she's so sexy. Like she's so titillating when you talk to her. Like she teases you and wants to.
She's got that little twang of Southern accent, just a little bit.
Oh, and she flirts. And there's something about her that she banged Elvis.
Oh yeah, I knew that.
There's something about her that
Costello.
Oh,
sorry.
No.
Lou Costello.
I was gonna say no, Lou Costello. Thank you.
Every time a publicist isn't talking about his book, boom, they get an email. So, Chaunce, we're going to Jason, and I wanted to say, do you think that a gossip show with you and AJ Benza would work together? Like
yes, it would be a tremendous hit.
You two just unleashing. You have nothing to lose. You can't be blackballed from anything anymore. You know what I mean? That ship sailed. All gloves are off and bets are off, and right, statute of limitations is up.
It would be great. The only two straight gossip reporters in the history of Hollywood.
I wonder if didn't AJ talk about that? It was fish in a barrel because he was straight, and everybody in that was gay. So he's competing against. It's like going to a 90% girls' school in New England.
It's like being a hairdresser and being straight.
Yep.
You know, and I tell you, you get laid a lot too because these women with gossip reporters, their guard is down because they know you're gay. They assume you're gay out of the box. So they just give themselves to you until they start to realize that you're straight. And it turns them on. Like then all of a sudden they've already given intimately, emotionally to you. And then to think this guy will actually do me. And I can get my name in the paper just by having sex with this guy. It was a great way to get laid. AJ and I both took extreme advantage of that during our heyday.
That's true. I mean, he's another guy just like you. Just capitalize on every minute. You couldn't have a more fun life in the 90s and a lot of the 2000s.
If you ever get a chance, look up Jenny McShane. That I actually got Jenny McShane because I was a gossip reporter. She was the hottest. Howard had her on and said Howard talked about it once. He said, I was watching this shark movie the other day on HBO, and he said the woman who starred in it was the most attractive woman I've ever seen in my entire life. I was banging her on a regular basis.
Wow.
Just because of she knew she could get press from me and get favors from me being in the entertainment industry. So it was great. Absolutely great.
Chauncey, do you ever, Autobot wants to know if you ever interviewed Jim Carroll from Basketball Diaries?
No,
He's
I
like a
didn't,
heroin
but yeah, no, I know
guru.
the whole story, and Leonardo DiCaprio played the guy in the movie. I did it, and he's the one that wrote All the People Who Died.
Yep.
The great song, one of my favorite songs.
They covered that. The fucking Hollywood Vampires covered that.
Really?
And they did like a montage. That the whole gimmick with that band, Alice Cooper, obviously Depp is playing like not plugged in guitar. Alice Cooper, apathetic guitar, I should say. Joe Perry and Duff McKagan. And they have a thing where they cover that song and then they show a montage of every dinosaur rocker who died.
Oh, okay. I can see that. Yeah.
Is it considered punk?
Yes.
Okay. Because he would play at CBGBs and shit like that.
Yeah. Well, and he grew up in the East Village. Avenue A, B, C, St. Mark's Place. That was the ground zero for punk rock in America.
That's
CBGBs.
Crazy time. Yeah.
Oh, it was. I was there, man. That was the best. My girlfriend had a mohawk. It was awesome.
Really, you went to CBGBs in its like late 70s, early 80s?
I performed there every Sunday. My band played there.
Wow.
Every hardcore matinee on every Sunday, I was there.
Damn.
And Hilly Crystal was the owner, and he'd be at the front door, and he'd just say, "You go, I want to play here. Can my band play here?" You go, bring the people. Bring the people and you can play here. And
I call them a bring 'em show, right?
Yeah. And you go up there on a Sunday afternoon, like 1 PM, and there'd be a bunch of punks there, and you could just get up on stage and jam. And if he liked you, he'd sit in the back on a stool, and if he liked you, he would book you every Sunday at that time. So for years, I played CBGBs, the hardcore matinees, every Sunday.
I'd say to him just as a joke, see what he'd say. I go, can I put the Eagle Giant game on? It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon Sunday. That's all.
The Eagle Giant game on.
Chauncey, did you play guitar or drums, or what did you do in the band?
I played the bass.
Bass, very cool.
I had a wooden Fender Precision.
Wayman Tisdale.
Nice.
With all kinds of carvings in it. Like I would just carve fuck on it, and you know how you knew you were good while you were playing. The crowd would spit, and if they spit, it mean they like you. And you used to catch the gobs of phlegm twirling at you, flipping at you on you with your guitar, your bass. So at the end of the set, my entire bass had like stuck phlegm all over it, like hundreds of gobs on it. And that was like being a football player in college, and they put the stickers on your helmet.
Yeah.
You know, if you make a tackle, you get a stick. It was like that. You knew how good you played that day by how many gobs of spit were
how much mucus was on your instrument.
Yes, yeah.
Would you see like Iggy Pop there and Rollins and people like that?
Well, Joan Jett.
Wow.
Joan Jett, Blondie, the Talking Heads, the Go-Go's even played there. REM, the
B-52s?
Pretenders, the B-52s.
Damn.
Of course, the Ramones. Everybody.
That's such a glorious time. That's crazy.
And if you've never been there,
Bowery, right?
It was the most decrepit. It was this long, narrow bar, and the smell of piss and beer.
Oh yeah.
It was like you were locked in the elevator with a 10-year-old cat litter box.
Damn.
It was just you just overtook you. And it was so awesome. It was so intimate and so small. And it was just, oh my God, it was the greatest.
It's like an elevator in a parking garage, right?
Yeah. It was the birthplace of punk rock. It was just
There's nothing
fucking
like that.
great.
There's nothing like late 70s, early 80s of Manhattan. So many scenes had popped up. Chauncey, David's the reason why the Varvatos store came about.
Exactly.
And, yeah.
The what came about?
David shut the place down and opened the Varvatos store.
The John Varvatos.
Yeah,
I personally did that.
Oh my God.
We need more scarves in the world. It's my mandate.
Yeah, does the world have enough scarves or guitarists in the world, David?
Right.
Or both at the same time, which is becoming increasingly a problem.
Although I don't want you guys to get the wrong idea. When I say I played the bass, this is a great story. I'll tell you very quickly. So me and my friends were bouncing in a bar in New Jersey, and we used to tell all the girls we were in a band, and we to get laid. And we said that lie so much that we started to think, fuck, we got to actually be in a band because the lie is so blown out of proportion now. And all these girls think we're these guys in a band. We got to be in a band somehow. And we couldn't play any instruments. So this one friend of mine, he used to write like crazy words on paper. It wasn't even poems. It was like sick shit on paper. Yeah. And he had like notebooks of it. So we put an ad in. Remember the Aquarian in the Village? You know the Village Voice?
I know the Village Voice. Yeah.
Okay, yes. Village Voice. And we put an ad in the back for a guitarist for a punk rock band, and we got this guy, Frankie Fender, answered the ad. And he said, I'd like to come and audition for the band. And we had him come in, and he was amazing guitarist. And he looked so cool. He looked like and so we said, you're it. You're our guy. And he said, all right, tell me, what do you guys do? What do you play? I said, well, none of us have any instruments and we don't play anything. And we don't know any songs. You got to teach us. And he looked at us like we were insane. And we said, we haven't been, the name of the band is The System, and it stands for Serious Shoots Saving This Ugly Mess. And we don't own instruments, but we think you can teach us. So he said, let me show me your hands. And we all had to put our hands in front of him. And he said, I had the fingers of a bass player. So I went out and I rented a bass, and he would have me come to his house, and he would say, okay, hit this string twice and put your finger on this fret. Now move to this fret and hit this string once, and I'll do that 3 times. And I would do it. And then he'd go, okay, that's the first half of the song. Now you do the, and it was all original. So we had 15 original songs, and he wrote all the music and taught me all the bass lines. Wow. And that was our band, and we played everywhere. It was so great and so rock and roll.
I mean, awesome. Are you any different than the other bands? Like, are you into music, or are you trying to get laid? Do you become a musician first to get laid, or you want to get laid and then you become a musician? Like, that's, at least you're honest about it.
It wasn't for me, it wasn't about the music. It was about getting on stage and having girls look at you, and we could stop lying at the bar. And we could say, yeah, we're playing the Dirt Club in Bloomfield, New Jersey next Friday. Come and check us out. And we'd really be on stage. So that's what it was really about. We just were pressured into forming a band.
And that band turned into 98 Degrees, everyone. As soon as he said we don't play instrument, I knew it.
Yes.
I knew it.
Yes. 98, we later became... This is your life. Yes. And then we later became 98 Degrees.
So, Chauncey, speaking of, you must have heard this song at some point. Let me see if this sounds familiar to you. I just CBGBs in those days. You must have heard this. Some walk by night, some fly by day. Nothing could change you, setting sure of the way. There is the sun and moon, they sing their own sweet tune. Watch them when dawn is due, sharing one space. We'll walk by night, we'll fly by day, moonlighting strangers.
I'm hitting the gold buzzer. I'm hitting the gold buzzer.
On the way.
I'll see you on tour.
Al Jarreau opening at dirt.
No. Our songs went like this. I'm 13. Like we wrote a song called 13 after the 13th apostle, like as if there was a 13th apostle. So we go, I'm 13. No, I'm 13. No.
There you go, Ben Benjamin. That was for Ben Benjamin. Melvin. Frank the Tank says, stepping inside Judge Judy's daughter's magazine.
Yes.
Oi, vey. I'm so verklempt. Nicole's getting her pastrami. Nicole's getting a pastrami from an Irishman. What's next? Bagel with mayonnaise? Melvin writing Judy dialogue. You need a sidekick? Who says wow all the time?
Yeah, wait, I'll answer. The last question, I'll answer. Yes, I don't use Viagra because it gives me indigestion. Like, for some reason, I get heartburn when I take Viagra, and I can't swallow. It's so bad. So I use Cialis because they call it the weekend pill because it lasts for 3 days, and I don't get heartburn. So yes, I take Cialis, and it's awesome. 3 days. 3 days.
Judy Wright says, sex? Oh, shut up. I'm 72. What the hell is sex anymore? Come on, Judy. I mean, there are some, you broads, that is not, 72 is the new 35, Judy. Come on, JW. Right? You got to have Depp looking at you, right? He's going to run out of ages. He's going to start dating older.
You know what the
You're
worst
the
thing
age of, go ahead. I'm sorry, Chauncey.
The worst thing happens when you get old. You guys aren't near what I am now, and I'll tell you what you have to look forward to. When you get to be my age, for a man, and you probably heard this, but I'll confirm it. It's so true. Your testicles, when I say they drop, that doesn't even describe what happens. Like they get caught between your kneecaps.
Right.
Like you need special pants at a certain age. It's insane what gravity does to your testicles. And it's one of the most
driving range.
I don't want anybody to see me naked. And I have a pretty decent body, but if you saw me naked, you wouldn't be able to stop laughing.
Oh.
Like
where do you see Jason Kaplan later, Chauncey?
But you know when you know it's happened, it's like when you get that first letter from AARP. Yeah. You get that first letter, you know you're old. For guys, you know that you're never going to have sex again is when you sit on the toilet and your testicles get soaking wet.
Oh, yeah.
And then you know it's over. It's all over. And you have to find a way to put your testicles somewhere when you sit on the toilet so they don't get soaking wet.
Right.
Chauncey, how great was it that the youngest guy here by far finished your sentence? He can't wait to be an AARP. Davyd. You said A, and he goes AARP, and he's easily
got the
the
tote
youngest
bag
For
one here.
those
He's almost half your
$5
age.
discounts at movie theaters.
AARP. That's what I want to be. Black and white.
AARP.
I can't wait to get a papoose for my testicles when I go to the bathroom.
you need a papoose. Yeah, that's exactly. Throw them over your shoulders. You need you gotta. No one's ever really invented anything yet, and I think it would really sell if you could come up with some device to pack these things in and lift them up and put them somewhere, because it's a real problem when you get to be 66.
Chauncey, you make 66 look great. I mean, you don't sound it, you don't look it, the vibrance, you don't. And we're going to get into some of it. I'm not going to attribute it all to this medication, but it's a great discussion, a psychological, psychiatric discussion we're going to have later. Thank you, Xavier's mugshot. City, Chauncey's been around for a long time. I know. He's lived more lifetimes than Wolverine.
When I was born, Buddy Holly was still alive.
Jesus. I got you done, Chance. You're right. Ben Benjamin, can you imagine Mark Harris as the vice president? I can. That was his dream, Ben, is to be the Republican vice president.
I would write him like Mark Russell-esque political songs to sing.
Yeah. He would have. I think he would have liked President Trump. I could see Mark Harris showing up at a Trump rally.
No, he loved him. I was on his Facebook, and I was trying to book him on Radio Gunk all the time, and he just wouldn't. look at it or not. He loved them. He would post nothing but Trump stuff. The whole.
Oh, that's a fact.
Yep.
I was guessing, but I just assumed he would. Okay, that's awesome to know.
All right, so let's go with Brett Michaels canceled the Poison tour last year. I don't know if Chauncey would know that from Ireland.
He's got terrible diabetes, and
he does now.
He's always had it. He's always had it, and he's actually fainted on stage. He's never really had it under control, even when he was young. And I think at this point in his life, I'm sure he's having difficulty either with numbness and all the things that I have it too. So all the things that diabetes does to you as you age, it's insidious. Like it just destroys your body, what it does. And he's had it since birth. So I'm sure at this point, it's definitely getting in the way of his touring.
Ben 4810 says Little Steven and the Disciples of Soul albums, Men Without Women, is the best album Springsteen never recorded. Yeah, he's good. He had that garage state on Sirius. That's an excellent station. Little Steven's Garage is a great station. I could leave that on all day. They have no problem with ball. Thank you, Jason. Ida says I have no problem with ball. So we're gonna start with just the thing we forgot with Chauncey, and this is Shannon Doherty from last time. And Bond, I don't know if you're with us. So this is I want to go to the original Chauncey's call. Now let's go to the video first, and then we'll put in Chauncey's call.
Wait, before you start, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Can I eat a grape without reading comments tomorrow of how disgusting and loud it was when I put a grape in my mouth? I have a bowl,
yes,
I have a bowl of grapes here, and I'm so paranoid about going like this.
Only if Justine Priestley can feed it to you on a vine, Chauncey. and Jason's loft.
Let me just say, I know I'm eating grapes. I know it's disgusting, and I whatever you're gonna say,
I wouldn't have known it if you didn't say anything. I'm fine with grapes. I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it.
Okay, go ahead.
So this is the video. I'm gonna go to the Chauncey Shannon Doherty. I have to go to 3210. So this is Shannon Doherty on Howard TV, and Chauncey
window.
Okay, listen to this.
She's
go back to bar one and drink some more.
Lenny, go ahead.
Hey, Howard, can you do me a favor? Can you tilt those e-cameras a little bit, because she's got one eye that's higher than the other.
You're right, I do.
And it's really creepy.
Oh, come on. She's a beautiful woman. What's wrong with you? You wish you could get in her pants,
Hey,
you
Shannon,
stupid ass.
I bet you could fillet a guy and look up his sphincter at the same time with that eye.
Oh, baby, don't get crazy.
What a scumbag.
There isn't a guy who doesn't want to bang.
Wow.
You can't possibly be insecure about your looks.
No, that's a guy who knows he has no shot.
He wants you. He wants you the way I want you. Yeah. If you got a funny eye, I love your funny eye.
I do, and I'm the one who actually pointed it out.
Let me see your funny eye. Where is it?
Right here.
Okay, this is Howard playing good cop, bad cop. So he knows that they're going to crack on her. I don't see this at all. I don't see
Oh,
any.
she does. No, she totally does. Her left eye is about a half inch higher than her right eye.
But would you notice that in this picture? I don't even see it at
I
all.
totally see it, and I see it in everything she's ever done, in every photo she's ever taken. It's crazy. It's so distorted. It's a birth defect.
But Howard used that caller to get at this because he didn't want to bring it up. So he knew exactly what he was doing.
Yeah.
Playing made pretend he didn't know.
Now
one's higher than the other slightly, and I'm the one who pointed that out.
Yeah, I was going to
everybody.
say, you didn't say it, I wouldn't have noticed it.
No, I'm the one who did it.
I'd go for that.
I was in Us Mag.
Lazy eye too. I sympathize.
It's not a lazy eye.
Well, I don't have a lazy eye, but I have a funny nose. Let's go to Larry. Larry, you're on the air.
Okay, catch that. All right, bam, 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 lazy eye. Let's go to Larry. Okay, this is crazy. So this is Howard TV, and that is a seamless edit. And I don't know who does that, if it's Depace or whatever.
Yeah.
Now this is what really happened. This is from the radio. Okay, here we go. Let me find this on Chauncey. This is how reviled Chauncey is on the Stern compound, that they went to this extent.
Hey, Howard, can you do me a favor?
Okay, same call we just heard. All right,
Yeah.
same call we just heard.
Yeah.
Can you?
Yeah, where is it?
Right here. One's higher than the other slightly. And I'm the one who pointed that out
Yeah, I was
to
gonna
everybody.
say, you didn't say it. I wouldn't have noticed it.
No, I'm the one who did it.
Okay, that's all familiar to you, right? Because you just heard that on the video? Okay, listen to this. Watch this.
I was in like Us Magazine's 10 Most Beautiful Women, and they were like, "Why do you think you're beautiful?" I'm like, "I don't know, because I'm different.
Oh,
my
you
my
are
face
beautiful.
is different. My eyes are crooked."
Look at me.
What we just heard with Howard TV is the full video. Nothing changed. That's what they released on their on demand.
You're beautiful. Trust me. You know you are.
Thank you.
You think I just offer myself to anyone? You know, that's true, I do, but
I have a lazy eye too. I sympathize.
Okay, so Artie, you heard Artie, he said, and then
Heard that. Yeah.
Here we go.
It's not a lazy eye.
well, I don't have a lazy eye, but I have a funny nose. All right, hi, you're on the air, Chauncey.
Yes, I think Shannon is stunning, by the way.
Me too.
Thank you.
And let me just say that Scare Tactics is much better than Punk'd and the Jamie Kennedy Experience.
All
I
right.
don't think it's the credit it deserves.
Thank you.
All right, get to your point.
Now, Tori Spelling, she didn't not do the reunion show because of Shannon. She did not do it because Fox promised her her own show after 90210 went off the air. They never gave her a show, so she said, "Why should I support Fox if they don't support me?"
You know what? Good for you. You know the facts. Thank
That
you.
is the truth. So it had nothing to do with you.
Nothing to do with me. But that's between Tori and Fox. That's not for me to sit here and talk about.
Let's go to Larry. Larry, you're on the air.
How crazy is that?
Wow. Yep. That little mention was the hatred is so over the top. They said we cannot allow that 15 seconds to get out over the air.
It a seamless cut. Seamless. I couldn't believe it. So that was cut. They cut Chauncey out of the fucking Howard TV. That's how reviled he is. And that call was a tremendous call. I'm not just being biased and obsequious here because Shannon Doherty got killed in the beginning of this interview because it was said that she had Tori Spelling banned from this thing. And then she wouldn't throw her under the bus. She would not rat on her. And you called in and saved her.
Yes, we became friends for life after that show.
Wow.
After it was over, she called me up and she said, "Chaunce," she goes, "I couldn't say why because it wasn't my place. And it would have been hanging out there that it was about me." She goes, "Thank you so much for calling and sticking up for me and telling correctly what the situation was." She goes, "If you ever need anything, and if you ever want to get in contact with me, here's my number." And we stayed friends forever after that, right until she died.
You could hear how reticent she was even when you revealed that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was just like, and that, I mean, that's like keeping a secret that she wouldn't. It serves her. I don't even know what it would have done if she just defended herself and says, "No,
there was no winning for it. No matter what she said, it would have been a lie. She would have been called a liar or deflecting, or she had no way of winning that. She needed an independent person to call in and tell the story. And again, I was correct, 100% correct again. You know, they had to remove any morsel of that.
Those 70 people are really employed because of the tidal wave of people they've distanced themselves from that they have to airbrush from history. Yeah.
It's amazing. Like we said, even the current show, like who gives a shit now? But like the biggest obstacle they have is the landmines. Every name is a landmine now. Either they're a Me Too guy that Howard's friends with, or they're banned from the show, like Chauncey. And they literally can't bring up like 70% of pop culture.
It's like 6 degrees of Chauncey. Like if you know me within 6 steps, you're banned from the show. So they have to eliminate, and they have to calculate if that person knew that person that knew that person, and that person was friends with Chauncey, they can't be on the show.
I say this all the time, and you should wear this as a badge of honor because you've been right about everything. Maybe even more so than Opie and Anthony. You are the biggest enemy of the show. You are the biggest nemesis he's ever had in his entire career. Yeah, no doubt about it. The fact that they just cut that out tells you all you need to know. They took the time to cut that out.
Yep.
I was so angry when I watched the video. I'm like, what? No, it's right here. And I went back and this is how much time I put into this shit that I'm finding this. I mean, that is a needle in a haystack.
It's so petty.
It is so petty.
But it's an insight into Howard Stern. These are all Howard Stern's direct orders. So you can imagine this billionaire living in multiple mansions, married to a model, and he's obsessed with making sure that 15 seconds of my voice are never heard on his show.
And
Think
so
how
many of them are
crazy that
incompetent too,
is.
Chauncey. Like they missed so many that I found, right? Marky Mark, you had Jim Carrey. I mean, I found how many? At least a dozen, right? Half the 10 to 12 already.
Well, you know what happened? What I'm guessing is that they were putting this, it was probably around 2005, 6, and they were putting this out over the air, and it was all fresh. The wound was probably still bleeding.
Yes.
And Howard said, you know, we're doing this, or someone said, Doug said to Howard, we're going to do Shannon Doherty tonight. And Chauncey's on it. What do you want us to do? And Howard probably said, take him off, take him off. It was probably still, the wound was still bleeding. The
funny thing is they actually, you know, I'm surprised they even let the Langford story go where you got the death threats from SFN. That was crazy.
Yeah, it's hard to, you really can't rationalize too much. It's weird, right? It's weird.
Maybe Langford, now initially he gave them autonomy, that they were allowed to report on shit that they wanted to, that he wouldn't interfere. So maybe, yeah, that was very early on. So he would have nixed it like a couple of months after that. But in the beginning, he said he had to hold to this thing that I'm not going to fuck with your news stories.
You know what would be great? Tell me this wouldn't be a bestseller. If Howard, when he finally retires, did a book of all his enemies.
Yeah.
And how it started, how he feels then and now compared to now.
It'd be incredible.
Wouldn't it be? And it's because there's enough of them. There's so many of them that I think everybody would buy that. Wouldn't you buy that?
It would be, he could just put a lid on it, you know, and we'd have to buy it because we would want to know. He's had a lid on it for so many years.
Yeah,
he won't comment on anybody.
The book could be called
the red flag list.
The red flag list, and all the names are on it with a chapter on each name.
Yep, and how they wronged him and what they felt about him then and now.
And who he still hates, or who he feels like he did them wrong, or if he's still angry, or the whole whatever he's thinking in his head about each person on the list.
That's a brilliant idea. Really is. It really is, and everybody would buy it. That's
everybody
the one
would buy
book
it. That people would still buy.
Yep. Barbara DeRush and Autobot. Get well. Barbara's suffering. As a fellow migraine sufferer, Barbara. I heard a thing you could do, and I've done it. It's worked a few times. Is you go in the shower and you let the hot water hit your feet for 10 minutes, and your headache goes away. It shifts your body temperature. Sometimes that works for me.
I heard if you massage between your thumb and your finger, if you rub right there, a piece of skin, that the nerves that go into your head are right in here.
Oh,
and you can massage that. It makes the
Blondie's going to be 80 years old this year, says Ben Benjamin. Isn't that crazy?
She looks good for 80.
Yeah, she does look good. REM is not. REM wasn't punk, Chris. I know, but they would play in that mix. Their older stuff is harder than shiny, happy people.
It wasn't just punk there. It wasn't just punk there. You would have groups like REM. Talking Heads weren't punk.
Yeah,
right.
But they ran in that mix.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean,
Totally.
what was punk? I mean, the Sex Pistols, Ramones, the Clash, you know, the Dead Kennedys, the Sick Fucks. Even
a band like the Replacements, right? They're alternative rock, but they could easily, you know, be accepted in the punk community because
but Blondie wasn't punk.
No,
there was nothing punk about Blondie.
No, I don't think so
she
either.
was a regular at CBGB's.
Babe Lewis, welcome. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right. Our first, I got so much Jason and Will here. It really is crazy. And Chauncey, of course, I found. Talking of punk, Johnny Depp is currently in Buenos Aires. Killing Joke singer Jazz Coleman. Is the Killing Joke named after the Batman story? Or is it Killing Joke named after the band? You know, the famous Joker story. I don't know why he's even, but I saw that.
I don't know.
I saw a picture of him with the Joe Pistone on Twitter yesterday, and I blew it up and tweeted. I couldn't believe it. The real Donnie Brasco with Depp in the same shot. Hopefully there's something becomes of that.
That would be a great photo to hang on your wall.
It would. Yeah. I think he's 80 now, the real Joe Pistone.
Is he?
Joe, yeah. Did you ever see Gigi Allen's stint on stage at the fans at CBGB's? Wow, you really invoked a lot of things in people here with the CBGB's thing, Chauncey. He wanted women playing. Chauncey spent time with Nick Lachey, says Frank. Yes. Chauncey likes Drew Lachey better than Nick Lachey, Frank.
You know,
remember that Artie joke? You remember that Artie joke? He goes, I don't call Jessica Simpson. To me, she's the pain in the ass that broke up 98 Degrees. That's a very, regular
that's
Artie
actually
joke.
funny. That's a typical. Do you know? Iggy Pop said to me once. He goes, Chauncey, you know how I knew that the CBGBs and punk rock was dead is when I couldn't afford to live on the same street as CBGBs.
Holy shit.
He goes, that's when I knew it was over. And like that year they shut down CBGBs.
He's an interesting cat, him and Money. You wonder how much is an Iggy Pop made over time, as you don't think of him as
he's still touring. He probably, I would say a lot.
He's got a large fan base, and it just seems like he's not driven by that in a way, like he doesn't just chase it. But he must do well. I don't know. He's just a weird entity.
And his music has been commercialized. Like, I mean, you look at the Quentin Tarantino movies, right?
Yeah.
Where they had him on. His name is so marketable. When you say Iggy Pop, it reaches every generation from now right through the early 60s. So the guy is just unbelievable. And
remember he had that duet with Kate Pearson from B-52s?
Yes.
Candy, 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 I can't let you go.
I love that song. It's in my car. I play it all the time. And I interviewed her. She's going to be in my book too. With
I like them. Yeah, I like them.
Yeah, great. Garbage. I like Garbage. I'm sorry. I'm just.
That's okay. That's okay. ARP, old dudes have low testosterone, is what it stands for. Davyd's soul. Davyd's soul is in AARP. Thank you, John Wallet. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. There's Johnny Meyer, Chauncey. He's the guy who was hired by the Stern Show to be a fake caller. And one of the calls I had from him is a 10-minute phone call where he called in and pretended that he hated the Make-A-Wish Foundation and that they should be killed. It's a waste of time. And it was really well acted. Like, you really believed this guy was a sociopath.
Oh,
and then it wasn't done as a prank. It was done as a real phone call.
Yeah.
And then Howard kept him on for 10 minutes. You got to hear it. And when I heard that, I'm like, oh, I guess all bets are off. Every call could be fake because it sounds so real.
Yeah. A lot of them were fake. Yep.
First thing we're going to do here, I mean, I guess I could leave it up to, there's so many ways we can go. A lot of people like Scott Depace. Maybe we should start with him and Jason. No, you know what? Because we have Davyd here, and I think a lot of people might have heard this, but it bears repeating. Chauncey hasn't heard this. The title of this is Homo Howard Froths Over Shirtless KC in Las Vegas as outed by Will Murray.
With Will. Yeah, that's right.
With Will Murray. So this is exactly that. Will Murray thinks Howard's gay, and he's just become a employee on the show, and he's looking at stuff. He's like, wow, he really loses it here, and he tries to out Howard, and we all, where were we back then? And he's got his receipts. Listen to this. And he's not backing down. He's not backing
I got the money in the bank right now. It's nice.
You're a gay sex symbol.
What do you get paid for a poster? I got $3,000 for it.
But you're going to get something for the sales too, right?
Yeah.
Well, hey, good for you.
Nice, right?
Will's going around, Will, who works in the back office, saying that I'm in love with KC, and he has evidence, and evidently he preaches this to anybody.
Really?
And I'm like, dude, what is your problem?
Howard sounds kind of rattled by this, too, if you listen to, because Will's not backing down. Like, this is just like he's really going to die on this
dude, what is your problem? I'm gay.
Have you detected this?
Have you detected that I'm gay for you, dude?
Howard's in love with you?
Yep.
Have you detected any signs of me being gay for you?
Dude, besides Gary here, there's nobody that you yell at more besides me.
I know.
Maybe that's love.
No, Gary gets it the worst, and then I get it the second worst.
Don't talk behind my back. Just tell me.
No, I didn't preach it to anybody.
Well, everyone back here said they hear your rap about how.
Davyd Villataro, Davyd. Somebody's taking your name. Jose Villataro. Jose took your first name and then put it on his.
Someone's angling to be on the show.
Funny, and they weren't bring it up on the air. That's the only reason. It's not
Well,
like
what is your rap?
No, I have proof.
What is it, John?
He says it to me all the time. Whenever you like say something about Casey, he goes, "See, there you go."
Exactly.
And he doesn't just say it; he like is adamant about it.
No, I noticed it once, and then it started to snowball from there. Like the more I picked up on it, there's like a lot of things.
Dude, you honestly think I'm gay for any
No,
man?
I don't think. I think that you have a weird attraction to Casey. I don't think you'd ever like act on it. I don't think you'd ever like bang on. But I think there's something, like, something strange going on there.
Well, what is your proof? I got to hear this.
I like Casey. I think he's a nice guy.
There ain't nothing gay about him.
All right, like the one main thing I was talking to these guys about yesterday. When we went to Las Vegas, it was 3 days of shows, porn stars, strippers, everything out there, right?
Yeah.
Howard starts off the show. His first observation is he saw Casey down at the pool with his shirt off. Like
It's just a little. It comes back.
first observation.
Yeah, but what, you know
It was
why,
like 5
don't
hours
you?
later.
But you're forgetting the story.
What was the story?
I go down to the pool.
So 5 hours later, he's still talking about it. Chauncey, you were immersed in the world right here. This is you're knee deep in the Stern show. That you must have. You had the massage thing, and your girlfriend said to you, "Jesus Christ, that massage just meandered and kept going and going and going. What is his deal?"
Yeah.
Like you must have had your gaydar must have been up. All
I was
those
one of the
years.
first ones to call him out and say,
Yeah.
Howard, your actions aren't normal. I played sports my whole life. I know what a friendly pat on the back is. I know when a guy hugs a guy. I know the difference between that and trying to make me get an erection.
Yeah.
I know the difference.
He's hoping that you're just gonna roll with it, right? And just not really.
I'm not a victim. I'm not gonna be one of your victims. Like
There
I'm
is
gonna,
not. Go ahead, John. Go ahead.
I'm gonna speak out. I said,
Yep.
if you're rubbing my shoulder to the point where I'm sitting there looking at your hand going up and down my arm for an extended period of time, I'm not just going to sit there and go, nothing's wrong here, nothing to see here, folks. I'm going to say, this is I feel like I'm being molested. I feel like I'm in a prison and that this is it. I'm your bitch. Like, that's what I felt like.
And Howard's drinking at the time, and it's such an Emperor's Clothes scenario. His security's around, all his ass kissers are fluttering, and so he's kind of thinking that no one would dare push back on that, like he could do that stuff. And
no, and he's Howard Stern. He can sit anywhere he wants in this giant place. He had to squeeze in. My girlfriend and I had to actually push over to make room for him to squeeze in between me. Like it just made no sense. None of it made sense.
And you're obviously like, holding on to this for the whole weekend. And then you throw it back. You're like, what are you doing? You wouldn't stop thinking. You wouldn't stop thinking. Like, what is he doing? Is this gonna continue? Is he gonna try to am I supposed to out him here?
Yeah. Am I supposed to write you a private email about it? Like, how is something? Do you want to meet and talk about this off the air? Do you want to have dinner and we can discuss it, or is it? Are you trying to tell me something that you never told anyone before? Like what? Where are we going with this? Where are we going? Because,
and this is an underling. I mean, Will is a very low on the totem pole at this point on the Stern Show, and if he's coming out with it, that's bad. Like you don't have that kind of balls at that juncture on the show. You'd probably be worried about getting fired. You just got hired.
Yeah, some things you can't ignore. Some things are just too blatant. They're just too blatant. Rubbing my shoulder for 15 minutes in a dark room is blatant. Saying a 5-hour show where you have every porn star and stripper in the world and you spend most of the time talking about Casey's body is blatant.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Thank you, Autobot. Thank you, Autobot. It was a good birthday, actually. For first time, it was. It actually was. Thank you very much.
Happy birthday.
Thank you, Chauncey. Thank you.
I didn't know that. Okay, sorry.
I share a birthday with David Brenner. Lucky me, right?
Oh, he's in my comedy book. Another guy died. They're all dying. David Brenner died young.
David Brenner lies about his age.
Yeah, it's true.
Still
You're right.
In the grave.
He was probably 110 when he died. You're right. 100%.
He lies about his age now to claim he's your age now. Is what he does in the grave.
Yes. That's true.
By the way, I always suspected that Howard he probably would. His lovered scorn thing was like, if he made advances on Casey, then Casey becomes the victim on the show of like, you're actually like, Casey's whole bit was like them calling him gay the whole time that he worked there. And I always felt like the men he was attracted to, he would kind of play smear the queer with them a little bit.
Davyd, I mean, have you have been in this community? You're in West Hollywood, for Christ's sake. Have you ever seen a heterosexual have the proclivities that Howard does and not be? Is it possible? His DVR and his obsession with vanity, just is it possible to be all those things?
The TV shows he's addicted to, Dancing with the Stars, and
the thing for me, he's a boomer from Long Island who is allegedly heterosexual, and that those things do not, and it's not like he's an idiot too. So it's not like he's a trendsetter where it's like, oh, in 10 years, all heterosexual men my age will be watching Dawson's Creek. He's not that bright. So the only explanation is you're closeted. And the biggest proof is just Ralph and the underwear parties to me, which he admitted to, and he wasn't admitting to it as a joke. It was just part of the, mishigas of his day, so.
And then to have, like I said, just like lemmings and acolytes that don't dare push back or challenge you on anything like Will's doing here, you're going to get away with it for years and years. And with the old story about the beard and, the Rock Hudson thing and the Buckwald, everything he does is super duper calculated. Certainly Image and his dumb brand. I mean, Chauncey was obsessed with breaking down his brand, whatever he's trying, whatever this is, whatever you're trying to do. Like I was going through, thanks to our friend Boff, I've been going through the CBS Saturday night shows. And for so many people on that show, it's the only time they've ever been on network TV.
Right.
Even like Jackie, right? Like Jackie's never been on network TV other than that. And it is the biggest lowbrow dumpster fire, trash bag bullshit. Chauncey, when you heard about the CBS show and you saw it, how disappointed were you when what they put on screen on Saturday night?
I wasn't. It's what I expected. It was
so bad.
It's so bad. But what did you expect? He's not Eddie Murphy.
No,
he's
just
not
saying,
Dave Chappelle.
Maybe they would come out. He'd just do an interview, like a full hour interview or something. But it was this ADHD. Goldfish brain power edit bullshit. The only thing good about it is they actually had CBS's production, so it was brighter. You got to see the show in a higher quality. Remember how bad the E channel was? Rabbit ears doesn't even do justice to it. It was wildly...
one camera pointing at the couch, and Howard.
It was one step away. It's like Artie's dad put up an antenna to get it. It was like one step away from black and white.
Right, and it looked down because it was up on the ceiling. So
when we got the D-Scram, my family got a D-Scrambler, and the E channel was on channel 51 in Long Island. It was the only channel that was black and white. It couldn't.
Oh, God.
It was so badly made. Yeah, it was black and white for 2 years. It was black and white.
Wow.
Thank you, PC23. Thank you, Judy Wright. Here's Fantasies to Wishful Drink. Thank you, Judy. Meg Griffin tried to save the CBG. Yeah, I love Meg Griffin. Chauncey started a great fight. That's a great reference by you, PC23. Thank you, Aloysia K. Alicia K. I love that name, if I'm saying it right. Aloysia.
John, so Frank the Tank has a comment later down where he says, Howard is not gay. He's a raging narcissist who wants to be Casey. Howard is 112% asexual. I kind of agree with that a little bit, where I think he doesn't want to physically have sex with people. I think he just wants to be a voyeur and watch them and kind of exploit them. I do think
he doesn't have enough testosterone to even fake it, to do what Casey's doing.
But you gotta understand,
right.
What the thing with Howard is, it's not so much that he wants to take his pants off and mount you, but what makes Howard seem more gay than straight is the things that catches his interest, the things that he picks up on with people. So if you would rather rub my back for 15 minutes than Beth's back for 15 minutes, then that's not a heterosexual feeling.
No, it isn't. And how about this, Chauncey? Whenever anyone, be it the show or ancillary people, yourself, the first thing he does is comment on your weight and your hair, to the point where he'll say, "Did you gain 3 pounds? 3 pounds? Who gives a shit?
Looks at your pants.
I can gain 3 pounds tonight."
Let me see how your pants fit. Let me see how those pants
Who would
fit.
say that? What heterosexual would say that? You gained 3 pounds.
Right.
Who talks like that?
Exactly.
So
exactly. Yeah.
And
I think,
hair and weight all the time.
Yeah, I think the dial is set to homosexual, but I do think that there's an added layer of like separation because you know, in order to have sex with people, you have to be vulnerable and open to the idea that they're gonna objectify you in some way. And I think he's just such a control freak that he just always wants to be watching. Like no one's going to get the better of him, you know, in any way, shape, or form. So
even his taste in women, when he tries to pretend he's heterosexual, it's
cartoonish.
always like it's cartoonish, right? It's the most like, you know, Jenna Jameson, Pamela Anderson, like just like an impression of what a heterosexual guy might like.
Yes, that's a great analogy. I always said that Howard, when he does show an attraction to a woman, it's almost magnified of what someone who's not attracted to women would think it means to be attracted to women.
Right.
You know, like this was, I'm gonna, in my mind, this is what I think men who are like women, this is how I think they think.
Yes.
And it would be so magnified. It was almost like a drag queen. You know, I'm not a woman. But if I was a woman, this is my idea of what a woman would be like. And they're so flamboyant and so over the top. That's how it, as a man trying to be gay. Like that's,
we haven't even brought up his propensity to dress in drag. We haven't even brought that up.
Well,
Chauncey, when you were on the show, when you were on the show, he had this thing with you. He had a bet. I'm sure you remember this. And he went, he couldn't stop saying this to you. He goes, "Okay, you put a dress on. You're going to 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 put a dress on." Like, why is that your go-to? Why is that the best? Why do you care about
Howard had a fantasy. He's always had a crush on me. And he had a fantasy of seeing me in a dress.
I agree.
And I'm sure he masturbated to it to this day.
Yeah.
I think Howard lays in bed and thinks about me in a dress and probably watches videos of me in a dress.
I think the drag obsession is also a way to, you know, if he is going to express his homosexuality, he's got to make it seem as like, you know, when he had like Tula, the transsexual on the show, like he was talking about how beautiful she is and, you know, meanwhile probably still had a penis. And so it's like you have the outward appearance of being a woman, so it's okay that I'm attracted to you, but, you know, under the hood you've got the goods that I want. So I think it was kind of a having his cake and eating it too sort of thing, the drag.
Same with Elliot Often. Like there's no way Howard would allow a guy that obnoxious and almost dangerous to be in that studio.
Yep.
But there was something about that guy that I think was erotica to Howard.
He got voyeur on him. Absolutely.
He definitely had a fantasy and eroticism about Elliot Often.
Because he was way too high maintenance for a pussy like Howard to have on the show that much.
He was almost like Howard. He was tall and
very
lanky,
similar.
And it'd be like what Howard would look like in drag.
Right.
You know, and I think Howard projected himself like, this is what I wish I could do. Jog down the street, jog down 2nd Avenue, dressed like Elliot Often.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
And many sorry.
Go ahead, Davyd. No, you go.
I just last thing. Also, as many of the whack packers, the male whack packers came out over the years, whether it was Fred the Elephant Boy or, you know, High Pitch Eric to some extent, you know, what is their interest in the Howard Stern show? You know, it's not like they're fans of like witty Jackie or Billy West lines, you know, or entertainment gossip. So what is it that they see?
Yeah.
Right. What is it they see in Howard that they relate to? You know, is it their sexual proclivities? You know, I wonder.
That became a thing too, Chauncey. Davyd brings up a great point. Then all of a sudden, all these like kind of ancillary whack packers and people, Captain Jenks, Joey Boots, High Pitch, they're
Right.
all suddenly gay.
They're
This
all
became
gay.
like an ongoing like storyline they were creating that everybody's gay now.
That's a great observation. Absolutely.
Who
Why
thought-
were
did
all the
Captain
whack
Jenks strike you
Elephant,
as gay?
Elephant Boy was gay? Why
right.
were all the whack packers gay?
All of them.
And what
All
do they
of
see in Howard that they're such fans of the show? So, you
Right.
know,
Yeah,
I mean,
that's a great observation. Really well done.
Um,
Yeah, that's good.
Tell
You're
is
right.
welcome, sir. Okay, right. Thank you. Johnny Meyer said he got $100 to do that call. The show hired Harry Barbarian, unalived himself past April. They hired actors to call in, and they call it a character. It's crazy. Yeah, he got $100 to do that call, Chauncey, to Howard in 2000 when he did that, the fake call. Here we go.
Story.
What was the story?
I go down to the pool with my woman, and Artie's woman's there, and Melissa Ross's woman's there. We're laying by the pool. I'm in my bathing suit. Asswipe.
Yes, Housey. This is when Will kind of first started. I listened to some stuff before. So his first year with them was 99. So he's hired here. And so this is very early in his career.
Comes down. Mr. Muscles,
Thank you, Barbara.
pumped up from the gym, comes in, he rips off his shirt, he's laying there in his bathing suit, and all the women start giggling, talking to one another. And I'm sitting there going, hey, what's going on? We know that.
No, you
I was completely traumatized. And then my girlfriend goes, oh, my God, look at KC's body. And all three of them are going, this is such a treat. KC's down here. We're looking at him. And I go, get the hell out of here with this guy. Get out of here, KC.
Yeah, how can you dispute me when I say women go for looks?
Yeah, I mean, Jesus Christ. They were all salivating over the...
Even if that's your fake alibi, that's still gay. That you're worried about being next at the age he's at there, which is like 50. That you're even thinking about that is even...
It wouldn't even be a thought on my mind.
Wouldn't even be...
I'd be looking at all the girls thinking, oh, man, look at these girls. Doesn't matter what a guy looks like around me. I wouldn't be thinking about him, how he's attractive or unattractive.
His alibi is almost as gay as what Will said.
Is he's with Beth at this point too, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But I think he outed it. But it's been about 2 years where he admitted it.
I didn't know Will and Jason had crossover with Stuttering John too. That's
They do. They both, by the way, I had a great discovery.
They hate each other.
Oh, did they?
With John, they like John. They love John.
Really?
Will and Jason.
Oh, okay.
I couldn't believe the reverence Will had for him. It was bizarre when you hear it. So I have a theory that that's how John got a hold of all the Pelican Brief stuff before that Will is his actual his leak.
They grew to hate him. Like John became extremely arrogant in that back room.
Well, if you didn't, Howard was going to make you hate him. If you didn't, he's going to.
Yeah. I think John started off as lovable, and he morphed into this monster, like this cocky, freak that I think no one could be around. No one could. John became too famous.
False confidence, in his own head. I cannot track. What's your relationship with John, Chauncey?
It's bad now. We were good up until recently, and then he started putting out this hate messages because you know how the election had divided everybody, right?
Right. You guys are.
And John's 1,000% woke, 1,000%, trans. His kids are trans. Like that's John's world, and he once said he wrote this really nasty message to me once, and I just thought, you know what, you're kind of a old guy now.
Yeah,
like
he's
why
pushing
would
60.
Even if we don't share the same ideologies, really, are you in third grade?
Yeah,
the Stern Show's over, long over. Like I'm not a character on the Stern Show anymore, and neither are you. Like what? And it just turned me off so much that I just started. Then I started watching his podcast just to see what they were talking, and it was so repulsive and so he's just so gross that I everything about him it makes you want to crawl out of your skin. So I'm not I used to think he, was an endearing guy, but I don't anymore. Now I think he's kind of a dick. Like he really is. And I hate to jump on the bandwagon because so many people hate him, but I see why. I actually can understand why. There's not a decent bone in his body.
It seems to always end badly. It just, I don't know what it
does.
is. It can't
Always
possibly
ends badly.
There's very few people that he can cultivate and harbor a relationship that goes, permeates decades. It's just everybody seems to turn on him, or he them.
It just gets ugly. It just goes downhill so fast. Yep.
Dude.
Oh, stop it.
And I'm sitting
too.
So
You
of course.
too. He's got you doing it too.
I think Casey playing craps with his shirt off was a little.
Yeah, Villatower brings up a great point, Chauncey. Howard these days now he's tried to successfully brainwash the audience that he's actually Generation X. So he'll say stuff like, when I was a kid and Married with Children was on. And Howard's 70 fucking one. And Married with Children started in 1987.
He was in his 40s.
Yes, he was in his 40s. So he's with a straight face. He wants to fool the audience into thinking that he's Generation X. All his friends are 20 years younger than him, if you notice, right? All those the Kimmel clique and Aniston, they're at the closest to age in him is like 15 years apart. Right. And everybody else is 25 years younger. But he thinks he's that age. He thinks he's Generation X.
Yeah. He's
So much. Will's argument about that.
I was traumatized.
Will says you must have thought about it for 5 hours before you got on the air.
Because it was a funny story.
No, that wasn't the observation. It was, I walked by Casey at the pool, and I was lucky enough to see him with a shirt off or something like that.
Oh, so you didn't tell the
Get out of here.
That sounds like a verbatim quote.
Yeah.
You don't mistake that. I'm lucky enough to see him with his shirt off. Like you just don't add the word lucky. Obviously he said that.
I remember that Vegas show was posted on YouTube at one point, and I went to cross-reference it, and I think he says exactly that, if I remember.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I was lucky enough to see Casey with his shirt off. Belly shaving, right, Housey? That was right. That's the first clue. And that was the early 90s when, I don't know, was it a landscaper or somebody was doing work at his Allison's house in Old Westbury and saw Ralph shaving his fucking belly. I forget who it was.
Bethany Frankel.
Outside.
Why'd you say
that? You're insane.
Well, maybe he's onto something here. What else?
All right, I'm humble. What else you got?
We're talking about when we.
And by the way, how hard could it be to shave your own belly anyway? Right? If you had like
why
a buzzer,
would you shave your
why
belly?
would you? Well, yeah, no, that's gay enough. But have someone else do it is even. How, you know what I mean? Like, wouldn't it be more that you do it yourself?
Or have a woman come and do it. Get waxed.
If
you want to have a hot woman come over and wax, that's gay. But at least it's a woman.
It's not even.
Played shaved or unshaved.
Yeah.
Yeah, you started guessing of whether KC was shaved or unshaved.
Oh, that's funny.
And then even like
yesterday, what was the answer?
It was a big mystery. And then even yesterday, you when you're talking to Robin about like who she masturbates on the show, like you couldn't believe that she wouldn't pleasure herself to KC.
Of course I don't.
What you're thinking?
Because that makes me gay.
That really is bizarre to wonder that and ask that. That really is. Will is spot on.
They're missing the point too, that like that whole topic of conversation of wondering who on the show Robin masturbates to. Forget Casey. Like, what does it matter? You know,
right?
To Howard, right?
How does that help you? Yeah.
Do you think Howard ever had a guy massage him?
Yeah.
I could see Howard getting a massage and have it done by a guy.
They have moles that said that he gets like, gay webcams and watches gay sex all the time, and that was they've been right about everything with him. I have no doubt. When Beth goes away, they have 3 different residences. When she goes to LA, she goes back to Pittsburgh. That's when the fun starts. His entire staff have been instructed to do this. There's no question about it. He does all. Yes, no question.
Oh my God.
Howard's very typical man his age. Barbara DeRush says, I'm going to have a woman come over and shave my legs for me while I'm out in the backyard.
I think the shaving thing is also, again, just part of that plausible deniability thing. Like, it's not sexual. It's a job that I've given Ralph. It's like,
yeah.
I'm
How
attracted.
do I justify this guy?
Do you remember,
give him...
John, do you have the clips? I'm sure you do, where it's like Will actually did kind of go, he got in drag and during the K-Rock days and came into the studio. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I could find it. It's not something that I would pine after, but I could find it for you.
Well, no, I mean, yes, for my private purposes.
No. I know what you mean. I'm sure.
But the point
everybody's
is, like,
been in drag on the show.
But Will, I think, was like particularly attractive to Howard in drag. Like it veered away from it being quote funny and turned into like Howard and all of them sort of being like, wow, you actually look really good as a woman. So again, it's like, I'm attracted to women. So therefore I can say that Will looks attractive as a woman. You know,
Yep.
it's just
I will totally look for that. No,
deniability
that's a good, that's maybe for next time.
Yeah.
If you can remember what year it is and stuff, is it like 05? Was it before K-Rock?
No, it was at K-Rock for sure. So I'll try to figure it out.
Yeah, everybody tell us Howard's gay. Stop it. He's attracted to men, period. Tell us how's he football, Benjamin. If Howard isn't gay, explain Ralph. You can't. No heterosexual man would have another guy shave his belly. Here we go.
I know that Casey, every female guest that comes here wants Casey. So how could Robin not? And Robin has told me she thinks Casey's hot.
I think he's very hot, but I know how disturbed he is, and it bothers me.
Yeah, but you're like, you seem bothered that she wouldn't pleasure.
I seem bothered.
And this is a strong.
No, he said, I seem bothered that you didn't pleasure yourself. What do I care?
Well, you did. You kept arguing with me about it.
That's true.
Right.
And the strongest proof ever is you in Vegas. You and I guess Casey went to the steam room.
Oh my God.
You argued whether he was wearing underpants or not in the steam room.
Here's what happened.
You should read the log, and it's like
that you didn't pleasure yourself. What do I care?
Well, you did. You kept arguing with me about it.
That's true.
Right.
And the strongest proof ever is you in Vegas. You and I guess Casey went to the steam room.
No.
Argued whether he was wearing underpants or not in the steam room.
Here's what happened.
You should read the log, and it's like disturbing.
Wait a second. Can I say something?
Will's going further with it. Like he goes, I'm convinced. He goes, now they kind of stepped on it a little bit. He goes, it's disturbing. I'm convinced. Like he's made his case. And I think that he's just kind of now he was told, Will, that you went a little too far. It was a great segment, but just stop right there. Okay?
And you can imagine what he knows that he's afraid to even say.
I know. He must know everything. He's really a gatekeeper there now. He knows everything.
Yeah.
He's got all his intimate secrets. He really
Can I say something in my defense?
Yes.
I go in for a steam in the gym.
Liberace, says Benjamin.
Tom Chiasano was in the locker room. Me. And who was in that steam room with me? I forget. It was someone else.
Ralph.
Was it Ralph? No, it wasn't Ralph. It was somebody else.
Was it Gary? Gary takes.
Oh, I know. It was Joe.
Yeah, Housy's right. Housy and Tellers, I think it was. He's his taste, even like sort of the cartoony, like Jenna Jameson type. But then it's like you can't be. It's almost like that or a teenage boy looking girl. So you have to be like 88 pounds and 5'5".
John Stamos.
John Stamos.
If you could go back and listen to all the shows with John Stamos and what Howard has to say,
he never stops talking about his looks.
Obsessed with it.
Never stops.
Yep.
And he's on all. Why is he on all? Why would you have John Stamos on all the time? Like he's supposed to like, we're going to space out the guests. He doesn't. He's on all the time, right? Yeah. It's not a coincidence.
No.
Joe the cop.
Oh, okay.
Joe the cop. So me and Joe the cop go in a steam room.
So Howard has his security, Joe the cop. He doesn't say it. He takes his security in the steam room. This is. Does anybody do that? He needs security in a steam room. And it's not even, not only does he feel unsafe, he wants to see this cop nude or in a towel. Right. That's why he's in there.
Yeah.
Sitting there in the steam. Who walks in? Casey. The dude walks in. He's got his underpants and a towel on.
No, I swear, Howard, I swear to God.
So I go, Casey, you're in a steam room.
I didn't have my underpants. If I had a towel on, how
you keep a towel on? You don't take your underpants.
Johnny Meyer's right. Black people don't play that. They don't do that. They don't do the drag thing. They're not having, unless you're fucking, what's his name, from Atlanta. What's the guy? The
Tyler
big
Perry.
guy. Tyler Perry. Yeah. They ain't playing.
David Allen Greer,
right?
Yeah.
But if I had a towel on,
well, he is looking at him awfully hard, isn't he, Will?
I swear to God, I didn't have my underpants on.
So, Joe and I are laughing our ass off. Yeah. Oh, did I?
To take a steam because I never did it before.
that might be gay. I needed you.
I have
Come into the steam room with me, Casey.
I have heard through the office like Casey has been, you know, Casey's known as the golden boy to you. Like he could do no wrong.
Who says that?
Will said
I
that.
never heard him yell at me
Casey,
when I
he yells at Gary, me, and Benji way more than he ever yells at you. You're
Well,
crazy.
it's great that Casey will go on.
Because Will brought this up yesterday, right? We had this discussion off the air, and I said, this is funny. We should have this on the air.
Yeah.
And I said, listen, I always yell at Casey, but did you see, since he's been on his medication, did you see, I mean, the guy looked like he was going to kill someone.
Oh, yeah.
And 5 people came up to me and said, listen, you got to back off Casey.
yelling at
And I've backed off ever since.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
It has been very nice.
I mean, yeah. I'm being nice because even like Dominic called me, everyone said, listen, this guy's going to snap.
No, I'm not.
So you got to back off and be nice to the guy.
Davyd, everybody wants you to seduce Howard somehow. I don't know where and when that's going to happen.
Our birthdays are 2 days apart, so I don't know if there's a Capricorn meeting we can go to. And
I think the closest you got the Troy Aikman wedding because Joe
Right,
Buck was there.
Joe Buck was there. Right.
Yeah. So that's good job on that, Will. Bon, I don't know if you're with us here. I don't think he's in the chat. He put something in the chat. I don't know if you can see it, but I'm looking for another clip. All right, the next thing we're going to do is Jason is the staff comes in. This basically is Will and wedding fight, and then Fred just Jason. Okay, so Jason writes a article on howardstern.com about observing Fred. This is something Chauncey would do. Jason and Chauncey are very similar. It's starting to hit me as to why. I mean, there's a couple reasons, but so this is what Chauncey did to Howard at the John thing. I messaged Chauncey. I was laughing so hard that they were at Stuttering John's wife's play, and all Chauncey did was stare at Howard the whole time. And people were looking at Chauncey, staring at Chauncey. Could give a shit about the play, and all he did is, how does Howard? I think what it is, I would be doing the same thing.
I was writing notes.
You were writing notes.
I said, this guy is squeezed in next to me at this dark room in this dark nightclub. I said, this is gold. This is comedy gold. I said, I'm writing every single thing he does for the whole night. And I just started writing notes in my head. I didn't care less about the play.
I couldn't agree with you more, Chauncey. Davyd, I think you're in the same camp. The way Howard operates in society when he tries to do normie things is far more interesting. He's 6'7", and the fucking wig, right? I would be doing the same thing. How do you not stare at him the entire time? And the staff saw Chauncey staring at Howard the whole time.
Yeah,
like,
the microphone's pulled away. He doesn't have that desk in front of him.
Right.
There's nothing to separate him from everybody else. He's one in a room full of many people. Completely alien to his power. You know, it's all removed. And that's what makes it so fascinating.
The few times that he was on camera in the hallways at Sirius in the early days, like if he's consoling Penny Crone or something, you can tell that he's, I mean, and Chauncey, you can correct me, but like I assume he's kind of gawky and awkward to talk to. Like he doesn't really know what to say to you.
Doesn't know how to bend down because you're so much taller than anybody else. So it's like a giraffe trying to talk to a cat. You know, like it's just hard for him to relate to anybody because everyone's way below him physically. Right. So even that is awkward and funny.
We would say that he has wigga bifida on Radio Gunk, that he can't bend his back and he can't bend his joints, and he has like wigga mortis in his hands, like, and so
like
that
Bigfoot. He's like Bigfoot in a way,
right? He's like a crane where he pivots and shit. He can't bend. He can't use his joint. And that's also from a life of sedentary life, right? Sitting down and never having to really do anything physical. Yeah. Like when we were kids, we all cut the grass. And when he was a kid, he didn't cut the grass. He didn't do chores, right? That's a lot of inactivity.
That's a lot of sitting.
That's a lot. Yeah. We had a contest. Who has more steps in a day, Howard or Eric the Midget? Like, I think it would be tough. I think Eric might win that a few times.
I would.
Even Eric got out of the chair for that Mary McCormick show. You know?
Yes. Okay, so this is Jason, just like we said with Chauncey. Jason observing Fred in the same way that Chauncey did Howard during the breaks, and he wrote an article about Fred which is Fred, flies under the radar way too much. He deserves pushback. He really has no sense of humor about himself or anything of the sort like this. So Jason just did, this is the origin of Lexapro. And there's a backstory with that as well. So this is Jason observing Fred.
Not going to Will's wedding. Did you hear this, Fred?
No, I didn't. But
All right, listen to this.
I've heard something about it.
Well, you should have gave him a gift at least. No.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. This is different. That's Fred blowing off Will's wedding present. That's also a good. That's also good. This is okay. Fred, this is it. I'm sorry. This is it.
And I gotta say I love it. I don't know if Fred read it yet, but Jason, who works here, wrote an article for HowardStern.com, an original article on what goes on during the commercial breaks. It is so goddamn funny and so true.
Really? Because I loved his scores article. The build up to going to scores.
Well, he wrote an article, and
he's good at observing the nuances.
A lot of it has to do with how Fred disappears during.
Chauncey, I don't know if I'm pushing. Do you think he got this from you, Jason?
I wouldn't. I think I was the one that actually discovered these observation lists. I'm the one that started it, but it was such comedy gold that I wouldn't be shocked if Howard said to the staff, this is great radio, guys. I want to start seeing some lists. Right?
Do you remember when Chauncey followed me around and observed, I want you to do it to other staffers who are not expecting it?
Would that be shocking to hear those words from Howard? Like, this is
for
great
Fred,
radio.
Right? No one says shit about Fred, so this is why it's good.
Yeah.
Well, and Howard. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Howard is so lazy with his attacks on his staff, like through the 90s, whether it's about weight or their looks or they're losing their hair or they have no money. And, these
money, hair, and weight. That's right. The big three: money, hair, and weight.
Money, hair, and weight.
Right. And these observations are much more insidious. They're much more like the things in your head that you're afraid people notice, but you're reassured that no one notices that you do that.
Well, that's what Chauncey did. Finite, observations.
The Achilles heel. The Achilles heel, where you zoom into something that is that button, that red button that will make you go insane if you even touch on it.
Right.
Yep. And that's what I try to do. I try to go beyond just the comedy, but to find what is it in your head that makes you lose your mind.
That gets a real reaction from them.
Yeah,
right?
An honest, real reaction. That's real. It's almost scary. Like that was what I thought was funny.
They want you to be the new Ralph. Frank the Tank wants you to be the new Ralph. Davyd.
I mean, listen. We'll see what I can do.
Just think about it. Just think about it.
Just think about it.
Oh yeah. All right.
Every break and claims to go to the bathroom, but no one could possibly pee that much. And then Fred yells out, 20 seconds, minute and a half, and then Fred used to play the commercials,
right?
And I stopped Fred from playing the commercials.
I didn't know that. I'm sure Chauncey knew it, though, that Fred yells out 30 seconds, minute and a half. I didn't know that. I've never seen that. I like that stuff.
He's almost like a producer.
Yeah. He's gotten less responsibilities over the years. Now he does next to nothing. I mean, he doesn't even play old sound effects. He hasn't updated that drawer.
If he didn't show up, would you know it?
No one knows.
If he didn't come to the show, would anyone even
know? No one would know. No, you wouldn't. You would take you 4 months to know.
Yeah.
He said, you're kind of not available to me when I discuss stuff during the show.
Yes.
But even like Jason points out, Fred, you got to read the article.
He's still not available.
No, because Fred every 10 seconds goes to Luis.
Yeah, Luis the Board Op was in this. A rare appearance by Luis the Board Op. Always, 04 is his big year. Frank the Tank says he's fantasized about David's hairline. I must be that. Makes two of us, Frank.
Hey, Luis, how much more time? How much more time? How much more time? This doesn't. So, and Luis.
Larry Mondello's shoe said Howard's chest looks like it was excavated, and they found his career. That's really funny.
Yeah.
What do you think happened? The jacuzzi,
sunken chest.
The
even avoids Fred's.
His phone calls.
Because every 10 seconds he says how much time is left. So how does that free Fred up? Like, get a clock. How come? What good does it do me? And then Jason describes how Fred talks during the commercials to me.
Really?
Mumbling. I said, that's why I have to turn down his microphone.
Wait a minute. He's talking to you during the commercial?
Are you aware that you talk during commercials?
I'm not sure what he's referring
Like
to.
you go like, yes, right, that's right. Yeah.
You mean while you're reading?
There you go.
Yeah, what is going on with that?
There you go.
You don't know.
But I mean, it is a radio show.
Yeah.
And I'd like to keep your microphone up in case you have something we want to have on here.
But wait a minute, this is while you're reading the live commercials? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't realize.
You got to read Jason's article. It blows the lid off Fred.
Fred is going, yes,
Yeah. The mystery that's Fred is revealed by Jason Kaplan.
Thanks, Jason.
And Fred, you really don't know why you do that?
Oh, there he is drinking. That's why he pees so much. What do you drink during the show?
I drink coffee.
How many glasses?
I get 2 cups during the show.
And that's all you drink, or you drink water too?
No, I don't drink any water.
Well, why pee 8, 9, 10 times?
You just do.
You really have to?
Yeah.
Is that true, or you just feel like stretching your legs?
Well, that's part of it, too.
Chauncey, have you ever seen Howard's private bathroom?
No.
He had one at K-Rock, right? That was like right behind him. And
But I never got into that area. No.
That's why he doesn't understand these observations, because he's never really had to do anything like that. Hey, Frank, this is what David's hair looks like. Exactly like that.
What we got was an expensive boondoggle and the makings of.
Oh, I thought you were going to play something else. Okay. But what was that, John?
That's close enough, right?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I have a nice head of hair. Can I get off my hair for a second and talk about Fred?
What is your nationality?
I'm German, Irish, Scottish, basically.
Oh, that's what Depace.
German?
All right, David.
And you got to keep your hair. Wow.
Yeah. I know.
Yeah.
I'm very lucky.
There's got to be something else going on in there.
You could sublet 10% of that hair, Chauncey, to all of us.
I want to see a DNA test. I want to see a DNA.
Before we go live sometime, I'll put myself on camera for you. But also, I wanted to say Fred is kind of the original Benji in that he's the original Vortex. Like, he can't give a straight answer to anything.
That's
he's
true.
Cagey and just I forgot that how frustrating it is to listen to Fred be addressed by Howard and Robin.
Dodgy, vague, uncomfortable. There you go. There you go. There you go.
Right.
The Martian.
The Martian.
The Martian. Right.
Men's room under the like Jason says he worked at a job. He's not a smoker, but he began to resent that smokers got to get a break every hour or so. So he started to go out and fake smoking so he could have a break. And he feels Fred goes to the bathroom.
Faking the bathroom.
But he doesn't have to do that.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, we all know about that controversy now with like somebody, as the age where smokers became less and less and the rules became, I think it was Bloomberg that started like the no smoking stuff. People who didn't smoke started to go, why do smokers get an extra hour and a half break? Because they smoke. I don't, and I have to, I get my lunch and that's it. I can't go out every 15 minutes because I smoke. So they pretended to be smokers so they got extra breaks.
That's awesome.
Every company is in bed with the tobacco industry. Like,
that's a great conspiracy.
Faking going to the bathroom. If Jason would like, I can pee into a cup for him.
Jason even says, "Please, Fred, I apologize. You're my favorite person on the show. I don't want to get into a thing with you."
Too late.
Very favorite.
Too late, Jason.
Just opened up a can of
It is a great.
The battle lines have been drawn, Jason.
Maybe you'll write it
now.
out.
You're a dead man.
I think it's a great article.
Chauncey, tell us 99 is a question. It's not necessarily for you, but I'm going to turn it into a question for you.
Okay.
It says, I'm not sure about the Vegas ones, but would the Stern Show do things to make it look like this shit was a lot more packed than it really was? Did they have to do that? Did they have to there's no way we're going to show empty seats?
They always put on a fake crowd background.
Okay.
That was always for even for the birthday parties that actually had people. They always went with that for radio for the
right.
to control it. So you had the illusion that there's 1,000 people out there. Always did that. Yeah.
Damn. I know. Good question, Tellus. That's a great question.
Yeah, that's true.
Did you know the story about we got to go with Chauncey, the birthday show, David, from 2014, Howard's 60th?
The 60th. Yeah. Right.
Yeah. It's so, the story behind that was like at Ross Zapin, they had so many empty seats. And they wouldn't invite people like Chauncey and Artie and Billy West.
On the streets.
Yeah,
right?
he was trying to bring people in to fill those seats up. And Chuck Zito apparently walked by and tried to get in, and Ross ran from him and hid until he went away. Chuck might be the most intimidating person, like just his overall aura and just that thing you give off that I'm sure he's been taught in martial arts, the intimidation factor, like before you even start the fight, you lose.
Yeah, Chuck's a good friend of mine. He was just on, and I was so impressed by this. He just did the Megyn Kelly show.
He's 71, I want to say.
Yeah, he's in his 70s. His 70s now. But he's doing great. He has a document. You should well,
I would love to have him on. A documentary would be terrific.
He would do it because he has a documentary that just came out, a film that
he did your show. But remember, you had the video podcast
twice.
He
did it twice.
He did your show. I remember that.
He did it once about himself, and then once about the boxer Arturo Gatti.
Wow!
Because he was really good friends with Arturo Gatti.
Yep.
And he did a documentary about how Gatti didn't kill himself, didn't hang himself in Brazil, that his wife had him killed. And he had evidence. They hired him private investigators that dug up all this evidence. Jeez. And she got away with it and is now living in Montreal with his kid. But
what was that, John?
That was the first movie Angelina Jolie did that got her kind of famous, and she won an Emmy for it. Gia.
Oh, that wasn't the first. The first movie she did was Foxfire.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying she won an award for
she
Gia.
She did. Gia, where she played the model Gia. Yeah, that was actually.
So Chuck is in the movie, and he is on the motorcycle. She's riding back in his motorcycle. It's so bizarre when I saw that. I'm like, oh my God, that's Chuck Zito.
That's Chuck. He's in it, and he also, he was a star on Oz.
Yes. He should have been on Sopranos. He got his idea. By the way, Sons of Anarchy was stolen from him.
Yes.
And I knew it. I heard him on the Stern Show say, I'm talking to HBO right now. I got about the Angels, and I'm pitching them this thing. It's gonna work, and I'm gonna bang everybody. And so he told Howard this. Cut to a couple years later, and Sons of Anarchy comes. I'm like, I just heard that's. And so that was the thing. And Chuck sued the production of Sons of Anarchy, and I think they settled it by saying we'll give you a role on the show.
They settled and they gave him a small part on the show.
Yeah.
But then they killed. Oh, you know what? They killed him off because I think they said something about they wanted to do some embarrassing scene with him, and he didn't want to be projected that way because it got nasty. But he left the show pretty quick. But they did settle. Yeah, it was Chuck's idea. That was all Chuck.
I don't know how they missed him on The Sopranos. He could, because Edie Falco was on both shows. Like, just make him like Tony's, bodyguard and have him hover over him all the time. Who would fuck with him at that point?
He's such a big person. He's
so
big,
intimidating.
I think it would take over.
Too much presence.
Too much presence.
Yeah,
too much presence.
I could see that. That's probably what they. Yeah.
And believe me, I'm picked on too in the article about my incessant teeth picking and how I slobber over my lunch.
Yeah.
No, but I'm the focus.
You are the focus.
And
the primary focus.
I'd like to read that. I'm sure Jason really nails you, Howard.
Yeah, I have all those pictures, Jose.
Yeah, but really, exactly. Me,
I'm sure he really goes off on that.
But really,
Artie's a great hero.
That's the point. Like Howard's getting, a little sprinkle.
And I'm sure Jason really nails you, Howard.
Yeah, but really, exactly. Me,
I'm sure he really goes off on that.
But it really is true, Fred. I mean,
you know something? But you know what? It also gets your attention because he knows anything that you write negative about me, you're going to dig it.
No, but can I say something? Luis, really, what's the point of him playing the commercials if you have to keep asking him every 10 seconds?
He keeps it organized. I'm telling you, you have no idea.
No, I understand
how difficult it is.
But is there a way he can?
They're right. Jason and LS and Barbara DeRuss says underpants and belly are both gay words. Like, who even says that? I know, it's true.
I'd say to you, Fred, in 30 seconds,
you're coming back.
We're coming back.
He does, but I mean, there are times when I want to keep track of it. Besides, what's wrong with finding out how much?
Because I wanted you involved in the discussion during the commercials in case you could think of some things, or you understand.
Well, I do, and I do throw things out, but I also want to keep track of the commercials, how long the breaks are, because sometimes things change.
Yes, Jason.
I didn't originally go out to make Fred the focus of the.
No, but somehow it did, didn't it?
It did. I started writing your paragraph, and it just kept getting
Tubby.
just keeps getting bigger and bigger.
You know, a dude's got nothing when he goes to fat jokes immediately.
Right,
It's just so sick of it. Right to tubby.
But that's my point with Howard is like going to the fat jokes or the you're ugly or you're bald or I have more money than you. It's like those are cheap shots that anyone who embodies those things is prepared for. It's like, you know, you're not going to stop me.
Well, that's what we said. This is what, because Chaunce has so many similarities to Jason. Jason just goes into every argument, and you'll find this as we go on with this. Oh, I'm fat, I'm bald, and I'm low in the totem pole. What else you got? What else you got? Yeah, I own it. That's me.
Right.
Fat and bald. I got it. What else?
Oh, I'm devastated. Really? I'm fat. Oh.
He makes fun of himself before you can, and it just disarms you.
You have to embrace it. Then you have no power.
With your baby Huey body.
No, you know what the weird thing is?
I think we found the new John. I think so.
The weird thing is, because I know that you do want Fred available to you.
No matter what Fred says too, Chaunce, I'm sure you picked up on this too over the years. Like he's not funny as a speaker because it's coming from a malicious place. And a lot of times anger is funny, but for Fred, somehow it goes over the line and becomes psychotic. And it seems like a guy who's about to go off. Like Pat Cooper's really funny when he's angry, but Fred's not.
Right.
Also, do you remember when Howard brought in that Tony and Tina's wedding actor to make out with Fred's wife?
Yeah.
And all Fred could do to make fun of the guy when he was in studio was like mimic back, like repeat back his words with like a mimicking child's, teasing voice.
Yeah.
So that's he doesn't have any wit.
There's no
to him.
Comedy chops.
Exactly.
Like no comedy chops at all.
Yeah, it's like a 5-year-old retaliating. He just repeats what you said in a whiny tease voice.
And Fred definitely fits the profile. We talked about this last week of the guy, the comedy writer, who you sort of just go, I can't believe it's coming. Any comedy's coming from that guy. He's so icky and unfunny on the air as a speaker, and somehow he's able to write a written script or speak or a joke. I don't know. I can't believe it's the same guy. He really fits that profile. Like the show is a ton of those guys. Benji's another one. I've never laughed at anything he said.
Right.
But even like Fred in Private Parts is portrayed as like this Silent Bob type of character. Like he barely has any speaking lines, and
he's trying to do he's trying to do like Charlie Chaplin or
Teller from Penn and Teller.
Yeah, Penn and Teller. Right.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, like, you and I will start talking about something, and then you'll start talking to Fred.
And he's not there.
He's gone.
Yeah.
He pees every break. Every break. I pee 2 times maybe.
But here's the irony. I will say 10 seconds, 30 seconds, and you'll ignore it.
Oh, he writes about that. He goes, and Fred just keeps yelling out stuff, but I hear it. But what am I supposed to? I'm in the middle of it. I hear it. Don't worry.
There are times when you don't even acknowledge
I hear it. I'm not going to acknowledge it. You just keep yelling it out because I'm talking to Gary and I hear it. I know my cue's coming up.
No, you don't. You don't.
No, I do. I do hear it.
No, there are times when I said it, and then you go, and then there's at least a half a dozen times when you go, how are you going to tell me it was on the air?
No, because you used to. Because I had a complaint. No, you used to go like this. 10 seconds.
No, that even
Fred, you got to yell it.
I changed that,
tendrils. We used to call Howard as Marfan syndrome. You know what that is, Chaunce? He's like, we're like, various your hands are bigger, just various, like it's just you're just misshapen, and your hands are big, your feet are big, and he's just everything's off.
Like
everything's
Bigfoot.
Like, Marfan syndrome.
Trying to do that.
No,
there are times when you go, how come you didn't tell me?
I haven't complained since then. No, I haven't.
Yes, you have.
Yell it out.
Yes, you have.
But it's true. It does look like I'm ignoring Fred, but I'm not going to stop and go, thank you, Fred, for the 10-second warning.
No.
At least, wacko.
At least pick up your headphones like I know that you're responding. But
just yell it.
You just sit there like this Sphinx going like, okay, whatever.
Because what am I doing? I'm talking about the next break and what I'm going to be doing. I need you to
I understand that, but you also got to put your headphones up.
You're exhausting me.
If I don't get you on the air, then you yell at me because how long has this music been going on? How long has it been going on?
I just need a 30
What's the matter with you?
I need a 30-second warning and a 10-second warning.
I give you that.
And in all fairness, that is another weird thing that goes on the rare.
Chaunce, I'm sure you saw King Norris many a time at CBGB's. I know they closed the night, right? Everybody was opening for them. Fred has that song, "Don't Talk Down to Me." It's clearly about Howard.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And so you could hear that in Fred right now, and he probably likes Artie better than Howard, but they're Buckwall clients, right? And they cannot rock that. But
I really think Fred wanted to go on the road and be a musician. I don't think Fred was happy at all being a guy sitting in a studio.
Oh no, he thought, yeah, you're right. You're right.
He wanted to be a rock star.
He thought he was going to be Ted Nugent or something like that, and no doubt about it. And the John story that he thought he was going to be on Saturday Night Live. That he tried to get an audition on SNL because he thought what they did there somehow translated to him going. It's such, so you keep those delusions harbored in your brain. It really never goes away. And I think he maybe even to this day he's that crazy that he thinks something else is going to happen, but he holds on for dear life. He just, at least he knows there's no option. Could you imagine him leaving? I mean, obviously now, how could you not? Is he not set up now?
Yes, but now he probably looks back and says, I let my time pass. I didn't take advantage of it. I should have left here and really went for it. I was afraid to. Now he's probably at a stage where he regrets his decisions. Like, who am I now? What am I now? I'm on a show that nobody watches, or it's not popular. No one even knows who I am anymore. And my time to go out there and be what I wanted to be has passed.
When do you think that hit, Chauncey, about like right at Sirius? 06?
Yeah.
That this is it. This is it. And that's the whole staff. You can't, he'll never have, no matter what he thinks he's going to do, you'll never have a job this easy. And I say this all the time. If we were programming Sirius, if we were executive, the first thing I would do, say Howard is he's not a partner. And we can tell him what to do, and we can structure the show. I would tell, first thing I would do is, what is that guy Fred making $6 million a year? F him, fire him, taking his money, and I'm putting an afternoon show on for everybody, a live afternoon show on 5 days a week. This guy's playing 2 sound effects a week. I don't know what he does. He's making $6 million. That's the first thing I would do is cut Fred off.
Yeah. Well, it is. They're riding a horse in an age of flying saucers,
and getting away with it, and getting re-signed because
they're getting away with it because the money's there to take. And without that show, I don't think CS would even be on the air anymore. I think it was.
Well, you were the guy who made him admit that he's a partner, so he signed a deal with the devil in fall of 04. And it allows this sort of right of refusal that they have to keep offering this deal. And you just can't, there's nothing they can do. He had a deal where I have no accountability and there's nothing you can do. You can't tell me who to hire. You can't tell me who to fire. And this money's always going to be there for him. And that's, I don't know how you think everything Howard does ends badly. Everything he works. So once you give him guaranteed anything, you're going to get the shittiest. He has no ratings. He has no one to compete with. And that's what you got.
But it ends badly for others, not for him.
Exactly as I stated on Fox News for 45 minutes.
Yep. No, everything he touches dies. You cannot. Every relationship with a network, with people, it always ends badly.
He did the Heil Hitler. He did the Heil Hitler thing for his logo, and all the little Nazis followed him off the cliff.
Chauncey's right though. Like the colors are red and black, like a Nazi, like the red skull.
Right. I said,
and he's doing that. Yeah,
that's right. Zig Heil, come follow me, and everybody walked right off the cliff.
Why is no one picking up on that?
Also,
Fred misses a cue. Sometimes.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Howard really found like surrogate parents in SiriusXM where they basically, we're a company that will give you a trust fund. So we're not looking over your budget. It's a trust fund. You can use the money however you want. And that's why we have the show we have today.
Howard's the Stern girls to Sirius.
Right.
The way Emily Stern acts on a daily basis.
Right. Yeah. There's a...
You are the dream I never knew I had.
I told Poppy she has to learn that song.
I cannot wait.
She's on it.
It's going on for 60 seconds.
And then he never says anything.
And you go like this. You go, are we back?
He won't say. He won't say, Howard, you're on.
This is a funny movie.
What about the times that I do say,
you don't?
No, you do. We hear you. We do hear. But the best part is you hear the music and you go, are we back? And then all of a sudden Fred goes, we're back.
Hey, quitter. Davyd and I do a podcast called, and you're more than welcome, Chauncey, to sit down because I know you watch the show. It's called Armfeld. How pompous is that, right? No hugging, no learning. And we do like a very, I feel, and this is not being braggadocio, unique take on the show and very finite observations of what from both of us. And we do like a segment called the Penske Files before it, and we just shit on Jerry like the whole time, and it's great. So
I
your
gotta say,
observation
I gotta say my interviews I did with Julie Louise-Dreyfus.
Oh, yeah,
and,
I wanna read
Michael
those.
Richards. I interviewed them both. From
She was on the show once. Julia called in once to
Did
promote
she
it.
really? Did
Old
she?
Christine. I think it was either Watching Ellie or Old Christine or one of those at CBS.
It was
shows.
Watching Ellie, and
Okay.
it's when Howard admitted to doing a thing with Beth in Vegas where he called her his dirty little whore all week.
Yeah.
Trip. Yeah.
That is a
Charming.
great reference, Quitter. So he said Fred, he's comparing Fred. This is a brilliant reference.
He
And
looks
like
like
a lot
him,
of
too.
Seinfeld references are hackneyed, like the same old fucking,
Yada,
soup
yada,
Nazi
yada,
reference.
right,
This is tremendous.
It's exactly
This is
who
what
he
we're
is.
talking about.
Exactly who
Crazy.
he is.
That's right, Chauncey, right? Crazy
Fred could
Joe
have played
Davola.
him. Fred would have been the better.
That's a
If
role
Fred
of a
played that
lifetime.
character, it would have been better than the guy who actually played it.
They look
Chauncey's
similar.
spot on. The role he was born to play. Crazy Joe Davola.
It's not acting. Would it be acting?
Oh, I know. That's Quitter. That is brilliant. That is a brilliant comparison. It really is. And I don't use the B word unless I mean it.
Yeah, it is brilliant.
Back. Yeah. After I've said it.
He's odd. He's odd.
No,
Did you write that in your
after
article?
I've said it.
You didn't write
No, I
that.
missed that one. I've never observed that.
Ida Greenbacks and Housey football says you can be Howard's boy toy, Davyd.
I think I'm a little too long in the tooth now. I mean, I'm younger, but not,
Long in the veneers, you mean, when you talk about Howard.
That goes on
Gary, you need to answer this article.
No, because you've been so busy in the office spying on me.
Go to howardstern.com and read all about Fred.
All I want to say is what a difference a couple of days makes. 2 days ago, I think Fred said, I love you, Howard. And you said, I love you too, Fred.
And by the way, I have the tape of that, so I can play it anytime he gets out of line.
Okay. Welcome, Pell, by the way. Fred is the quickies to make fun of. Fred is so quick to. I know. Well, Fred's a bully. Fred is a remember the comedian Davyd from he was on Leno. Jesus, what is his name again? And he hated Fred. He was an intern there. John brought him in from NYU. And Fred was so horrible to him. We're gonna have to do that again on the Fred show. I forget his name. He looks like Jason, by the way.
Fred, I interviewed Fred for the Stepping Out.
How what was your experience?
And Fred got killed for it. It was a long time ago. It was in the early 90s. I wish I had it. I wish I could find it.
I would like to see that too. That's
Howard
okay.
killed it was so Great. Howard spent like 2 hours trashing him for it.
Did he really?
Yeah.
About your interview. So could you remember the date? Because I'll find that whole.
It was in the early 90s.
Oh, well, that's gonna be tough.
Yeah,
Early 90s is tough.
Like 93 maybe.
Okay.
94.
I'll try.
Do you know when I first got banned from the show, when all that shit went down, I was in New York City on a side street, like I was on like 44th Street or something, and between 12th and
I love those streets. I love that area, that Hell's Kitchen there. I love that.
Like the
that's no
restaurant
man's
district,
land, everyone. If you
those-
don't know Manhattan, Chauncey's talking about this is the far west side. This is where you should shoot a movie and make it look like it's like the 70s or the 80s still.
Yeah.
12th Avenue and 44th
Those
Street.
old
Go ahead,
apartment
I'm sorry.
buildings with we used to call them stoops.
Yeah.
You know, used to sit on the stoop, and all these buildings. And there was a parking garage, and I was waiting for the guy to get my car, and there's nobody on the street, and this guy walks by, and he's walking, and it's Fred, and it's Fred.
Over
and
there?
It's just me, just me and him on the whole street,
That's
and he's
bizarre.
He's 2 feet from me, like he walks right by me and looks at me, and I look at him, and I nod my head, he nods his head, and just keeps going. No words were said. It was so surreal.
That's not like you to not stop him. Where you like he has that thing where it's just off-putting and he's not approachable kind of thing.
It was when they were really trashing me on the show. Like I wasn't just off the show. Like they were trying to literally have me kill myself. Like they were hoping I would kill myself. It was that bad.
This is serious.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Oh.
They were still on K-Rock.
Okay.
And it
05.
It was when it all went down, and Howard was like on fire. And and so Fred, I think I always thought that Fred was like, oh my God, he's going to write something. He's going to write something. He's going to put something in page 6. And he probably walked by me terrified of any move he made in the wrong direction, any look he gave me. I know he walked by thinking, oh, fuck. Chauncey.
But also, too, Chauncey, what a weird area to just be walking around. What's he doing over there?
It was
12th
weird.
Avenue?
It was it was a side street. Or
yeah, that's a bizarre. If you don't know Manhattan, that's a really bizarre place to just be walking.
In the 40s, it was just so weird. Nothing there at all, and there comes Fred.
Oh, I love stories like this. I love stories like this.
He gets interviewed on the Regis and Kelly show about how cold it is outside.
Oh, you remember that? Good catch, Davyd. That's right. That's right. They just, you know how those morning shows Davyd would do, Chauncey, they would do they'd have a camera outside.
Man on the street stuff.
Yeah.
You want to hear the crazy thing? Howard's fucking penthouse is across the street where that is.
Oh.
That's ABC, I know. Davyd. It's right across the street.
Yep.
And then Fred just happened to be walking down the sidewalk picking up Tess from school, and the Regis and Kelly cameras caught him, and they didn't know who he was. And Regis lives across the street in Howard's building. Across the street. I'm not saying down the street. It is across the street, like you're borrowing sugar.
Yeah.
It also goes to show you how delusional Howard was about the sort of popular. I mean, I know his show is popular, but in terms of everyday people knowing who Fred is or who Stuttering John is, or
you should know him by then. That's a long time ago, right?
Yeah.
Like he'd been on the show for a long time when it's Regis. So you'd think Kelly would know who he was, and if that were Kathy Lee.
The show was huge. It was like the Beatles.
Yep. Davyd, G Canada says, like all vampires, you have no receding hairline, and it's a bonus of the job, but you're also 300 years old and have the hair. That's brilliant, G Canada.
Yeah.
That's really funny.
I do love Fred.
You can play it as much as you want, but I never heard it back.
The Fred talking to you during the live spots is one of the funniest things I've ever heard, though, because he'll respond to whatever you're saying.
Yeah,
so
what
you're
is
saying,
that?
Dial Mattress Rules, and I'll go, And then I
need to hear.
I tried to get Richie Herbie to hook up a hidden mic by Fred so we could record some of that, but he wouldn't.
Who the fuck is that? I'm obsessed with these. Jason loves dropping names like this. Richie? Who's Richie Herbie, Chauncey? Who the fuck is that?
Richie Herbie.
Richie Herbie, he just said. Remember Sam Ben Ruby, Davyd? He had that fight with Ross. He kept saying Sam Ben Ruby over and over again.
Richie Notar. I think of Richie Notar.
Yeah, I know him. That's the Nobu guy.
Yeah, I don't know.
Do it.
Oh, that'd be great. He's afraid of Fred. Richie Herbie's a pussy.
He's smart.
And does Luis really avoid
So when did
Fred?
you become a dick there, Jason?
Sorry, the random Stern Show name I always loved was Tom Gismondo. I don't even know who it is.
He was involved in the Chauncey Chiasano thing. They blame Tom Chiasano did this deflection on Chauncey. He said, no, that was Tom Gismondo who said that. That's for another time. That's a whole thing.
We'll talk about that later.
Long story short, Chauncey was approached by Tom Chiasano. So Tom wanted to rip off Steppin' Out magazine, and he wanted to come out with Tom magazine, and he was picking Chauncey's brain as to how to start a magazine, and that's a great. I have that. That's for another time. So what happens here is a whole litany, a whole myriad of staff members come in now and say what they hate about Jason. It turns into a Jason roast after this, which a lot of people don't realize. It's sort of morphed into this. And so they have like an impromptu Jason roast. And this is Luis, the board op, Castillo, who you never hear from, and had that great fight with Gary where he called Gary arrogant and he doesn't say hello to people. It's just a great. And when you get this dude, when he gets fired up, is great on the end. You kind of wish they used him more. And so this is what Luis thinks of Jason at this time.
Luis avoids Fred.
Wow.
Luis, sometimes Fred will be going, how much time is left? How much time is left? And then Luis will go, a minute and a half. Fred will go, 10 seconds later. How much time is left? So Luis just tortures him by not answering him.
You know, it was a funny thing.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
No, I didn't know that.
You got to read you got to go to howardstern.com and read.
I've been on the other side.
Another friend.
Luis will put the headphones down. I've been in there where I'm talking to him during the break, and you'll hear Fred coming through the headphones, and Luis looks at it like it's kryptonite.
Yeah.
Another friend.
No. Thanks, Luis. That's not true. Do it.
Thanks, Luis.
You're taking his word over mine? Don't lie. Who's going to write the article about how Jason's in here every break sucking everyone's ass? What do you mean?
Hey, Pellel, thank you for that. So Chuck's on Instagram. I didn't realize that. Ask him if he'd do our show and then drop Chauncey's name. So I'll in a second.
Chauncey was giving you props on a web.
Yes, we all were giving him props, and
yeah.
he'll love that.
Yeah,
I would
he'll love it.
totally have Chauncey on with him and kind of sit back and he's got a really interesting life. I'm not a fan of his. I'm actually a fan of his.
Frank sucking everyone's ass.
What do you mean?
No, that's the article that I will write. You know why I can't hear Fred and why I can't communicate with him? Because I gotta hear his laugh, his cackle about every little joke that goes on here.
Trying to get ahead.
Yeah. First of all, I've witnessed Lewis ignore Fred. He sits at that headphones and watches Fred's voice come out and laughs at it. I'm not answering that.
Well, it's true. I mean, how many times
I'm not going to say it never has happened. There have been times when I say, Fred, you have 30 seconds. And he will wait 2 seconds and he'll say, how long? So I figure I'll wait until 20 seconds so that way I won't confuse him.
He's confused. He's over.
So that's Louis. That's Luis went off on Jason. He's the biggest ass kisser in the world. And this is Jason. There's another level of Jason's got a lot more energy here. He's like a different Jason than you knew a year ago. So this is Luis actually hates him. And the kind of the Iago thing where Jason's whole thing is to throw everyone. So he advances himself. And this is the next one, Howard TV. So the Howard TV guys come in and they go off on Jason as well. So they kind of line up and it's Goodstein and it's, I think, Depace, which is an obvious one, but you get to hear like Richie Wilson and these guys. So this is the Howard TV guys.
Laugh loud doesn't make me a suck. Oh, yes, it does.
It's a whole bunch of people in the office want to trash Jason now. Write your articles.
That's it.
Where are you? Come on.
Crystalopolis wants to know if you were nervous around Chuck Zito, Chauncey.
That's a great question. I was actually very nervous, and Lonnie Hanover advised me not to do the interview. He said, why would you put yourself in a position like that? If he doesn't like the interview, do you realize what will happen? And so I was nervous. So I said to Chuck, when I interviewed him, I go, you can proofread it and go over it before we go to print to make sure it reads exactly the way you want it. And that was probably a mistake. I think for the next month, I had to meet with Chuck at Scores in the VIP room, and we would sit there going over line by line by line.
Wow. Because you don't want the AJ Benza thing to happen.
I don't want the AJ. And I told Chuck, I said, Chuck, you got to understand something. I'm not like AJ. I said, if you make me read this interview in front of you and then say, now you have to knock me out, I'm going to run. Yeah. Like, I'm not going to say, okay, which room we're going to do it in. I'm going to run screaming down the street and you're going to look silly chasing me. I said, this is not going to, this is not going to be like a good story. This is going to be me running down the street and you chasing me. I said, so please go over this every day for a month until you're 100% sure everything is perfect. And he did. But then you know what? He loved my interview so much that he put it in is it the Roxy in LA? The Roxy.
Yeah.
So he was friends with the owner of the Roxy, and in the lobby of the Roxy, they hung up the whole interview with the cover of the magazine.
Wow.
Yeah. And then Chuck started months, even I think a year or two later, Chuck said, I need more copies of that issue. I said, Chuck, we don't have any more. I said, we're weekly and we don't keep a lot in stock. He goes, well, can you print more? I said, no, I said, Chuck, it doesn't work like that. I said, it's thousands and thousands of dollars to print an issue. I said, we can't just go back and print.
Did you record the audio?
Oh, I had, yes, I had everything.
It's like you could have transcripted it for him. Like, what's the difference? You might as well, he wants the issue. He wants to hang it up.
I'm sure I have to check and see if I have his in, because someone asked me, why didn't you put him in your book? And I was like, I thought about it, but then if there's one person in the book who he doesn't like, and I put him in a book with that person
retroactively,
I wouldn't, you don't know what's going to set Chuck up. So I said, it's just leave it alone. Leave it alone.
Yeah.
Don't like Lonnie said, don't open doors, unless you're sure if they're not going to shut, on your finger.
Yeah, it's because he's got so much history and great stuff that you attempted. And is it worth it in the end?
Dennis Rodman's girlfriend, I interviewed her once. She worked at Scores, and the interview ran in Hampton's magazine. and she was very angry about it. She didn't like it, the interview. So she said to me that she talked to Chuck, and Chuck's going to take care of me. That she's going to have Chuck Zito take care of me. So, and I'm thinking, oh, fuck, what kind of relationship does he have with Chuck Zito? So I actually called Chuck, and he was at an airport in Atlanta. And I said, Chuck, it's Chauncey. He goes, hey, man, what's going on? I said, Chuck, I got to ask you a question. Are you supposed to beat me up? I said, he goes, what are you talking about? I said, Stacey Yarborough just called and said she spoke to you about taking care of me because she doesn't like the article that I did on her in Hamptons magazine. And he started laughing. He goes, Chauncey, he goes, and this is when he was on Oz. He goes, I'm a big star now. He goes, I can't go around beating you up. Because it wouldn't be good for my career.
You gotta fight Adebisi.
Yeah, he said, no, I think you're safe. You're safe. Don't worry.
Well, I always wondered this, Chauncey. I'm sure you know the answer to this. What did Howard ever approach Chuck to do security for him on the show?
I don't know, but I don't think Chuck. That would be kind
Would
of.
he not want a regular schedule like that? Is that?
Yeah, like I couldn't see. I don't know. I don't want to speak for Chuck, but I don't see that happening. Chuck is again too much of a star himself.
Too independent. I mean? He's like he doesn't want to be.
That would be like Brad Pitt watching George Clooney as a security. Like it's the two bigger personalities.
But he was security for Sean Penn. Let me see if I can get it. Charlie Sheen.
Yeah.
Pamela Anderson.
Yeah.
I want to say Bon Jovi.
The first one was Liza Minnelli.
Liza Minnelli. Yeah. So there's just like a crazy list of. I just.
Do you know he went to prison? In Japan.
In Japan, yeah, we went over that on here.
Yeah.
Once. Yep.
Yeah, he was in jail in Japan for.
I know. You ever see Fred on Law and Order, Chauncey?
No.
This actor, it's terrible.
I never saw that.
Yeah, Ida says I so agree. Fred's temper is so quick. He reacts so quickly. It's just scary on all levels. There's no sense of humor about himself.
And then Mr. Apple Polisher.
Oh, Jesus.
I got this for you, teacher. Look at me.
All right, Doug, what is it, Richie?
Listen, I think I'm not going to take away that Jason's a hard worker and he cares a lot. But as far as sucking ass and being the biggest ass kisser I've ever seen,
who's he a kiss ass to?
Like it.
Who?
You. Me?
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, tendrils. We easily have enough for another Ralph show. Easily. I mean, I can go many, many episodes.
Oh,
wasn't
God.
Sorry, just on the last thing, wasn't Fred in the original Miss Howard Stern, that Elaine Marks woman? Didn't Fred do a movie with her? At some
Elaine
point?
Beastie. Elaine Beastie.
She had the weird voice. She won in like '94. She won the first like Miss Howard Stern pageant.
That was Elena Beastie.
Okay, that's right. Yeah.
Are you thinking of Jackie or Fred?
I could be misremembering everything about.
No, that's it. No, he did a couple.
It's unbelievable. During the
Jason, I'll say this about Jason: he sucks the best ass. You know why?
Because you don't know
because he works.
No, you know during the commercial break.
He works.
Who doesn't?
He's become very valuable to me.
No.
You guys
I'm not
don't look
taking
like
away
you're
from
working.
that. I'm just saying that he's such a kiss ass.
What does he do?
I don't even detect.
See, I don't get that as much as these guys say. I think he works so hard that he's got the information. So maybe if he's chiming.
Have you ever heard Howard say you kiss my ass too much? Has he ever? There is no limit to that, right? I don't think I've ever heard him get mad at someone. That's the game here. It's really scary. At one point,
that's his
say,
blind spot for sure.
Yeah, has make Howard happy, and I believe that's said, and that's now on the wall at Sirius. Marci had it written out. Marci Turk had it. Make Howard happy, and they have to. That's the goal for everybody there.
God.
No matter how bad the show is, the goal is to just Howard works as little as possible and makes all the money.
But his criticism, his criticism is always the opposite. Like, you don't do, yelling at Ganji because you weren't willing to drive out to my house to pick up videotapes, and Ralph is. He's
when he recorded over Seinfeld with
right.
Yeah. And he brought it to.
He's motivated. He can go get it.
You could say, I have to go to the bathroom, and he'll break out the hysterical laugh.
There's nothing you could say that he won't agree.
Anybody back there can come in and back it up.
Yeah, Crystalopolis. They do write their own songs. I made this line up, and I made pretend D. Snyder said it, and I sent it to D. Snyder on Twitter. But I said that King Norris is the rock and roll equivalent to New Balance walking sneakers. It's as mediocre and as banal and as you could possibly get. Forgettable
Background music in a pub. Like if you're having
Yes.
dinner in a pub, they could play during your dinner.
Simon Cowell said exactly that, John. They came in for that. Simon Cowell did kind of like an American Idol thing with Fred and John, and John won. And
I was in studio that day. I was.
Oh, okay. Jesus, did you watch that in the studio?
That was my week. That was my week to play John's job.
Okay. Now remind me, I got to give you your whole week together. I'm going to put it all together in video form.
By the way, I remember on an old show, Benjamin said that King Norris is the poor man's 7 Mary 3.
Yeah.
7 Mary 3.
We got to get you. Somebody was asking me to have Benjamin on. We got to get you and Benjamin on the show because you're like kind of baby Benjamin, and just sit back and listen to you two.
I want to bounce my.
each other.
I want to bounce my theories off of him a little bit. Just some. Yeah. Anyway,
he can be kind of prickly though. Yeah. He's not like fun. Like you never know, but not prickly like Fred, but he can be prickly.
Right, I can change my delivery approach with people. So
Ryan, we'll come in and back that.
I find it so funny.
Wait, Fred, you just been bad.
How's he so right? Fred thinks he's way more talented than he really is. He just cashes those checks, I know, but he holds on, like Chauncey said, he holds on to this thing that he's way more talented than this show can deliver, but won't do a goddamn thing about it.
Well, and he thinks he's going to go down in history in like the big book of Second Bananas. You know, he's like right up there with Ed McMahon and Andy.
But isn't it
Richter.
easier to be that guy, Davyd? That I should have been, or I could do this, I could have done this. Isn't it then to not even try, because you can always sit on that perch and you can second guess. I could have done this, like when I was doing this. Well, you know what I mean? Like it's easier to not try.
Well,
because
it reminds me of a radio host who didn't take a role in Transformers because it's easier to shit on it.
Somebody wrote it might have been Reddit or something, that Howard turned down a cameo on Entourage because he was working on Rock and Roll High School or Porky's or some shit, and it never came in. Like Kevin Connolly and Marky Mark came in to promote Entourage, and he was like, "No, I'm working on Rock and Roll High School, high school years, Howard Stern high school years."
Yeah. Which
Jason, do you see that?
What, the suck ass stuff?
Yeah,
I've heard reports. Yeah.
But have you seen that?
That was John.
I'm not big rap. I'm not joking. No, I actually have seen him flip flop from time to time. It's like he's been like, oh yes,
Scott, go ahead.
I was waiting for Depace to walk in here.
Besides politically, I can't stand him. In Vegas, there was a story where Gary had something to do with.
Pell is from ESPN town, Bristol, Connecticut. Wow.
Where
I knew Pell was from
Aaron
Bristol.
Hernandez.
Yes, Aaron Hernandez. That's such a crazy story. It's almost like OJ. It's like way worse than OJ.
That documentary was amazing.
It really was. It's insane, that Aaron Hernandez stuff.
I watched that a couple of times. How could it just doesn't make any sense. You could be that good and that rich and be that crazy.
I know. They finally made Aaron Hernandez jokes at the Tom Brady roast in front of him and Belichick. It was like the first time anybody ever brought it up.
Tom Brady got upset about it.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
I think he was taking care of Artie that night. And Jason,
sorry,
babysitting Artie.
Yeah. So we had to have a little post-mortem meeting, and Jason decided to take this meeting on, and he just starts yelling out, barking out orders, and asking engineer stuff.
Love it.
Taking charge, and all of us who've worked here for 10 years.
What does that mean, though?
Love it.
Vic, I heard about this.
He took control of the meeting.
I couldn't be there. I was with Artie. That's exactly it. We had a meeting in my room. So I said, Jason, get the meeting started. I'll be there. And I think people were offended, like, who the hell is Jason to start a meeting? But
Jason is now a full-time producer, and I'm going to give him a promotion. What is your title on the show?
Hold on.
What is your title, Scott?
Wait a minute.
What is your title? Director? You are.
So they're all angling, and they're pissed at Jason because they just see him starting this Iago stuff. My name. I call into back office radio. Hopefully we get to it on this. I call into back office radio. My name is Iago in Franklin Square. And it's a double meaning, that it's a friend of my cousin's who is this guy, where he'll stab you in the back at the office to get his way and do it sort of behind the scenes. This is what Jason is. So my name was as a dig on Jason, but he didn't know what it meant. It was like from Othello. Iago from Franklin Square. Yeah.
That's awesome.
And Nobody would. Go ahead, Davyd.
I'm sorry. These were the best fights, by the way, where it's like the elephant in the room is that Howard is easily manipulated by someone who is a kiss ass, but they can't say that. They can only blame the kiss ass for kissing ass, you know?
Yep. It is a tough. Yes. Yes.
And then they attack. They circle the wagons
Right.
and begin to attack.
Exactly.
And Jason knew the angle to go to. He was probably told, I'm sure, that he was kind of brought along by Gary and saying, like, this is how, this is how you get hired. This is what you do. And the whole job that he took it very serious is to make Howard happy and kiss his ass.
Right.
He does not waver from that. He does not sway off it. He stays on tap. And that's, nobody can hold that up for long enough. Eventually you'll snap, or you just feel like a sellout, or you're betraying your own personality, or you feel like a lemming. He doesn't care. He's told himself, this is how I'm going to get, hired or promoted.
I will give Jason that, as much as I think he is not a good person, I think he's smarter than everyone else there and knows, like, if I am visually rattled on the air, then they've got me. So let me, fine, hurl all the fat jokes at me that you want, or jokes that I'm on antidepressants or whatever. It's not going to stop me like it stops like a Scott Depace, who, Jason can just keep needling and he's just going to keep blowing up,
Plus, he's genuinely like a super fan. So he's worshiping Howard at the same time, and he can keep that up. And it's very easy to capitulate to, or kowtow to, or lord. He's going to lord over you, and you're going to, if you actually do worship that person.
Right.
And so he knew, being a fan, he kind of came in there kind of armed. Well, those other guys it was trial by fire. They watched the show develop as they worked on it. But Jason could be a fan for many years before that and go, "Oh, this is what you do."
And as a super fan, he probably thinks it's like a badge of honor that, not only am I having fat jokes hurled at me, it's on the Howard Stern show where they're always hurling fat jokes, and I'm now one of the recipients. I'm in that Hall of Fame,
The cheat code is you have to embrace, and Chauncey does this all the time. You embrace your peccadillos. You make fun of yourself before they can do it, and they're completely disarmed. And that's
so much time.
That's his cheat code.
And there's one other thing. I would say all of the people associated with the Stern Show are broken.
Yeah.
There's a
misfit toys.
They're all misfit toys. They're all broken, and they're all seeking love and approval.
Yep.
A normal person couldn't do that. A normal person couldn't go to that show every day and work there. You wouldn't last 3 days.
Well, you're describing Artie.
Well, yes.
I think that grated on him as time went on. Exactly what you're describing.
Yeah. Yeah.
At one point, he idolized Howard, then he just couldn't maintain that level of idolatry.
You want to be noticed. You want to be loved. You want his attention. And you'll do anything to get it. And everything, the universe in that studio revolves around that. It revolves around Howard noticing me, Howard liking me, Howard applauding me. And if he yells at me or shows disapproval, I'm broken. I'm completely devastated and broken. And I think that's the mindset of every person associated with the show.
There's no other way to get promoted. There's nothing else you could do. It doesn't matter. He doesn't care about talent. He doesn't care about, it's like what they say about Trump, right? Like right now, that it's loyalty, it is kissing my ass, and that's who I hire. I don't care. In Howard's case, it doesn't matter if you're talented. He's not looking for that. He wants lemmings. He wants people he can mold. And that's why it always ends badly. If you have a semblance of talent, you think you're gonna, and maybe you do, like a Billy West or whatever. It's not, he cannot be upstaged by these people. And so it's the Jasons of the world that can maintain.
They got to be serfs. They got to be willing to be serfs and just do his bidding, and even at your own expense. That's the cost. That's the cost of being there, to be a serf and
at the sabotaging your own career after the show, because you can't. How does this show translate to anything else in show business?
Yeah, Exactly. There's nothing
Right?
like
How
it.
could you use this to go as a stepping stone to what else could you possibly do to translate this to
People
anything?
would ask me that all the time. Chauncey, why do you do it? Why do you do it? Why do you go in there? But at least I had a logical reason. Is that I was making millions of dollars in
Yeah.
ad sales from stepping out.
Yep.
That we were getting ads from Budweiser. I mean, national brands were advertising in a penny saver and paying a fortune to be in it on a weekly basis. We weren't a monthly. So I was making tons of money every time he said stepping out. It was like ching ching.
No doubt. No doubt.
So
We all are that awareness, like what stepping out was. I
yeah,
mean,
it
who
was
would know
money
what
for
it
me.
was? Yep. Oh,
It was money. It wasn't me
brilliant.
looking for Howard's approval. It was me willing to sacrifice myself to lay on a grenade.
But you
So-
contributed tons to the show, though. At the same time, you really did, and we're trying to validate that here. As I think people
done it.
don't realize how much. I know. I just honestly, every day I stumble onto more shit, and it was a great two-way street. And you're the only one that can say that I actually used it like they used me. It's very difficult to say that.
And it's hard. See, it was hard. People couldn't use the show like I did. Howard was too smart for that. Like if you were an actor, you couldn't come on every single time you wanted to promote something. If you were a comedian, you couldn't come on and promote every place you were playing. Maybe once every couple of months she'd let you. But I could come on almost every single day and have the name Stepping Out sit over there. Think how much money that was worth in ad dollars over 20 years.
Because of the tri-state area too, that you're local. You know, you're in North Jersey and it's not far away from where they are, and that was instrumental to your brand.
I could show up there, and it wasn't even just the ad dollars. It was my own career as a journalist and gossip reporter. I got jobs from it. I got Penthouse Magazine hired me to be the senior editor because of my name, because they wanted the name Chauncey Hayden in Penthouse Magazine.
Freelancing for these, and they had a huge readership back then. I read Playboy. I read it. I actually read it. I read the interviews.
Penthouse was as big as Playboy in the 90s, if not bigger.
I think so.
They were so big at that point with Bob Guccione and the Hugh Hefner wars. You could make a doc. I think they did make a documentary about it. You certainly could.
There's a clip I have about you going to Guccione's house. I think
I always went there.
I didn't get it
was
yet.
It the one with the broken turtle?
Yeah. It was something I glossed over because it wasn't germane to what we were doing. But I'm going to go back and get it again.
Because the story was that the Playboy, the rabbit was the logo, the mascot, the rabbit, horny rabbit, making more rabbits. But with Bob Guccione to needle Hugh Hefner, his logo was the turtle, because if you know the story about the turtle and the hare, where the turtle just slowly runs until the rabbit runs out of gas and the turtle beats him. So that was the way of Guccione.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that was the dynamic. I really didn't.
So that was his way of needling Hugh Hefner. And so Bob Guccione's brownstone in the city, which is the biggest per square foot brownstone in all of Manhattan. It's absolutely amazing.
Like Epstein's?
Yeah. There was nothing bigger. It was the biggest in Manhattan.
Oh, I didn't know that.
You walk into the living room and it's a giant Roman pool, like with statues of Roman gods all around it. It was amazing, and he had parties there all the time.
Like Dr. Strange's place in the West Village, for Christ's sake.
Oh, it was amazing. And so the point is, he had this big giant crystal turtle on this podium, this Roman kind of podium in the middle of his marble living room. Everything was marble.
Right.
And I remember I walked by it, and I swear I didn't touch it. I never, not an inch of my body touched it. And for some reason, that thing fell off the podium and shattered this.
That's okay. That's the story I saw. That's it. That's it.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to go get.
It shattered. And I remember each piece of crystal bounced on the marble for it seemed like for 20 minutes.
Okay, that's what I read. That's exactly what I just read.
Yeah. That's a true story.
Oh, that's a great. I gotta. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so tell us. I agree with that. I don't want to sound like cliche. I know people. It's almost like a cliche, or it's like hack. I do know The Sopranos very well. I would love to do that, and I know everyone would think to do it. It seems like there's not a ton of them, and I know that Sharippa does one with. Is it Is it? Oh God, who's
I
Scott says yes.
interviewed
No,
Tripper for Penthouse.
Well, that's interesting because he did that fucking Casino Cinema show with Beth, but he
Yeah.
never was on the Stern Show. Once, not once.
Yeah,
That was
that's
so weird to me. He was
That
on
is weird.
Imus.
That is strange. Maybe that's why.
It is.
Maybe that's why Stern didn't have him on.
It had to be. It had to be.
After the guy from what was it, Creed insulted Beth, or who was?
Oh yeah. That's a whole thing. Oh, that's so great. That's that story, right? The guy from Creed, the lead singer of Creed,
Yes,
kind of
yes,
sexually harassed and was just really rude to Beth, and then Howard went off on him, and that was during that casino. I had that somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Now, first director, Jason.
Like 8
You're
words
second
in the
director.
No, wait a minute. Hold on. Listen to me, man. Your words were start the meeting, and everyone was fine with that. But at some point, It was revamping the entire
Jason's
schedule.
meeting. He was making statements like, "I know what Howard would want, and he wouldn't want
We were
this."
just laughing.
And blah 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 blah. And we were like, Jason, wait, call Gary because he's got the authority. You don't.
No, I am giving him the authority to call all
He's
meetings.
your boss.
He's now your boss. Jason
I quit.
is the boss of Scott
I'm out.
Depace, Doug Goodstein
out,
and Richie.
Swear to God, if you do that.
Richard Murphy.
Hey, Jason.
Okay, this next one kind of is a lot of continuation, a lot of Howard TV coming in. Come on. Edward Rush says he got stupid with Roger Daltrey and Pete Townsend. That's right. G's in the house. Here we go. Next one is Fred Lexapro, Jason. Reveal. I'm sorry. Give me 1 second here. I'm looking at this. Louis. Okay, right. Okay, I think this is Chaunce. No, Chauncey's coming after this. This is a little before Chauncey.
The conversation we had a couple of months ago about why you become more assertive. Is that okay to talk about?
Yeah.
Okay, this is great.
Oh, the Lexapro.
This is the Lexapro reveal, and then he's in on this. Chauncey piggybacks on this after. So this is Jason's first tryst with Lexapro, and they all sense there's something different about this guy. He's obscenely confident and abrasive and brazen, and he's trying too hard. And what is this false confidence almost? Where does he get it from?
So we had a couple of months ago about why you become more assertive. Is that okay to talk about?
Yeah.
So
John left.
John left. No.
John left.
Hold on. No, you're wrong. You're going to love this. Jason comes to me about 4.
So they think that when John left, Jason's like, well, I'm going to jump in his grave. John's still friends with them to this day. I'm not sure whether. Oh, Mitch Fatel. Thank you, Tone God. Mitch Fatel was the guy that Fred.
Right.
Yeah, he was an intern. Thank you, Tone Coat.
4 or 5 months ago.
Go ahead.
And he says, listen, I want to tell you something. So I had a thing that changed in my life, and you might see some change in my behavior, and I just want to tell you about it. I said, okay.
You gained 50
so he said,
pounds?
no, I started, he goes, listen, I have these thoughts in my head, and I want to be more assertive and everything. He goes, but I'm too shy.
Right.
So he started taking some drug that was prescribed to him. And he goes, now what you're saying, this is the real Jason.
This is the drug, Jason.
Does that make you more observant?
That's not why. The elongate. I started taking antidepressants.
Right. You might have told more than he wanted you to tell.
So Jason will not say the name of the drug. He got it prescribed to him by his general physician, not a psychiatrist. And so Chauncey's listening to this, picking up on it and going, holy shit, whoa, that sounds kind of familiar. Yeah, Zemprick, that's pretty good. So listen to this.
It had nothing to do with me wanting to become more assertive, but I noticed that what happened was the antidepressants stripped away a lot of the fear I used to have.
Right,
and
right.
I felt,
You're on antidepressants?
Yeah.
Wow.
Can I say something?
Can I ask you a question, Jim?
I like the new you.
Thank you.
I saw the new you, though. He's the same old guy, only on drugs.
You're a hard worker.
Oh, no, he was all drugged up.
I didn't know.
That's good. And take double the amount of whatever you take.
Yeah.
Gary, I want to.
I'm gonna wait for the Chauncey reveal until they play it. I'm gonna play it first. So after that, we go on, and then this is Doug Goodstein going off on Jason again. Chauncey's next.
There is everyone in this room who works just as hard as Jason. Jason works hard to make it known. I'm the behind the scenes guy.
I don't agree.
Oh, come on. When has he ever? I
think he boasts his own. He toots his own horn. I do.
First of all, what's wrong with it?
So Goodstein's accusing Jason of he will only work hard if his superiors know about it. So it's almost like the guy who fake works when the boss comes by, and I'm going to put I don't care what happens here. I don't care about I just want you to see it, that I'm doing it, so I get the credit for it. I don't care about the product.
And on top of that, throws everyone else under the bus as if they weren't working hard the whole time.
And you know he's doing it, and you know that he has all their DMs, and he's ripping them behind their back. As soon as they walk out of the room, he's throwing them under the bus. Right. And every office has that guy.
Yeah.
Iago, that's the snitch.
Especially on the Stern Show.
Especially on this show.
Yeah.
Second of all,
welcome, sweet Lou. Can I taste your juice?
Work my ass off, but I don't say, "Hey, look what I did! Look what I did! Pay attention to me. Let me write an article for the website to
write an article."
But I wrote an article and submitted it. What is wrong with that? That's me boasting?
Some of those articles are silly. The Scores ones are embarrassing.
Yeah. He claims he likes to get.
Chaunce, he wrote an article on Scores. Did you get to read that? Jason did.
No, did he?
Okay, yeah. Apparently, he went in there and wrote an observational piece. I thought maybe if you saw it. Did you ever see Jason at Scores?
No, he wasn't a regular. He wasn't one of those guys that hung out there.
He probably just missed it.
Can we find these articles like in the Wayback Machine or Internet Archive or anything?
They destroy everything on that sheet. Remember, Howard's got the worst internet presence like back then. Remember the bulletin board, Chauncey, that he couldn't handle it for 2 weeks?
Oh, I loved it.
You were all over that.
I was all over it.
I think you were the first one to make it safe for people, like, because nobody wanted to go on it. You were just on there interacting with everybody, and they're like, "Oh," and then like Howard couldn't handle it. It was just too on. It was just too transparent. He just
I was taking pictures of my wiener and putting it on. I was doing.
It almost killed the Stern Fan Network. You remember that? Remember SFN got so irrelevant because everybody had flocked to that because all the people from the Stern Show were posting on it, and they couldn't handle the level of on. Like Vinny Favali was on it, Stamos was on it.
Yeah.
Crystallopoulos, I agree with you. Chauncey's level of honesty is fantastic. Yeah, it's just there's no places he won't go, and that's why he's the best guest.
His nipples played with.
I didn't read that part.
I didn't claim I like to have my nipples played with. It was a play on words. I like having my nipples played with.
Thank you, Tonecott. We were looking for you last week, right, Davyd?
Yeah.
So Tonecott says, Tonecott, could you come on and give it? So Jason went to my high school, Roxbury High School. He graduated in '97. I graduated in '99. He was unassuming kid. He was the editor of the school newspaper and had 2 issues a year. Wow. Do you know him enough, Tonecott, to speak? You don't have to come on. I'm just saying. I couldn't remember who it was, and it was you. I thought it was Pellel, but it was you. Thank you, Tonecott. That's crazy. And he went to Rutgers, right? College. He's originally from Southern California, which is a lot of people don't realize.
Who? Jason's from California?
Jason's originally from SoCal, yeah.
And now he's a Jersey
New
guy.
Jersey. Yep.
Wow.
He's so New Jersey, I know.
I tell you, Jason again.
That kid's an ass.
Jason again. I like
you. Like to get your nipples played with?
But while we're on the topic, I think Jason just didn't get it.
Okay, so Tonecott goes on to say he had an edgy front page article about making fun of goth kids and jock types or something like that. So that's like, kind of a Columbine. What year was Columbine, guys? 99. So that's before Columbine.
But also you can tell that Jason, like, he's trying to be the Howard Stern of his high school through a newspaper, like.
Yeah. And then when you hear Back Office Radio, and we'll probably get to that here, you'll see that he took the best parts of Howard and took it to Back Office Radio. And that at that point, the Stern Show is becoming neutered. Howard's like really losing his edge in a big way in those years. You could feel, the questions are less edgy. Not that he's trying to angle with celebrities, but this show is slower. He's just not, it's all the edge is gone. And Jason obviously missed that. And that's what became Back Office Radio, which when I listened to it the other day, I cannot tell you how good that was. It could have been, they literally could take that show when Howard goes away, put Jason and Will back in that spot, and I would resubscribe. It's that good. They didn't give a shit. It's like the way, and again, it'll go back to Lexapro, but he's really what Chauncey is to like the gossip world. It's just a complete, I don't give a insouciance. I don't care. Say whatever I want.
Not protecting any image or
no anonymity. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I really wonder when Howard dies, if a Jason or whoever will sort of take to YouTube and do their own Stern hater podcast, or they're no longer under an NDA, and
Well, it was you that really drove that point home a bunch of times. It must kill them Chauncey, right? There's such attention whores. Everybody on this show, it's not a love for radio. It's you just want to be in show business, and this is the only. We call them Mr. Toys, and this is the only place that accepted you. It's not that you love the art of radio. You just want to be famous. You want to get laid. A guy like J.D. Harmeyer wants to get laid using this show. It doesn't.
But
no
it's got to be
passion.
it's got to be frustrating for them because the show is so unpopular now that now they're third wheels on a show where the star is a third wheel.
This isn't what they said. They thought They thought it was
right.
gonna...
It's not 1995 anymore. So it's gotta suck that you still have to kiss the ring and you still have to do all the hoops and things.
And Chauncey, you can't use this to branch off into because he doesn't allow them. They're not allowed to even do a podcast appearance, Chauncey.
No, they can't do anything. They can't do anything. And when Howard's gone, no one's going to care or want to know who they are.
It's already we've gone over this, and I think you probably back me up, and I think you guys agree. The bad years of this show are now tantamount to the good years. He's destroying his legacy in such a way that the bad years are really piling up now. And it's not like you go, oh, well, God, he's so many good years in him. It's close now.
It's really, it's like Alex Rodriguez, and he's playing on he's going about 20 years too long.
Yep. And you can't even remember when it was good anymore.
Grillo wrote a book recently, and it's not it's a pretty good book for Grillo.
You read the whole thing?
I read the whole thing, and the problem is he's going to have a hard time selling it because no one is really.
I know. They missed the window of when
they missed the window. It would have been great in 2000. That book would have been a bestseller. But Howard would have been talking about it. Anybody would want to hear what Grillo said. But in 2025, Grillo.
Oh, Chauncey, Howard himself couldn't sell his own book. No. He stole the title from Jackie Comes Again, and he does the laziest thing. He basically transcript. It would kind of like what you did with the comedy book, but he did this thing where he transcripted his own interviews. And this half-baked piece of shit comes out. Vinny Favale ghost wrote it for him, and it's transcripted. And it did so bad, he stopped talking about it.
It doesn't even talk about it.
Yeah.
It's humiliating. Yeah.
So he can't even sell his own book. And what Davyd said is, these guys are such attention whores as it is. They must drive them crazy because they were promised the Howard 100 101 that they're going to be able to cultivate their own ideas and shows, and that now has all been taken away, and they're not allowed to do podcasts to scratch that attention itch that they all crave so much. And the years are ticking by, and now these guys are in their 50s and 60s and late 40s, and there's nothing after this.
There's nothing after it. Just less and less and less. It just gets less and less and less. And they're watching what they had these high hopes for, just fading and fading.
And they can't quit because they can't.
Where are they going to go? Where are they going to go? The Joe Rogan show? Is he going to hire them?
Well, that's what Davyd said, that there was a window where they could have quit. Like everyone says Sal. I don't believe Sal and Richard's show would be crap. They're not good in the long run. What are they going to talk about? Let's just say that
they're funny when Howard thinks of a way to make them funny.
Right.
No one's going to listen to Sal and Richard on their own.
They're both really stupid. So let's just use them, for example, right? Let's say that they got into the podcast explosion. They both looked at each other and said, you know what, dude, this is going nowhere. Let's just quit. 2000, like when Artie quit, they quit. And they go, let's start our own podcast. And that was early enough. Like if you did it back like in 2010, that you could gain like a pretty decent, like someone like fucking Theo Von. Who knew who that was? They could, what Rogan, there were some really, really lowbrow names that made a successful podcast, and they could have gotten out then, but they missed the window. They all missed it.
Well,
they did miss it. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I just was going to say, like, I also look at in 2006, YouTube starts and Howard goes to Sirius. You have a choice, satellite radio or YouTube. What medium is going to be the launch of your career? And to some extent, I understand I'm attached to the Stern brand, and maybe there was still some notoriety around it. So why wouldn't I go that route and not go the YouTube route? But it was a trick, you know.
You didn't because you didn't listen to my Fox News segment,
That's right.
where I specifically and clearly stated to the world that Sirius satellite radio was antiquated technology.
Even then.
And that was not the future. That podcast and individual shows that anyone could do was the future. And the future was just around the corner. And if you're buying into Sirius, you're buying into horseshoes in an age of flying saucers. Right. And I couldn't have been more clear about it. And it was right. It was true.
Yeah, it's Tone Cut says Jason also went to Rutgers, and he had some show on the Livingston campus radio, which wasn't even in the main campus station, and it had a range of about 3 square miles. Oh my, I'd love to hear that show.
Oh my God.
Pension when he was younger, and he's like at a very cool spot. It's a very high exposure place. He's getting.
Sure, you're not talking about you?
I'm not talking myself. Did you see me writing articles and putting my picture on?
No, you just agree to manage every guest that comes in here.
Name one besides Hank, you big fat Jew slob.
Whoa! Doug Goodstein, who is Jewish, with an anti-Semitic. Look at that.
Jew on Jew crime.
Listen to this again. That's a great drop on if you're listening. I don't know.
Name one besides Hank, you big fat Jew slob.
That blonde girl that was in your last.
Oh my!
What is that?
Wait, I was going to say that.
Thank you, Brendan. So Zito was actually a bodyguard for Mike Tyson as well.
Yeah, they're buddies. They're buddies.
They're buddies. It's.
Say that. Big fat Jew slob. Name one other. Go ahead.
Jeff the Drunk.
Wow. I don't manage Jeff the Drunk.
You tried to. You made a website for him.
I did not. I put him in touch with the guy because you want.
So it's a lot of screaming over each other, but if you can't follow it, Jason's accusing Doug Goodstein of taking individual personalities that come on the show, taking them behind the scenes, say, hey, I think we could tour. I could be your manager. And so like your Beetlejuices, your Hanks and stuff like that. And he did go on to do that. Almost like a side hustle.
He was like a proto Shuley in some ways. Like
yeah. I like Goodstein though, because he had the balls to hit back on Howard, and I like him. He stuck up for himself when
that's why he was fired.
That's exactly right.
That's why he's not there now.
Huck Finn 83 says Howard security is like what protects the head of state. It's worse than that. It's a team. I saw Trump the other day. Howard has 3 times the security of Trump. I don't know where was he going? I forget where he was walking to, but there was nobody around him. Like, shouldn't they be? And the whole shooting thing in Pennsylvania. He doesn't. I mean, it's like it's insane how delusional he is. Like, I remember Opie saying, no one's looking for you, pal. You're walking up and down the halls with 10 security guards. No one's looking at you're not stopped. No one's looking for you. You can't get arrested. It's like he's bringing more attention to himself with the ridiculous, SEAL Team Sex, we call it.
But you know what it was? If with the way Howard marketed himself, it all would have came crashing down. If some guy walked up and punched him in the face or kicked him in the ass, the whole mystique of Howard would be out the window.
Yep.
He had to live in a bubble. He had to live in a bubble to be Howard Stern. He couldn't have a real life situation ever, because it would crumble. His image would crumble.
There's nothing relatable. Like, he likes that. He likes when you call him out of touch. He likes that he's unrelatable. He loves humble bragging that he doesn't know how to do things, and I can't.
Yeah.
He loves that. It's not. He's not. It's not self-deprecation. It's an elitist, knee-jerk reaction he has where he wants to make it look.
I'm a king. I'm a king, and the king wouldn't know how to pick mushrooms or to mop the floor. The king doesn't do that.
And that shit's been going on since the 80s. You can go back to the 80s. He hasn't done any normal shit.
I don't leave my room. I sit in my office and I create and I watch porn. And,
I also think that he can't be in a real life situation because he's a blank canvas. He needs to be created by D. Snyder or Ralph or John Varvatos, or he's only as good as his last conversation. So, as you say, Chauncey, like the mystique of Howard having like a quick answer for everything, and he's combative and he's opinionated and he's got a personality he doesn't. And if you met him in real life, I'm sure that would be very apparent very quickly.
Yeah, he's terrified of that facade being revealed. That's absolutely true. Yes. He's really boring, and he just does no,
Run down the 9/11 ground zero and start bragging about how you're down there.
Who bragged about it?
You're crazy.
Where did I brag?
You didn't show up for work.
I didn't do anything to brag about it, you
Jew jerk.
Give me those boxes.
Jew blob.
Jew slob.
You skinny Jew bastard.
I went out there for a
No, and who was the girl he had sleeping over in his apartment because he had to take care of her? Yeah, you.
No, that was that girl who was here just recently.
Christolopoulos plays you a compliment here. This is good. Davyd, you're like an anchor of truth and clarity. You get to the point surgically.
I like that
That's really
spelling
good.
of the name, too, with the 0.
I do too. What is George Will up to?
Maze and an emphatic stroke of Byzantine whimsy.
No. The other rap is that because I've heard this one in the office.
She slept in my apartment? What are you, high?
No, you tried to manage her.
No, I didn't.
This is getting ugly.
I heard a report.
You got your report from Chauncey, you dummy.
Do you remember this, Chauncey? Do you remember you giving them dirt? So Jason's saying, Goodstein is saying that you're the mole, that you're giving Jason ammunition on these other guys.
That's not true. I would keep it for myself. Why would I give it to Jason?
I guess it's just like subtle things that they could use on the air that they may not.
I think Jason was copying my style.
I think so.
Jason was stealing my material, but I wasn't helping him. I would do it for myself, not Jason.
That's so fun. That's so
Chauncey.
Here's a
just recently.
No. The other rap is that because I've heard this one in the office.
She slept in my apartment? What are you, high?
No, you tried to manage her.
No, I didn't.
This is getting ugly.
I heard a report.
You got your report from Chauncey, you dummy.
Chauncey.
Here's the one I got. I heard that Doug befriends some of the guests.
Okay. If I'm reading between and we have the actual guy here. This woman was probably a stripper. And Chauncey got dirt that Goodstein was asking to manage her from the stripper. So Chauncey had gone probably to Scores, and this girl's dancing and tells Chauncey, Doug Goodstein wants to manage me. And then Chauncey tells Jason this. This is how I'm interpreting that.
That would never happen because I would call Howard and say, listen, I got some dirt on Goodstein. The guy's out there trying to start his own business of managing your whack pack. Right. That would be what I would do. But I wouldn't give that to Jason to do.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Well, you call in after this because Melvin, that's perfect. Don't meet your heroes is exactly what the lesson to be learned.
Yeah.
The hard learned lesson of Sal and Richard.
All of them.
Every day for the rest of their lives.
Jason's another one of those losers who got lucky enough to sit at the cool kids' lunch table. Yeah, he'll do anything. He's just him in high school is fascinating with Tone Cot, actually.
This is what I heard in the office, and that Doug and his wife went out to dinner with Tabitha the night before. She came on the show, and that they're very good friends with her. And at one point, they said something that Tabitha did, and Doug goes, "No, Tabitha wouldn't do that." Yeah.
Gary, you big fat Jew slob.
That's a great parallel, Artie. When did he realize that "Don't Meet Your Hero" was applicable to him? At what point? Well, it's easy to say when he, the whole thing when he left in 2009, but I'm sure it was realized before that. I'm going to say early Sirius when Artie
realized. When Artie had the Artie Quitter podcast, he had Jackie on, and he said to Jackie,
"That was a good show." I heard that too. That was a good show.
Right, and he said to Jackie, for years I thought I was obsessed with the comedy of Howard, but it really was Jackie.
Yes.
He was able to sort of delineate at some point that the guy who is the mouthpiece for all these quick jokes is not the one who's coming up with it,
It's the Wizard of Oz.
It's a Wizard of Oz. He is the Oz.
You pull the curtain and then you see who Howard really is.
Right.
If what Davyd's talking about is, if you get a chance, I'm sure I have it somewhere. You could definitely get it. I know I can get it. Jackie was on Artie's Quitter podcast, and it was probably 2 hours, and it's a
I remember that. I remember it.
It was really good
appearance.
Yeah.
It was just the directions that they went, just full blown transparency and just letting it in. Artie, it turned on Howard full on at that point, and it's a great show. And Jackie was really smitten with I don't think Jackie's ever been really properly complimented like that. You know,
Right,
I think it really made him feel
Getting his
good.
due, right?
Yep.
Well, it became safe to say the truth. That's the thing that drives me crazy about the Howard Stern show. If they needed Howard to love them, they would just destroy you regardless of the truth.
Yep.
You know, and it isn't until you're banned from the show that you can begin to speak the truth. And it was so frustrating to see that phoniness, you know?
Yep.
It used to drive me crazy.
I know. You could tell. I know. Well, we're going to get to what. Tonecott says, my sister recognizes Chauncey more from Steppin' Out magazine than the Stern Show. She's
great.
always had the latest issue. I remember the Aquarium was another magazine that I would check out for the local shows in the area. I wish I got it in Long Island. Did you ever think about branching out to Long Island, Chauncey?
No, we did branch out to Manhattan for a while. We started a Stepping Out just for New York City. And we did that for a couple of years, actually.
I think it would have worked on Long Island. It's like there are a lot of similarities between Jersey and Long Island. I think it would work.
It might have. You guys didn't have anything like Stepping Out there in the bars?
Nope.
No.
There's nothing like Stepping Out, Chauncey. There's not. George Mack is the closest thing.
No.
That's fine. That's fine. Tabitha's been asking me for years to go out. So she had her.
Oh, I was thinking of this before I forget, Chauncey. You know, Eminem was on the Stern Show twice.
Yeah.
In the late 90s. Did you get to talk to him, Chauncey? Did you call in with anything on him?
I don't think so. If I did, I don't recall.
I don't know why because he's such a mysterious guy. He's really like so bizarre. He's so aloof, and you don't see interviews with him anymore.
No.
And I'm just curious. I want to kind of look at that.
He's got the beard now. He doesn't even look like it looks so different now.
Dark hair. I
think
his mom died a few weeks ago.
She did, yeah.
Marshall Mathers.
Boyfriend, and she said, "Let's go out." And I went out to dinner. What's the big deal? There's no agenda. Put her on the phone. Ask her if I ever asked Tabitha anything.
You go out with a lot of the guests of the show.
Oh, name.
Hank the Dwarf.
Tabitha,
Jeff
I
the
went
Drunk.
out once. I do not.
Set up a website.
Benjamin, that might be the greatest line ever. He goes, Arm had Blacktail magazine subscription for the crossword puzzles.
Blacktail. That's awesome.
How did you know? No, Ben. Bob Guccione is more of a pimp than you. Yes, he was, Chris Stolopoulos. It definitely came off as more of a pimp.
But no. Let me say something about that.
Well,
Hugh Hefner, he made those girls pay. Oh, he paid those girls to live in the Playboy Mansion where he banged them, like a whole bunch of them.
Yeah.
Guccione never did anything like that. Guccione was a married man. He had a wife. He had a wife, and his parties were like black tie cocktail affair. There was blacktail. No, he had nothing like what went on at the Playboy Mansion, where these celebrities were banging these girls in the grotto.
Yeah,
that was pimping. Guccione, he was an artist.
I didn't know that.
He was an amazing artist that painted Picasso kind of art that goes for, thousands and thousands of dollars.
I'm so naive, Chauncey. I didn't even know that the bunny was like rabbits. I didn't realize that that's why Playboy used the bunny. I had no idea.
Yes, because rabbits multiplied. They were always banging each other.
Davyd, did you know that?
I didn't know that, no.
I had no idea. It's because of
the turtle thing, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know any of that.
The turtle thing was to bust his balls because the turtle always beats the rabbit.
Holy shit, I had no idea. Yeah. Gucci, thank you guys. Yeah, Michael Pirioli with Sharippa. They have a really good Sopranos podcast. And I stopped listening to it. Really, COVID destroyed a lot of things in my life, and it really screwed up my podcast rotation. I kind of like lost touch with a lot of things, and that was one of them. I listened. Yeah, it really did. It really did. The Sopranos has been done to death. You're right, Chris. But I like to think I can put a good spin on it. I don't know. I know I can. I think we do with Seinfeld. Welcome, Chubby Pickle. Welcome. Sky Spectre, we said hi to you. Okay.
The guy called me 4,000 times.
Don't set up my website.
Put all these people on the phone. Try to get the dirt. Go ahead.
Jason,
go ahead.
the big fat juice.
There's nothing there. You're walking up the wrong street.
Yes, Ralph. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, real quick. Not only does Doug befriend people, he starts managing them and making deals for them.
Who?
Like
who?
Hank.
I want to manage to get you away from here.
Yeah.
You haven't managed that.
How come you can't manage that?
I've never seen him manage to get a.
Jason actually ended up another guy that he angled, and that he also was smart enough to know if I'm friends with Ralph, then I can use that for promotion. Because Ralph has Howard's ear, and Jason was very close with Ralph, which is bizarre. They did Geek Time together, and they just they were friends. They were good friends. Jason actually respected Ralph.
Well, they both lived close together.
They were very close.
Jason was in Hoboken, and Ralph was in Jersey City.
Jersey City. Geez, with the opening line, like Chauncey, where did Tom Chisano live again?
Oradell,
New Jersey. I always thought he was upstate. I had no idea. I always tried to pick up on where he lived, and I could never. I thought I heard Westchester, but I believe you more than me.
Yeah,
Jesus with a
stylist.
Doug's always angling. But anyway, I'm not there all the time.
You're not. Look at you. Never.
You guys are really failing to make the point against Jason. So he stepped up to the plate when Gary told him to. And Jason just laughs a lot. I mean, I tell him stuff. He's always laughing. He's a fun guy.
The day John left. He's on antidepressants.
Changed. That's the day Chuck started taking the antidepressants.
The day John left. Goddamn giddy.
It sounds like the worst thing that he does is he's just a little aggressive. What's wrong with that?
And you know what? That's the other funny part. If I could tell the second half of the story, when Jason came to me,
I have to say, with Ralph as a caller, he was very good. Chauncey's good at this too, with taking the devil's advocate of going the other direction when it seems like Ralph will go, "Oh no, I think you're missing the point." He actually is a very good caller in that way,
making radio interesting.
Yeah, he was a good caller with like the Hack Pack fight too, kind of defending Artie and everything.
Yeah. Chubby Pickle says on my fourth. Oh wow, on my fourth California run, gotta go. Wow, Chubby, Godspeed. This reminds me, I gotta play this. Sarah's gonna kill me if I don't.
Vinny, it's Mark. Dearest viewers, a new month and a new show. If able, please donate to the Arm Fund, which is how your host gets paid. Super Chat, Venmo, Cash App, or memberships. It all counts. We'll all go. Now put your face in the buttermilk and take a sip. Oh,
yeah, Dell'Abate is right. The internet killed Howard. Full transparency. He can't control the narrative of the internet.
Also, and everybody could be a radio star.
Yep.
Where at the time, to be on Howard was your way to be famous. Now, if you have a cell phone, you can be famous.
Yep.
You don't need Howard Stern to create your image anymore. You can do it yourself and do it much, much better.
It also really cheapens his legacy, right? Because like all these, as he would say, nudniks are going on and having successful podcasts where he thinks you have to abide by the radio pay your dues bullshit.
Right. Howard doesn't seem as talented anymore.
Yes, he doesn't seem as talented.
Because you have a billion people with a billion views making billions of dollars doing whatever the fuck they come up with.
It really does. It cheapens everything he is.
Yes. Yeah.
And if he waited a little bit longer, he never would have gotten that deal because this would have all been there. And it would have been like, we don't need you.
He should have been Joe Rogan. What he should have done is said, I'm going to start my own network on my own
I don't
platform.
need this company.
I don't need.
He's too lazy, Chauncey. He's too lazy. He can't do things on his own. He can't.
No.
You know what I mean? Like,
and he was afraid. He was afraid. I
told
him
fear
what to
too.
do. I
He needs the
told him what to
guaranteed
do.
money. Yeah. He
didn't listen to me.
You were spot on about it. That's just why we defend you to death on here. You were so prophetic.
The reason why he told me about this is he said, I do.
Go ahead, Chauncey. I'm sorry.
Oh, imagine Howard Stern with a YouTube channel.
Yeah. Right. If he got in at the right time,
that he built in 2005 or 6.
Yep.
Can you imagine what it would be like now?
And they have like connections at YouTube too. They have like, fans and they're controlling, they're overlording it where he can do whatever he wants. It would have been insane.
He might have been the next Elon Musk. He could have had, maybe he could have bought X and he could have bought,
He's always going to take the Buchwald safest. He's going to follow the money, but he wants no accountability or risk. Right. So that's some semblance of risk he would have to take. Even though risk is like, he's always going to be wealthier than everybody.
Well,
what's the risk?
His age showed, he didn't have that youthful knowledge and that youthful, adventure spirit where you're going to go out into this new world.
None of that.
He was still like 22 skidoo.
he also
that's what Davyd is.
Right, exactly.
22 Skidoo.
He also, I remember in the early days of YouTube, like he had full discussions about like maybe with Buchwald about like if anyone posts clips from Howard TV, we got to take it down, and it's like no, it's good publicity for the fact that you're on this antiquated technology.
Kids that would never know who you are might become fans.
That's what Opie and Anthony did. They went the other way. They said, no, that's giving us great recognizability on YouTube. Leave him on there. I'm not taking him down. They left it on
How it was delusional. You know, you said something before that's so true. Or somebody sent a text in and said that his girlfriend or his wife knows me more from Stepping Out than Howard Stern show.
That was Tone Cot, yeah.
I was in a Hooters once, and this goes back to like 2010. I was in a Hooters, and the girl serving us, we were a couple of friends and some Stepping Out guys were there, and we said to her, they go, "Do you know who Howard Stern is?" And she said, "No, I never heard of him." And he said, "Do you know Chauncey?" She goes, "Yeah, I know. Of course I know Chauncey from Stepping Out." It made me think of that more people on random on the street would know who I am than Howard Stern, the most famous DJ of all time.
Right.
That was in 2010. That's 15 years ago.
That's crazy.
It's getting more, it's totally going in that direction. There was a clip I played. You remember that, Davyd? Were you on the show? I played Jason Johnson he's a professor at Morgan State. It's an all-black school. Mm-hmm. And they asked, I guess it was when Kamala was doing her promotion for, running for president.
Right.
And she did Howard's show. And Jason Johnson was like, nobody in my class knew who Howard was.
Right. Well, and that's like most of the guests that he gets on now, where it's like if Justin Bieber or Harry Styles or, Sabrina Carpenter go on, I'm sure that the clips that come up on YouTube from that Stern interview, the younger people watching them are like, wait, what is this show? Like I know the interview subject, but I don't who's the host.
My daughter who's 12 knows Beetlejuice, but she doesn't know how it's done.
Right now.
Big TikTok star.
TikTok stuff, I know.
Yeah.
But Tone Cot says, I honestly didn't associate with Jason in high school. All I knew about him was his name in the newspaper. He wasn't exactly Andrea Zuckerman from 90210 working his ass off in a daily school. That's the Beverly Hills Blaze. That's a great reference.
Realize that.
We did. I hope you listen. We did a whole Chauncey 90210 episode a few times. He's fucking went to college with Ian Ziering, and he's good friends with Shannon Doherty. Like, it was crazy.
Justine
Priestley dated Jason Priestley's sister. It's a whole
the show we did from Jason Priestley's bedroom.
Jason's loft in Tribeca.
That it might make me a little obnoxious, which is funny because 3 people had come to me the week before and goes, "Jason's so goddamn obnoxious, I can't take it." And then we worked together. I don't see it, but
hey, obnoxious is good.
At one point
you guys are always angling.
Can I tell you another story? The biggest
Ralph,
go-getter.
you say everyone here is angling. You're the biggest angler of anyone ever associated with the show.
How so, Doug?
Because you like weasel your way into everything.
Pam Anderson.
Anderson.
Okay, here comes Chauncey.
Can I say something quick?
Yes.
This is also when Gary starts getting elevated a little bit. Like, it's less of the mocking him with the stupid Baba Booey voice and stuff. And, he's now another one that doesn't see... Like, I don't see that Jason is kissing ass. It's because now they have enough time that the show has existed where, Gary in some backwards way has Jason as a super fan too. He's a fan of the character Baba Booey, and so he's going to be reverential to him as well. And see it.
Jason sees the complacency of the guys in front of him. When you get really comfortable at a place, right? You're not going to work as hard. You're made men, and he could smell it even on a Gary, as will come on like in our future really Jason and Will shows. Yeah. Right? Jason's thing is he smells that Gary's losing his edge or losing his. He's just
he's riding the wave. Just riding the wave.
He's riding the wave. He doesn't take him seriously anymore, and
he's an early retirement.
Yep, and that's kind of what he's. Huck Finn says these guys are now the equivalent of people who were writers on the Simpsons in season 27.
Season 35 really this year too. Yeah.
Are they on 35 now?
Yeah, they're as old as
Oh yeah, you do the math because it started when Fox. Well, not the first year, 1990, right? I remember that. It was a Tracy Ullman kind of.
I remember watching. I remember watching it too. Yeah.
Rick the electrician says, "Welcome, Rick. It's good for him to get his version of the story out there, even if it doesn't make big sales, like the history of the Beatles at this point."
Chauncey, go ahead.
Hey, Jason, please tell me you're not taking Paxil.
No, I'm taking Lexapro.
Oh, no, it's worse.
Why?
Are you really taking that?
Yeah.
Dude, have you noticed you've gained a little weight?
He's gained weight.
He's actually lost weight.
Oh, man.
No, Gary, where's your observation skills?
I lost weight over the spring, and I've gained it all back. Right?
Yeah, it's obvious.
Yeah, Jason, it's going to be get a lot worse.
I've gained weight in my brain.
How many milligrams?
20.
Oh, man. Over.
What is he going to be, like a 1,000-pound man pretty
soon? It's going to get ugly. Before it gets better, it's going to get a lot uglier.
Gary, this is the new Jason. I'll be coming in tomorrow with a shaved back.
Hey, Jason, let me ask you a question.
Jason, forget a sex life. That's over with.
Did Stuttering John make you depressed? Seriously.
Did he make me depressed?
Yeah,
no.
Because he used to beat that
Were you relieved when he left?
He used to beat you up so bad.
Jason goes, no, I love John. So Chauncey has nothing to gain by saying that. John's gone. That's interesting. Chauncey, that was a great question. So Chauncey called in. Why did you say Paxil, Chauncey? Were you on Paxil?
I tried Paxil for about 2 days.
Right?
It was terrible. I felt like I felt like I had 1,000 cups of coffee. Like my hands were shaking, and I took the whole.
It robs you of your sex drive and.
Oh,
right?
I couldn't get past 2 days on it. Like I felt like I was going insane.
I've never heard a good word about Paxil.
No, no one even takes that anymore. So, but they put me on Lexapro, and I've been on it for 20 years.
20 years to this day?
Well, not to this exact day, but 20 years roughly, give or take a few weeks.
So going backwards, now, what made you go on Lexapro? Was it the Stern show? Was it
No. I had, even before the Stern show, I used to suffer from panic attacks, like really, really bad panic attacks that I could tell you stories. When I first got married to my first wife, this is how bad my panic disorder was. We were at Kennedy Airport the day after we got married. We were going to Jamaica on a honeymoon. And my wife said, I have to go to the restroom, watch our bags. And while she was gone, the high ceilings in the airport and that big open space at Kennedy, I couldn't breathe. I felt like I was going to swallow my tongue. So I ran over to a cop and I said, call an ambulance. I'm choking on my tongue. And my wife came back from the restroom and I was on a gurney being taken out of the airport.
But this is the wife that you had the horrible divorce with, and you burned all the stuff because you didn't want her getting your stuff.
Yeah,
and that had to send you into a depression. It had to. I mean, that had to be the genesis of it.
It's because it started even before that. It started when I was 21 years old. I used to always have to run to the hospital. I couldn't go to a movie. I couldn't go to a baseball game. I couldn't go anywhere that was wide open with high ceilings. I just couldn't. I couldn't drive anywhere. And as I got older, it got worse and worse to the point where I couldn't walk out my house, my front door anymore. And I couldn't even walk to the house next door. I couldn't walk 10 steps in any direction without collapsing and holding my chest.
And this happened in days of just being on your anxiety and then Paxil. How long were you on Paxil?
I went to every doctor you can imagine trying to get I'd rather be dead than be like this. What's happening to me? So it was the early stages of acknowledging something called anxiety panic disorder. And they really didn't know how to treat it yet. So they were like throwing mud at the wall to see what would stick. And they were coming up with all these different medications, Paxil being one of the first. Before Paxil, there was imipramine. And that was even worse. That made you like a complete zombie. Like you didn't even know where you were.
You don't want that.
They gave me that at first. So I was so scared of medications because they always was terrible. And so a doctor finally said to me, look, there's this new medication called Lexapro, and it's designed for exactly what you have. And I said, no, I don't want to try another medication. I just don't. He said, well, let me ask you a question. He goes, what is it about taking a pill that frightens you? I said, I don't want my personality to change.
I don't want to be dependent on it for the rest of my life. Yep.
And he said to me, well, what is it about your personality that you love so much?
Oh, God.
He said,
That's a good question, though.
Yeah, he said, so you can't leave your house.
What do you want to
go
part
anywhere.
with?
You're frozen. You can't do anything. You can't go on vacation. You can't get on
What's
a
the
plane.
upside?
He goes, what is it about this life that you're so attached to? And it made sense. And I said, you know what? You're right. He goes, what's the worst that could happen? Could it get any worse? And I said, no. He said, so just try it. Try it for a month and see how you feel. And you can always stop. So I did. And I started taking it. And it was a miracle. And it happened so gradual. One day I remember just walking out of the house to mow the lawn. And I was like, usually my heart's racing. I said, but I feel normal. I'm out of the house and I feel normal. So I would try it out. I would walk 3 houses down and like, I can get to 3 houses. I used to never be able to walk off my property. And then I said, tomorrow I'm going to try and go to the 4th house, and I could do it. And I kept expanding my radius of what I could do.
And you walked to St. Louis.
Yeah. I ended up going to St. Louis. And then I was raped by these guys in an alleyway. No. So it got better and better. And over time I could fly. I could do anything. I didn't have to drink to go somewhere. I didn't have to medicate with alcohol. And my whole life improved. It just got better.
That's a great promotion for Lexapro. I probably should strike a deal with him from Stepping Out. You could have promoted Lexapro.
It saved my life. It saved my life. It really did. And to this day,
when I was DMing with you, I said, what's the downside? Like what you have in your personality now in terms of just confidence and just embracing the day and your daughters are the side effects. Who gives a shit what they are?
Who gives a shit? The side effects are, they say you gain weight, but I'm the lightest I've ever been. I'm 165 pounds right now.
But isn't that every medication's side effects? You gain weight, you lose weight. They put both just so they can't get sued. They put everything on. Every medication has every side effect now. They just don't want to get sued.
Well, I also take Trulicity, and I think that made me lose weight. So I inject myself once a week with Trulicity. But it's the side effects that I probably are the most worrisome are, erections, getting hard. Like it's harder for me to get hard. That gets, that part kind of sucks that I have to take Cialis to have any chance of sex. But then God was nice enough to make me so ugly that I never have to worry about that. So it all equaled out in the end. Like I never really have to worry about getting laid. So.
Davyd said he had the same problem. He can't get an erection from watching Felicity.
Exactly. Yeah, right.
Felicity doesn't get you hard because
remember that Howard got to take his daughters on the set of Felicity because J.J. Abrams was the executive producer. I gotta.
What was her name? That star on it. I used to love
Keri Russell.
Oh,
you want a show? I'll fully recommend to you, but you got to skip the Russian part because that's too boring.
Okay.
The Americans on FX. She's a star of that. It is fantastic. It is about as good a dramatic acting performance as she's given. She plays a Russians undercover in the United States stealing secrets.
Keri Russell.
The Americans, yes.
How does she look today?
She looked great on the show. I thought she looked better on the show than she did on as a 20-something.
Really?
I was never attracted to her, but I was attracted to her on that show.
I'm very disappointed.
If anyone, full recommendation, The Americans.
And where do you watch this?
It was on FX, and you can probably get it on any streaming service now. It is so good. But I
probably
highly recommend fast forward through the Russian parts in the subtitles. You don't need them. It doesn't help you. It doesn't advance the story, and it'll save you time. Just go stay on them. It's so damn good. They're undercover Russians as in Washington, D.C., gathering information.
Okay. I'll watch that.
Yeah. I don't Oh, you're right, John. I do not get hard from Felicity, but I do get hard from Everwood. Pun intended.
Remember you made an Everwood reference the first time you were on?
I know.
Oh my God, that's
that was
great.
early on in the Arm Davyd friendship.
Like, it was David's watching fucking Everwood.
Who's like the sexiest guy on TV right now?
Good question. Hard hitting question, Johnson.
It's so funny because I don't really watch. I mean, I watch movies, but I don't watch like TV.
Who's
shows.
your Farrah Fawcett?
Yeah, who's
your Farrah Fawcett poster?
Yeah, that's oh god. I want to give a really good answer, and I'm like blanking on names.
Jeremy
now.
Piven.
God, I saw an interview with him like that was filmed a couple days ago. He's looking rough.
Who's the Aquaman guy?
Jason Momoa.
He dates Johnny Depp's ex now.
Oh no, they were in Aquaman together.
Oh, okay.
They were Amber Heard and Jason Momoa were in Aquaman together.
Yeah. Is he considered hot or?
Yeah,
he is. He is.
So. Yeah. I go by Howard's barometer of who he thinks is hot. I don't know. I'll think on that for my own personal answer. I always,
I'm not. No pressure. I'm not.
No, I always seize up in these where I'm thinking.
It's
of like
tough.
A million
Going through it. Right.
But I just knew it bummed you out. It is a less.
Ida Greenbacks, and I believe it was Pellel or something. Yeah, Artie's problem was his podcast could be good. He just didn't have the work ethic, the grind to do that every day, and he eventually started to get sick of himself and it could have been great if he just put a little bit into it. And you knew it was just, he just was mailing it in and showing up high, and he doesn't have the makings for that grind. It's just not. It could be great, but he needs someone kind of guiding him.
It takes discipline to do a show constantly.
The best thing he's done, Chauncey, I don't know if you heard it, the Nick DiPaolo and Artie Lang show, the first 2 years of that show were as good as terrestrial radio could get.
I watched it.
I
used to watch it. Yeah.
Even before DirecTV, Chauncey, when it was just radio, because they say that DirecTV kind of watered it down, and it was great on DirecTV, but the first 2 years of that show was as good as it got.
No,
just
Nick DiPaolo is awesome. Like he
really is like
funny.
I've never seen that guy do a bad job.
No.
Stressful office for me because I used to get all tense.
You're the new guy.
Well, John was like a terrorist.
Yeah, he really was. Really.
So why were you such a good friend to him? Why did you defend him all the time?
And I'm nice
to
Jason.
So mean.
It was so uncomfortable.
And at John's going away party, he gave this great speech about how great he was. John was a great friend. In the office, he'd get on my.
Jason made like this crazy sentimental speech towards John at his going away party. I don't know if that's available anywhere. I have to go look into. I don't think it is.
I feel like anyone attached to the Stern Show got out of the Stuttering John business the minute he left the show, and so any documentation of a going away party is probably non-existent.
You got to hear what Will says about him.
Case a lot and drive me nuts, but outside of here, I mean, he wasn't like that.
At all. He tormented him. I'm serious.
Really?
He would like John.
They're trying to make Jason hate John more. They're trying to steer him in that way. Welcome, Todd Lurcock. Welcome, sir.
Like when you back an animal to a corner, then just leave it alone. He wouldn't leave it alone.
And thank you, Sarah. Everybody, right now, please hit like and subscribe. Sarah's right. I should have been on that. And donate. Pause for the cause if you can for our pirate ship to keep it afloat, and our Patreon. Davyd, you going to do an Armfeld? Are you doing Golden Girls with Sarah?
Doing
right?
Golden Girls next week, and then I was gonna. This is how not paying attention I am. I was gonna ask you if you wanted to do an Armfeld tomorrow, and then I remembered of my own volition. Oh, it's the Super Bowl tomorrow. Never mind.
You people, not having that Super Bowl down. I'm telling you, you wouldn't do this during the Oscars, right?
Nope.
Sometimes it would just be sort of ugly. It's like the abused wife syndrome. He's like, he's my friend.
Yeah.
No, I used to yell back at him. And then
about Richie Wilson with a rare appearance on here.
Yeah, that's right.
Get on that. And
question about John to all you guys.
Now Chauncey's still on. There's Chauncey. There's our boy. He's still on.
No, I used to yell back at him. And then
question about John to all you guys.
Thank you, Saturn. Thank you, Saturn Dragonfly. So Chauncey, more props here. Chauncey, of all people, Howard's afraid to touch it. Howard hates, the whole Leno thing is going on. So Chauncey stops him in his tracks, and Chauncey says, no. I want to know what you guys think of Jon right now, because Howard doesn't seem to ask you about this. It seemed to be very taboo. They're
Right.
not really allowed to. They
Not allowed
gotta
to
hate
talk
him.
about it.
They want him. So Chauncey's making them give their real individual opinions on Jon, which we have not heard yet during this huge blowout with Jon leaving the show. It was a very big deal. It remains a big deal to this day for some reason.
Yep.
My friend.
Yeah.
No, I used to yell back at him.
Can I ask a question about Jon to all you guys? Howard, you seemed honestly upset when Jon left the show. I mean, you took him to AC, and you said you even got a little teary-eyed.
No, I like Jon. Of course I was upset that Jon left. I don't like to see Jon leave, but the fact of the matter is I was not upset with Jon. I told you who I was upset with.
Yeah, but
I said Jay's dishonest and Jay's a liar and Jay rips off this show left and right and acts like it's not going on.
Chauncey, you know the real story, but I'm not. This has been a million times, it's been repeated, but we didn't know it at the time. It took a little while for this to get out. Leno called Howard 100 times. He wouldn't take his call. Jon tried to tell Howard, and he's so unattainable. You cannot get him.
And I tried to contact Howard about the SEC subpoena.
That's the same deal. And
Same
so
deal.
he does this thing where he ignores you.
Yep.
You can't even call his aide. You can't. Buckwell certainly won't return your calls. And then when you do what you warned him you were gonna do, and gave him ample warning over and over, which Jon did and Leno did, he acts like he got burned when he refused to even get you on the phone, because he loves to be he loves to be that Oz where you can't get him, you can't get him on the phone, and then acts like this is just total horseshit.
Yeah.
All of it.
Yep.
But everybody else on the show, and be honest for a second, was everybody kind of happy when Jon said he was leaving?
I can answer that for me.
Yeah, what do you say, Gary?
As an office worker, the office runs a lot better without Jon. On the air, I have to say that I miss his voice, except when it's directed to me.
For me, it's a lot less tense. He used to ride me a lot, and we'd have arguments once a week. You know, now I have maybe a half an argument a week.
No, Jon, you know what? Listen, the show has seen people come and go. Some people hated Jon. I got tons of emails saying, thank God he's gone, and that they enjoy Richard Christie now. And I got tons of email. I used to get tons of email.
Frank the Tank learned about Howard in 2009 from YouTube. That is crazy. That's
crazy.
And then here he is on a Howard Hatecast, which is the most idiosyncratic, like, deep dive thing you could do.
That's kind of my story too. Like, I mean, my mom listened to Howard when I was a kid in the 90s, but I didn't, really start earnestly listening as an adult until around that time too. And went through all the Todd Packer compilation channels and everything, and then probably 7 years after that discovered all the hater channels,
Yeah. Tone Cod, the Son of the Beach is like, it's hard to even call it a success. I understand he did even less on that show than you think he did. Yeah, it was a Baywatch parody, right? In the style of Police Squad. But he did next to nothing on that show, and he just got his name producer status, and that's what he wants, right? You want the sort of Dire Straits money for nothing, but he wants to make it look like everything good came from him. But he would drop in and just put his name on it, and he, from what I understand, did absolutely nothing for it.
He didn't write it. It was filmed in Los Angeles. He wasn't there for the shoots. He was what
he claims that the casting is. He was like, "Oh, I was let in on the casting." That was like him bragging about putting people on. I don't know.
They sent him headshots.
Yep.
Okay.
It's such a weird.
When Jon was here, get rid of Jon. It's boring when he's on the air. It's not even that interesting. I like Jon. on the air. I thought he was good.
You can't find a person that won't agree that the office runs a lot better, and the mood of the office is just 100 times better.
Well, then that's important.
And less smelly, because he used to fart all the time.
Yeah, that was a whole other thing.
But you know what? If we have dirt on somebody, it's hard to go to Will to like bring it up, because he really won't come in and rat somebody out. Jon would come in here.
In a second, Jon would be in here, and that was great. That was what was great about it.
Well, Jason is taking that over in print.
Chauncey, bravo once again for asking them, these guys, the question they've been on, I don't know how many months. I think this has been 4 or 5 months since Jon had left the show, and none of them had to come to the air with this. And it takes you to call in and kind of forced them, put them on the spot.
I forced them to all give their opinions. Yeah.
Yeah, that had not been said until you. Yeah. Bravo! That was a fantastic grilling there that Howard had not done because Howard's afraid of. He can't control the narrative.
Well, it's kind of a taboo subject at that time.
Chauncey. So this is Will Murray talks about his opinion on Jason at this point. They're roommates and stuff, and this is it. Now listen to what Will says about Jon, and this has me thinking that he's Jon's mole all this time. Listen to this. Didn't that Jon got that dude Derek Jones hired on the Stern show? That Will, what the hell was the story? That he turned him on to Will, and that's how that guy got hired.
I don't know that.
Why?
He's just one of those new jagoffs with the fucking fake glasses and stuff.
Right,
in there,
right.
Somebody keeps yelling Ronnie.
Everyone else did.
All right.
Someone said
Ronnie, Will,
Will
just line up. Just
I'm going to have to up my dosage now.
It was worth writing the article, wasn't it, Will?
I don't know what they're talking about, man. Your work has been exceptional.
This is roommate, by the way.
That's his roommate. He wants.
What is it, Will?
The funniest example of Jason kissing your ass lately, like last week you said goodbye to the office. And I think Jason was kind of being shticky, and he said goodbye, and it weirded you out a little bit.
Right.
He wrote you an apology letter for saying goodbye the wrong way. It was
goodbye. I get paranoid. I wrote Jon a million apology letters like that. I get really.
It wasn't even an apology letter. You're wrong.
It was my apology letter.
He said, I said to him,
Yes, it was an apology.
It was so not.
I saw it. It was an apology letter.
It was an explanation.
I'm sorry that I said goodbye the wrong way.
I'm sorry that I said goodbye the wrong way. Whatever way you would like me to say
what
goodbye,
else drives me
I would like
nuts
to
about
say.
Jason?
What?
Will lives with him.
I live with Jason. So the fact that he is incredibly lazy at home and so hardworking here just proves to me that it's not, he's not being genuine in how hardworking he really is.
Can I say something?
Yeah, these people who they're only diligent in a professional environment and every other way. He's describing Howard.
Yeah.
Really is what he's doing. Oddly, I think Howard admits to that here. Like, I just go to work and I don't have to do anything when I leave here. That's all I do is I work here. I don't have to cut the grass. I don't have to do the dishes. I don't have to go to my kids' games or events. I just work. And I don't even consider Howard hardworking. Even at this stage, I didn't.
They want a life where my only task is to make the donuts, but the other sort of aspects of maintaining a life as a human being, I don't want to have to be bothered with.
No, I need to be monetarily compensated for it, or I'm not going to do it. I cannot show you any vigor in any way. Yes, Howard the Fat Shame. Anna Nicole Smith, Johnny Meyer is definitely a show we're going to go down with. That was a horrible, horrible treatment of her, in the vein of Dana Plato.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm lazy at home and I work hard here.
I work hard here, and then I want to go home and relax and watch TV. So that makes me sloppy.
Jason read that Howard was lazy at home and worked hard here.
And that's why he's doing it.
Yeah. And that's why I do it.
But you have to see Will.
And Will, let me tell you how to get ahead in life.
Yeah.
Be energetic here and be lazy at home.
Well, I work hard. And
I didn't say you didn't. I'm just saying that's the way to be.
I work hard at home and I work hard here. So
at home, you don't have to work hard.
I've chosen to be lazy at both places.
Yeah, so I can clean up Jason's mess. Great. I get to clean up for two people. It's great.
You got to see Will in the office. When Jason comes in here, Will's yelling, "Get out! Get out!"
Ben says that Steppin' Out magazine's going for $60.
$60
on eBay.
I wonder
That's
who's on that
crazy.
cover. I wonder which one's on the cover.
I can't even get the Johnny Depp one, Ben. I can't even. I'm just like, Chauncey's holding out. I don't know. He's,
Do you know
Chauncey's-
people? Some people used to take the issue, put it in plastic, and seal it, and sell them. We had a problem with that because there'd be 50 in the lobby of a bar, and somebody would take all 50 and seal them up and sell them for tons of money.
Some of the strangest shit now is collector's item, like old wrestling magazines,
Yeah.
old NBA, not just comic books and baseball cards, but like everything. Like, I used to get Basketball Digest, and I used to get Hoop Magazine, and I used to get the preseason specials before. If you have those, it's like $150 now.
God.
I in the early 1960s, I would have like Mickey Mantle cards and Willie Mays, and they'd be worth a fortune today. We used to put them in our bicycle wheels, so when we rode our bikes, it would make it like a sound, like a plip, 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 plip sound when we rode our bikes. Those cards we could retire on them today.
Wow.
Yeah. it is, and it's so selective and it's so mercurial and
Yep.
as to what
certain
is
year,
considered
a certain photo,
certain thing. Yep. It's so that whole collector's industry is so bizarre what they consider to be sacrosanct.
Yep.
I don't know how to clean. All right, I didn't know how to mop, vacuum, wash dishes.
You know how to type, Fruity.
But you know how to snitch.
Did your father ever put a mop in your head?
No.
Will and Jason have proven to be some of the hardest working guys.
They're great. They are good. Great.
How many kids Jason's ilk? You never had to cut the grass or do dishes.
Yeah.
Like, who does that?
Sounds like the host of the show.
It's just like that. It's as close to Howard as you get. It is. Cymbalta is a good one, Pelal. Yeah, Cymbalta is that's kind of what I'm driving towards too. Although, what Chauncey said about Lexapro, I'm thinking about making a left turn to Lexapro. And Jason was a great spokesman for Lexapro during those years. Like, wow, this is like, it really kind of just like, it's a confidence pill, right, Chauncey? Just like all your fears.
Yeah, it increases your serotonin. So serotonin is what it alters your mood. It's what the more serotonin, the better mood you're in, and it increases your serotonin. So it makes you like, it's hard for me to get very upset. Like my daughter always says, "Dad, you never get mad." Like, Poppy, I'm not capable of getting mad. I'm on pills. like I could watch you.
You have a fantastic disposition. You really do. I've been thinking that it is impossible to get under your skin. Not that I want to, not that I would even, but you do have an amazing, a disposition that could be, if you just.
It's the medication I'm on.
Rhino skin.
I'm so even keeled that it's just, and it's like this all the time. I'm never too high and I'm never too low.
I'm bipolar. I'm both.
I used to be like that. I used to be out of my mind, and now I'm just like, yeah, man, yeah, it's all good.
We got Frank the Tank's endorsement on the Americans. Good news, Chauncey. I thank you, Frank. I would never ever waste anyone's time with a recommendation. There's too much out. I know Chauncey's a young dad. He's in his late 20s, taking his own to pick up, but life is short, and there's a lot of shows out there. I would never waste your time. It's just,
I'm going to watch it before the Super Bowl. I'll watch that to keep me busy before the Super Bowl comes on.
My only caveat is you fast forward through the Russian subtitle scenes. They are irrelevant. They do nothing to drive the story along, and it'll put you in like a soporific mood if you watch it. It takes you out of it, like it slows it down too much. Fast forward through all the Russian subtitle scenes. I'm telling you.
All right, I will do that. I will absolutely do that.
I would never waste
I'll give
your
you
time.
my report, and I'll give you my whole.
It's a cerebral show. Everybody's likable. You're rooting for them, even though they're Russian. I told my cousin, I'm like, why am I rooting for the Russians? Yeah, I really was. It's like rooting for Depp and Blow.
I did. If you go to YouTube, if you type my name and Russians. On my show once, I interviewed. Remember, there was a reality show called I think it was called The Russian Housewives.
Oh yeah.
It was on VH1, but it was very short lived, and I had the whole cast on my show, and oh my God, they hated me. I was so condescending. I was so condescending to the Russian people and to Russian women, and this went on. It's like an hour-long show, and I think it's so funny. The hatred from Russia. Like there's comments from Moscow saying, "Who is this man?
I gotta see this.
Fuck him! Just type my name and Russia on YouTube, and you'll see the whole show. It's awesome."
G Canada's endorsement, top 20 show of all time, undoubtedly, and she's on The Diplomat. Keri Russell. Good. Thank you, G Canada.
Yeah, absolutely. I understand that Jason's much more vocal about it, and that's just not how I am. Like
he's not vocal at all.
He is. He comes in here and he talks to you, and he's very comfortable doing that whole thing.
You pitch to me every day.
I know, but I don't share my every thought with you. That's not my style. You know what I mean? And I feel
Look at the eyes of love he's giving you right now. My God, did you see that? He's there. You just got it.
Pello says, Davyd, you have to go with Henry Cavill from Superman.
Oh yeah, very handsome. Yeah.
How about Chris Evans?
My favorite Chris is Chris Pine, probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chris Hemsworth, Chris Pine, Chris Evans.
You gotta pull that. He just gave you the look of love.
I didn't know. That's a very nice shirt you're wearing, Howard.
They're both effective, but Will is definitely more laid.
Autobot likes Sarah Silverman, Janine Garofalo, and Natalie Merchant. You ever interviewed Janine Garofalo, Chauncey?
Yes, I did.
How was she?
She's a little too serious.
Prickly, difficult, serious, complicated,
kind of a hippie, lost in era not comfortable to her.
Right.
I would say, yeah.
I love Janine, but she is all those things without a doubt.
Yeah, angry, even angry.
Yep.
Like she feels like she's not beautiful, Hollywood beautiful, and you can sense the anger that she blames somebody about
She
her
had
not
a
making.
great career in the 90s and 2000s. She
was big for a while.
Yeah, very big. She's probably the biggest. She was probably the most successful female comedian for a couple of years in terms of what you want to be. She's in movies, she's in TV, everything she does, she's pretty beloved.
Crossed over into everything.
Crossed over in everything.
Yeah.
It's wicked IQ, but yeah, I think that IQ makes her kind of, circumspect and cynical and kind of prickly sometimes. I love her, but she is difficult.
A little angry. Yeah.
Yep. So Tom Chiusano's thoughts on Jason.
Were you trying to refer to me before when you said?
Now, you guys heard the clip. I know Davyd did it when Jason went in for a raise, and he got a $20 a week raise from Tom. He thought he should be super grateful, and he went off on
Somebody who wouldn't come in?
No, you're one of them.
Oh, well,
You're
come
one
in.
of them. What do you have to say about Jason?
I think Jason is trying to. He's a nice enough guy, but he sometimes has an odd dynamic. He's trying to find his place. He's trying to lobby for a bigger, for a position. I mean, I understand that. But just sometimes he has an odd way of going about it.
Like how?
Like what?
I mean, we had a discussion. You said there was an incident where he felt that Jason was maybe a little abrasive, right?
John Krasinski.
Oh, is that for me?
Yeah.
Oh, not. I only see him as the guy on The Office when he's kind of a doofus, so not really. Yeah.
So Sarah says the 16th you're recording Golden
Yes.
Girls.
Yeah.
Subscribe, thank you. Like and subscribe, everyone. Thank you, Dangles. Timothy Chalamet.
No.
We're on a Reed Richards thing here, so of course Villataro comes back with Pedro Pascal because John Krasinski played Mr. Fantastic in the Marvel Cinematic with a cameo appearance in Doctor Strange and Spider-Man, and so Pedro Pascal is now Reed Richards in the Fantastic Four movie. So that's what
he's on a train of thought. Yeah,
he's on a train of thought.
More than.
Yeah, and I spoke to Jason about it, and Tom spoke about it.
Really?
Hey, Jason, you came back. You were wising off to Tom in his office, and you said, maybe I, sometimes I lose focus with this new thing I'm doing.
I wasn't wising off specifically to Tom. I was just making jokes, but I caught myself. I knew that was bad. So
sometimes Jason gets caught in the syndrome of by listening to the show so much, he feels he can mess with Tom and Scott the engineer.
Right.
It's like be condescending and mean to them.
Even the other day, when we was doing a break, we were standing there, we were talking about something that was actually important, and Jason's kind of standing there trying to do shtick like it's okay, almost trying to be Stuttering John, putting hands behind my head and stuff like that.
I didn't do that.
Yeah, you were.
No, you had funny ears.
I didn't see that.
Jose Villataro says the first was when Monique interviewed Stuttering John in 2020, and that's the first time. Wow, okay.
Not put hands behind your head.
That's not what I said. What I said was he was standing there doing shtick, verbal shtick, what semi like Stuttering John would try and do to just try and be annoying. But he's a younger guy. He's a smart guy, a hard worker. They're both really hard workers. I mean, they've really been a great addition.
All right. Listen, Tom.
Yeah, no.
That's a great reference, G Canada. Remember when Schuly stole $7 headphones?
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Because of what he was. That's when he first left the show. I think he did an interview.
What happened? I don't know the story.
Schuly had just left. How did it go, Debbie? He just left the show.
He had just left the show, or he might have still been on the show, but he was at the airport and, just didn't have the funds or something. So he stole some $7 headphones from like a duty-free shop at the airport, is what I remember.
That's, that's how little they got paid. And that you're even tempted to do that stuff,
Jason, put your fingers down. It's not funny. Thank you.
Ronnie never showed us. So I guess he
Can I give you one more observation about both of them?
Ronnie?
Yeah.
The day John left, it sort of was such a weird dynamic. Like John split in two and went into each one of them. Like Will started getting, John.
Okay, listen to Will's compliment of John here.
John left. It sort of was such a weird dynamic. Like John split in two and went into each one of them.
Like, Will started getting, John had this really distinct, weird laugh, and I never heard Will laugh that way. The day John left, all of a sudden Will was like, ah!
It was almost like
bizarre.
It was like prisoners being liberated. Like they could be themselves.
The Office was much better with John here. I will stand up and say that.
Well,
I love John.
Beat you up every day.
You hear that? The Office is way better with John. I love John. I'll always love John. Is there any doubt he's his mole? Is there any doubt? I've never heard anybody say that.
You might be onto something.
He has to be.
Yeah.
Thank
what
you,
about,
Chris.
What about
Block.
Ryan Gosling?
Ryan Gosling's very handsome. Yeah, I see. Okay. It's again, I seize up when I'm asked a direct question where there's like choices, but then you start naming people, and it's like, yeah.
Thank you, Crystalopolis. Mercurial, sacrosanct. What do we have, an aristocrat over here? Thank you, Chris. All right, we're going to wrap it up soon. I'm just going to this next batch. This is going to be what do you guys want to do? Me calling into back office radio, start that, or do you want to do mine's really short. I mean, it's really just
we were going to start that. Maybe we do that because we were going to do it last time. And
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, this is me calling in as Iago from Franklin Square and name the douche of the week. It's I got on this probably half the time, and douche of the week, and they would name that on this back office radio. And I call in and I give it to that, and it's really going after Jon Hein, who stole. I say that, and this hadn't been said. I think I read this somewhere that he stole the shark from the roommate. It had only been written out there, and I've got on there and I said, didn't he steal that from his roommate? And I call him all these, speaking of big words, Chris, I throw in a few here, and the one after this is what people think may have contributed to killing back office radio.
Then Iago in Franklin Square, welcome to back office radio.
Hey guys, I agree with you on Jon Hein. He's always been a bit of he's douche of the week too, by the way. He's always been a bit of a huckster, a bones vivant, the flim flam, especially
what?
Actually,
define those, please.
He didn't actually jump the shark, and with that, that dopey catchphrase, he didn't do it either. That's Christopher Russo when he goes, "Good afternoon, everybody. How much did I do today?"
Everyone's taking credit for that gold.
I know. I have a feeling Chris Russo's like, John, you can have it.
Yeah, right.
All right, John's a flim flam man. That's coming from Iago.
And a huckster.
Well, yeah, he used like 50 adjectives there I've never heard before in my life. And Matt,
Okay, so the next show, I call in and I'm working my way into this, and they have this thing called douche of the week. The one rule on this show, you probably never listened to this, Chauncey, back office radios where they would just throw everybody under the bus.
Yeah.
The only rule was you can't go after Howard.
Okay.
And
of course.
they're not allowed to bring his name up. So they go after, you have to read between the lines. So if Gary's representing Howard, they're making fun of it. So I decide to call in and they're naming douche. This is the last show they ever did. And we think Marci had it killed. What? Go ahead.
John, I just, that call is like a perfect potpourri of arm. Like it's vocabulary words. It's a Chris Russo reference. It's an impression. It's a perfect.
It's short, like I'm not used to being on that short. Chauncey's got 15-minute calls. Like it's, you don't know. Although I mean, the Shannon Doherty one was fast, but you got an awful lot out with her, and it was super effective. This is me as Goliath in Chicago, and I name my douche of the week, and I kind of work up to it. And Jason he's on like this crazy Lexapro roll on the show, and this just shuts him down. He gets really nervous, and he cuts me off, and you hear this weird dead air because I think they use a delay to shut off with the next 20. I go off on Howard a little more. This is when everybody really started hating Howard and the show. This is like, we're full blown hater mode. This is one of the last minutes of the last back office radio. And I don't want to take credit. This is douchey to think that I'm going to take credit, but it was a contribution of Marci Turk dating Steve Brandano and Ben Bardo. So Steve Brandano gets crazy because they're trying to bring, and I didn't realize it at the time. So the Brandano stuff, that he thinks they're going to bring Marci up on the air, and that's why they shut him down. So we didn't know anything about that at the time. And so I'll get to that. So this is me calling in, and I name Howard my douche of the week, and Jason is very nervous.
I can think. You never know. Not everyone likes.
That's me as Howard for Halloween in
Oh my God, it looks like K-Rock.
2009,
I like the
2008.
bar.
This is So what Davyd said is this is my sister's house, and this is her hallway, and it looks like the old K-Rock when you come out, right?
Yeah.
My nephew Chucky's bedroom is behind me, and it looks like the studio. You're coming out of the studio.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow, that's crazy.
And that's the Messiah pose.
Right. Yeah.
I have a George Takei T-shirt on.
I can think. You never know. Not everyone likes Jared. Goliath in Chicago. Cool name. Welcome to Back Office Radio. Cool.
Hey, guys, maybe I'm spending too much time with my nephew, but you guys are the Drake and Josh of Howard 101.
I like Drake. That's a.
Doesn't he remind you? Don't they remind you of that dynamic of Drake Bell and fucking? So that's a Nickelodeon one.
I like
Drake and Josh of Howard 101.
I like Drake. That's a Nickelodeon show, right? Yeah. He's also from the Whackness.
Before I get to Brandana, my douche of the week's got to be Howard. You guys wearing a scarf and a thick leather jacket.
All right. Scarf and thick leg. Come on, we're trying to do a radio show here, buddy. Let's call somebody else a douche of the week. Are we doing douche of the week, or are we passing on that segment? I don't have the stomach for douche of the week. And yes, before you jump in on the joke, plenty of stomach. All right, Matt in California.
You see that drop?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that's
you can hear the fear in their voices.
That's absolutely verboten on that show. They got to do it because they promised him we're never gonna reveal. We're never gonna where the bodies are buried and reveal your.
It's not going to be like the message board.
No. And that's why he agreed to do it, and that's all it took was bringing him up as douche of the week.
That's it.
And enough got out. He dropped a lot of my call too. You could hear the silence.
Wow.
You could hear the wow. So that was that, and I'm not proud of it. I love that show. I didn't think it would have that effect, but I could not. This is when Howard first started doing AGT. So he's in New Orleans wearing a thick leather jacket, Nosferatu like heathen. A scarf, 96 degrees in New Orleans. He's wearing a fucking scarf, and I'm like, I gotta get this out. This is a full theater movie. Awesome. Okay, we're kind of wrapping up here. Let me just show you a little tease of. You guys want to do Depace before we go back to? We'll go back to Back Office Radio next time. You want to do the Depace fight, or do you want to do? It's up to you. I'll leave it up to you guys.
For next week.
Well, no, for now, just to end on something like that's kind of a one and done kind of deal.
Yeah, Depace is fine. Sure.
Go with Depace.
Yeah.
Let's go with Scott Depace versus Jason. This is they actually have a physical fight in the office. I'm actually going to jump ahead to because there's a political fight. It's way longer and more involved. I don't want to end with that. It's just we'll do that for next time. So this is Jason and Scott Depace. Jason's mom hates Scott Depace. So because she obviously knows that Jason hates him, and so she takes up for it. Lisa G comes in here. Where is it? Back Office Radio, Jason. Scott Depace versus Jason and his mom.
So what do you have for us?
All right. Howard 100 News' Schuly interviewed Jason Kaplan's mother, who is furious as Scott Depace for his treatment of her beloved son when the pair...
This is 2008, by the way. Welcome, Tamara Francois. Good to see you. She goes, I'm actually here very early, guys. Yes, we're going on 4 hours. Tam Fran in the house. We got to have her back soon.
Yeah.
Already hated Janine Garofalo. I know. I think that was from Mystery Men.
And Laura Keitlinger too.
Laura Keitlinger. That's right. She was a good friends with. That's from Mystery Men.
Yes.
Already had a cameo in that, and she was one of the stars of Mystery Men with Ben. Remember her and Ben Stiller were thick of thieves for a while. They did the Ben Stiller show on Fox, and
battle here live on the air.
Interesting.
Shelly Kaplan is her name. She says that she even hates to say Scott's name. He lacks character and is full of venom. We do have tape of Shelly.
Wow, that's an interesting get.
So Jason's mom does a report on Howard 100 News. Like Jason's mom is doting. She's the mom who just hinges on your every move. She's his Jason's biggest fan, and she's listening to every word. I don't know if anyone's mom. You and your mom have a pretty close relationship, right, Davyd?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's just like this, but it's strong.
No, it reminds me of the character Jerry Seinfeld's relationship with his mom on the show. Like, you're a wonderful, wonderful boy.
Yes.
How could anybody not like you?
Perfect comparison. Yes. Your mom taught you boondoggle, as a matter of fact. Yes, Tam Fran. This is a great pregame for tomorrow. Yes.
Jason's mom, Shelly?
She's probably listening now.
I don't know where this tape is. Do you know?
I have it. Yeah, Howard. Go to Gary preview page 1, and it's the 4th column in the middle in orange.
She listens every morning.
Jason's mom hates our director, Scott Depace.
Mm-hmm.
I'm with you, Tam Fran. I'm a Steeler fan as well, and I'm very much rooting for the Eagles. Chauncey's interesting because he lives in Jersey. And Jersey, if I'm not mistaken, Chauncey, is completely divided as Eagle and Giant fans, right? Like
it is.
North Jersey Giants.
Anything north of Amboy hates the Eagles.
Wow. And that's the demarcation line.
Fan. What's that?
And then anything south, that's the demarcation line. Anything south of Perth Amboy. Okay.
Yeah, the Amboy is Perth Amboy. Yep. That's the line.
What are you doing on the phone? Get off of there.
I think Scott Depace, in fact, I really hate even saying his name, is beyond difficult. If he doesn't care for Jason, that's fine. He obviously does not have good taste in who he likes since he's a bushy. I think that
no, G-Canner, you're right. I'm sorry. Yes, my own terminology against me. Howard gets whatever he wants. Yes. Tom is the middleman between Jason not getting what he wants. Howard gets whatever he wants. If Howard said, give Jason $300 a week, he gets it. That's exactly right. You're so right about that.
I think that the fact that when Jason goes to shake his hand after they've had an argument and he hits him or brushes by or makes a ludicrous statement that he won't go into the wrap-up show studio if Jason's there, I think that's really shows a lot about his lack of character.
So PC-20, Schuly actually filed for bankruptcy.
Wow!
While he worked for Howard, it got that bad.
What do you think his salary was? $70,000 a year?
He worked. You fucking saw him when you were doing the D. Snyder show, right? So he's there on fucking weekends.
Yep.
As much as we despise Schuly, he worked like all the time. To be there on a Saturday night.
And you think he made
crazy.
Less than 6 figures?
He had to be. I think you nailed it. I think I'm going with 70.
Yeah. 75, yeah.
And his whole thing is, I'm going to do gigs. I'm a comic. I'm going to do my comedy on the weekend. So his thing was, I'm going to do gigs with the fucking Ronnie, what was the show again?
The Block
Party. Right. So along with that, he's working on and doing that on the weekend. So that's you got fucking.
Do you remember when the Bagel Boss came on the show and whatever scuzzy promoter offered Schuly like $10,000 or something to some 5-figure number to like do a boxing match with the Bagel Boss?
Yep.
And Schuly's response was like, I could make that much in doing one night of stand-up comedy. Like he said he could make 5 figures doing a night of stand-up.
From one comic to another comic, I'm a comic.
Right.
Didn't they, when the show really began to change, didn't they say he could stay but with a massive pay cut, and that's when he left?
Yep.
Like, what do you think that pay cut was? Do you think it was like down to 30,000?
Yeah, I do. I do.
Oh my
and this is when New York's gotten super expensive. He's a kid.
During COVID,
yeah. And he's like,
that's 30,000 before taxes. So
I know.
What do you think he brought home? Like,
I know.
Like 18,000,
right.
18,000 a year cash.
You know what the ironic part is too, and they all go through this. They meet these wives. They always punch above their weight class, and they're out of their league, and everyone's like their wives are way hotter than they deserve. They're not meeting that if it's not for the Stern Show. But here, this is what you signed up for. For now, you're with Schuly, and you're being a groupie of the show, right? I mean, he's not meeting you without the show, but with that comes this horrible life and salary. You know what I mean? Like the sort of ironic part about that is you
and how
met
it's
him
buying his 5th mansion with 1,000 bathrooms.
While you see,
and you're
right.
filing for bankruptcy, and Howard's there maybe a few hours a week, and you're there like 50, 60, 70 hours a week.
Howard works the least out of all of them.
Least out of all of them. You're there till 4 a.m. You're sleeping in the office, and you're making 18,000 cash.
Yeah, and he's got to, and this is why Howard protects, he doesn't talk about his marbles to such a psychotic degree because of what you just said, right? Chauncey's, Shuli's wife's going, this motherfucker's what? He's got 2 helicopters and, we're eating ramen noodles.
And when that new car smell wears off, when you first get hired, like, I work for the Stern Show, I made it. And then that new car smell begins to wear off and you realize that you can't pay your rent and you can't eat.
That's what they were at.
Well,
and
this sucks.
And the last salary we as an audience were privy to know of Howard's was $96 a week. After that, we're never told again how much he makes in a week.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. From that point on, you literally never. You could have firm documentation, tax, and he'll deny what he makes. I had that story with that dude wrote an article on him. He really went into his finances and Howard was denying. The guys, no, right here, I have the return. This is exactly what you made. You can't deny it. I have it right here. Oh no. You're right. It's like
that's why he dropped out of running for governor.
Yep.
Right.
Because he had to reveal exactly what he made.
Well, that's a weird story, Chauncey. The real story, and it was Benjamin who really pounded that.
Yeah, Benjamin did a huge deep dive on it. Yeah.
But they said it on the show, so if you go back and listen to it, it's Penny Crone that does it. What happened, Chauncey, is when you do that, you have to check a box that says over $150,000 a year. You don't actually; it's not specific. So. Who didn't know that he made? Everybody knew he made over 150 grand.
Of course. Yeah.
What happened was he lied about his address, and that's a felony. So he told them he lived in Mineola, and if he got elected, that's a felony, and you can go to prison for a very long time for lying about your address. Because you have to have full disclosure. And he said he lived in Mineola when he lived in Old Westbury.
Wow.
And so he dropped out because he didn't want to revealed that he lied about his address, and he said that he actually went to the other way of the side, but who didn't know he made over 150? All you do is check a box. Everybody knew that.
Wow.
So it was Penny Crone that actually sussed that out. She's like, everybody knows you're rich. Everybody, we know you're a millionaire. What do you? And he wouldn't. It was great. She actually did a great job grilling him on it.
Wow.
Arm looks like Peter Steele from Typo Negative in that picture. Sarah thinks I look very Polish. I look like a Polak.
The hatefulness is scary. He just has total venom for Jason. And like I said, not everyone's going to like you in this world, and that's certainly his prerogative. But be a mensch.
All right, Scott Depace getting into a big challenge with Jason's mom.
Well, Scott's all mad at Jason now because he thinks Jason set this whole thing up. Did Lisa tell you that Scott and Jason sort of made peace over the vacation?
No.
So here's what happened. Jason was feeling so bad about how everything went. He called Doug Goodstein and asked him to engineer a detente of sorts, just so that, because Jason said it was really uncomfortable around here.
Right.
So they came to the agreement that they would be civil to each other and they just wouldn't argue about the things they don't get along about. Shuli comes to Jason and says, want to do a piece about relatives or parents who are big fans of the show. Can I call your mom? Jason says, sure. Jason doesn't know. Along the way, Shuli happens to ask about Scott Depace. Now Scott says, that's it. Jason set this whole thing. All bets are off. We're not friends again.
First, Chauncey, Johnny Meyer wants to know, did you rehearse your call when you called into the show? Did you ever run it through your head? I do. I used to run it in my head.
No, I'll say this. There were times, not all the time, but sometimes I would have a notepad and I would write notes.
Oh, I do too.
Of things I wanted to get to,
bullet points.
So I did do that.
Best way to do it.
I did write notes for myself. Absolutely.
I do too. That's what I did. I had bullet points. And if I had something very specific, I would occasionally write out an entire sentence because I didn't want to fuck it up. I would do
that. I would do that too. I would write out sometimes my first sentence to get it rolling. I would write it out how I wanted to start the call.
And those are the best calls because you have with a purpose, and there's no better way to do it. You feel safer because you have bullet points. Not that you can't go on and improvise.
And I'd
I don't
also
trust
have a
him.
pen. Yeah, and I have a pen and paper. So while we're on the call,
Yep.
if a thought comes to me, I would jot it down to answer. So
That's the
I
best
don't
way to be.
because you can get so discombobulated so quickly with all these people coming at you with so much hate. You got to have all your ducks in a row. Otherwise, you're gonna be hammered.
You really mastered it. I mean, really, too. I mean, like, you could have been on hold for 4 hours. You could be. He there's no telling when he'll get to you.
No telling.
He
You got to be ready. You got to be ready.
Yep.
It could happen at any moment. It could happen right away. Or it could
I called
like
the guests because the guest would guarantee that you had to be on with the guest. If
Yeah,
you had a
yeah.
specific question for the guest, there was no way you were going to be on after or before. You were going to be on in that whatever hour. So that was my move. I was only on 6 times. You're on 600 times.
Well, a lot of times John would come when I was on hold, would say, "Hey, hang in there. He's going to be next call." Like he would let me know to give me a heads up of how much longer.
Yep. Yeah, it was. And you had the bat phone line.
I had
so
the
you
bat
get right
phone.
to it. I didn't have
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
First of all, Gary, you can't have it more wrong. I never agreed to anything. Jason didn't have the man list to talk to me. Instead, he talked to Doug and tried to broker something, and I'm like, whatever. I don't like the guy. I have nothing to do with him. That's it.
You didn't have a private conversation with Jason?
No,
And
never.
you, Doug, and Jason didn't sit down.
If Jason wanted to apologize, he should have came to me.
He didn't want to apologize. He just wanted to sort of, let's put it aside.
This spills into the back office, and they have like an actual physical fight. It's not
Wow.
a fight, but it's like a shoving match. And if you saw this at work, it got like to where you'll see it. It's really odd.
So
And
much,
Jason has that
so much
kind of-
hate on that show. It really
Yeah.
was. It was so unhealthy.
Jason has that sort of Lexapro fake smile on the whole time.
the
The
Lexapro smile.
Yes,
absolutely.
it's the Lexapro grin.
I'm not going to let dude, listen, the guy's an asshole. He's done plenty of things to me. I'm not going to sit here. I'm not the bad guy. So that's the bottom line.
But nobody's saying anybody's a bad guy. We're just
What would Scott have done if Jason kissed his forehead? He threw a
I think
kiss
he would
at
have punched
See
him.
that?
I think he would have punched him.
I do too.
Dude, listen, the guy's an asshole. He's done plenty of things to me. I'm not going to sit here. I'm not the bad
Right? I think he's thinking about it. That he would just go up to his forehead and kiss him on the forehead.
I don't think Scott even saw it. He might have punched him just for doing that.
He didn't see him.
He didn't see
guy.
him.
So that's the bottom line.
But nobody's saying anybody's a bad guy. We're just
I
saying.
am. He is.
All right,
So-
Jason, go ahead.
Welcome to Master at the buzzer. And Casey Derula, have no fear. He's a Captain Kangaroo.
Ed, what is going on? And explain.
No, I didn't call Scott because Scott doesn't talk to me. But we had kind of a big blowout right before Christmas break, and I just it was so stupid. I just called
the one where you called my kids a mongoloid.
Yeah, the one where you called me a big fat ugly bastard and all that
gee.
stuff.
It's not my kids, you idiot.
Yeah, well, you were shoving that Christmas card in my face with your kids on it that you gave.
These are gloves off. You're going after his kids now and shit.
Yeah,
This
when the
is-
kids
these
involved,
guys hate each
That's
other.
always creepy. Yeah,
that's
going
so
after the
bad.
kids. Yeah.
These two, I mean, it's probably I think this is the most hatred at anybody in the history of the show could be these two, as completely polar opposite.
Yeah.
Called me a big fat ugly bastard and all that
gee.
stuff.
It's not my kids, you idiot.
Yeah, well, you were shoving that Christmas card in my face with your kids on it that you gave every So
No,
anyway,
I wasn't. I was shoving the card with you
by
as
the
a
way-
big fat asshole in your face. That's the one I was shoving.
We go back to the back office. Sarah goes, my great grandfather died of dysentery on the Oregon Trail 2 weeks after the stream started. That's God.
What is she
Wise
trying to tell
ass.
us by that?
I had hair when this stream.
I wish Benji could write those jokes, Sarah. Mr. Moose in the golf balls hitting them in the rabbit. When this stream started, says Benjamin, Arm was broadcasting live at the grand opening of King Tut's Pyramid.
I was still on the Stern Show when the stream started.
Jason Haig. Sorry, I made your card.
Space
That's
Stars.
okay. I already got it. Hold on.
Look at this. Look at this. I love this back office shit. Look at this. They all get the little monitors.
Shove it.
Oh, wait.
Jason Haig. Sorry, I made your card. That's okay. I already got it. Hold on.
No, that's all right. I reject your card.
Come on, here,
I don't
look.
want your pity card.
It says Merry Christmas.
No, it's okay. I reject
Look.
it.
I'll give you a hint. It's
Look.
round.
You should reject what's in it.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I have that video. Jason's hair. I have that. We'll get to it next
Oh my
time.
God.
He basically
What the hell?
this is appealing to Howard, right? Take your shirt off, be fat, hairy, and bald because he's not. And we'll do it for next time. I have this video. I just made it today.
I love,
Look at him. Sorry, ladies. He's taking.
Oh my god.
I love the corporate level Dell computers that they're working on, by the way.
Yes.
So great.
Yeah.
Guess who?
What? That is fascinating.
Oh boy.
Oh, that's sweet.
It's not.
Look at your retarded children over there. Oh, look at your mongoloid children up there. Jump off the fucking roof of your house.
Look at the fur.
They're both laughing, but they're clenched fists. They're ready to go. Like that is not.
Oh, you just wish I had that on your head.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
Jason slaps his forehead. Look at this shit.
Jump off the fucking roof of your house.
Look at the fur on your back.
Oh, you
In any given office, if you do any of this, you're fired. You're out on your
Oh
ass.
yeah, this would be HR would be all over this.
All of it. Everything they're doing. Jason just slapped.
just wish I had that on your head.
Touch me again.
You touched me on the air.
I didn't.
You did too. I got videotape proof of it.
Tim, what do you think? Do you like this card?
Oh, Bill Scott. Oh, I'm so angry. Oh, I'm so angry. Oh, you poor kids.
Oh, that's a shame.
Dude, I can't wait to molest these children.
Wow, this is nasty. And Sabian, the worst part is the boss. Sabian's right over him, loving every minute of it. What a bizarre.
Why would they let this happen? Like, why would they instigate this?
This is all. And Howard, you know what the worst part is? Howard gets all the money, right? This is for Howard TV. There's nothing they have to gain from this.
And
They're
these
not
guys
getting
get
residuals.
ulcers and go home with their stomachs in a knot.
And their wives hate them, and so Howard gets all the money. Howard TV, there's no residuals. There's no. It's not like Jason's get. This isn't. You can't do anything with it.
They don't even have an office. They sit there at like a
cubicle. Yeah,
that's not even a cubicle. They don't even get a cubicle.
Yeah, right.
It's just a counter with a computer on it.
Yeah, Shuli's in the background. They're all over it. Healthcare plan. I know. Thank John Pelletier. Thank God I can't stand all the guys cackling from the Goon Crew. Welcome, John. Welcome, Pelletier. This is such an underrated fight. Jesus, was a glimmer in God's eye 5 years after the stream started. Says Sarah. What a wise ass.
I missed the Davyd is old jokes, by the way, from like a year ago.
You know, it's funny. Benjamin goes, when this stream started, Arm was a junior in high school. That's exactly right. That started the opening. That's me in high school basketball as a junior. That's. I don't know if that's what you meant by that. I don't think it is, but that's the coincidence.
I have to go downstairs and check. I think Poppy might have gotten married from the time the stream started.
What? You think of it all? What? Are you all right? What are you doing over there?
Ready?
You retarded children over there. Oh, look at your mongoloid children up there. Jump off the fucking roof of your house.
Look at the fur on your back.
Oh, you just wish I had that on your head.
Touch me again.
Wow, Jason goes, you wish you had the fur on my back on your head, and then slaps him on the fucking forehead.
Wow.
This is
roof of your house.
Look at the fur on your back.
Oh, you just wish I had that on your head.
Touch me again.
You touched me on the air.
I didn't.
You did too. I got videotape proof of it.
Tim, what do you think? Do you like this card?
Oh, Bill Scott. Oh, I'm so angry. Oh, I'm so angry. Oh, you poor kids.
Oh, that's a shame.
Dude, I can't wait to molest these children. What, you think of it all? What? Are you all right? What are you doing over there? Look at this guy. I can't even get a fucking card off the wall.
I want to hurt Gary.
This is my wall. My wall. My wall. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. Leave my stuff alone.
Back off.
No, it's mine. All right, it's mine. Oh, you back off. Back off. Guys. Back off. Leave my stuff alone. Hey. What? Leave my stuff alone. Hey.
Oh my God. Wow. Easy. Wow. Hey, Jason, are you kidding me?
Leave my shit alone.
Are you fucking kidding me, dude?
You don't want to attack me.
I never. Yeah, we got a camera.
Who's filming this? The golf caddy? The ironic
These are
part
grown men. These are grown men
Right.
ready to have a fist fight over pulling pictures off the wall and insulting each other.
in front
It's
of the
not
boss.
worth it. The show's not worth it.
No, it
It's
isn't.
not.
For there's no human resources. The ironic part is Scott works for Howard TV. He actually, he's filming himself for Howard TV.
And what happened if somebody got punched and lost a tooth or
Oh, totally.
Who gets fired? Both of them, or who takes responsibility?
Chauncey, there's a thing that is 7,000 pages that says you can't sue Howard, right? There's got to be something in there. Deal with the devil.
Who gets? Someone has to get fired, right? Someone.
They don't seem to have human resources, which is part of Howard's own accountability, right? This doesn't seem to ever be applicable to them. Human resources, as Sunflower Dragon points out, is to protect the bottom line.
At some point, serious, the corporation has to have liability.
I guess if they both don't make a stink out of it, I guess it goes nowhere. You know, but you just this is a scene we have, Chauncey. You got to see this. This is down the road. Sal, this is during the Erica Durance thing. Sal pulls his pants down and rubs his bare ass into Lisa G. Lisa G, who is the litigious human being on the face of the earth, interviewing him. She's interviewing him for no. He just decides I'm going to turn around, pulls his pants down, and does a Yokozuna.
He could be arrested.
You could be arrested, and nothing happened to him.
We did the Richard streaking.
Richard Christie streaking through the Cosmopolitan. They didn't get fired. That proves that Howard's a partner and has no accountability. That wasn't even. They didn't even flinch at it.
Now, what if somebody like a receptionist or somebody saw that and was bothered by it? They could sue. They could definitely sue.
Yep. And I guess he knows that Jason would never go down that road.
Wow. I wonder if we could find someone who used to work at that Cosmo channel 20 years ago.
Too.
And
I was thinking that too. We have to be able to. I was thinking that same thing.
I'll poke around and see if I can figure something out.
I have the names on the two. I can't remember offhand, but it's clearly on there. KC Derula says, I had to live with my mom when I worked in radio. All I got was free drinks at a club. Hey, I'll take it. Better than nothing. I'll take free drinks. Ice, especially the ice. Free ice, I'm there. The boat Washington. That's all that Poppy and I care about.
The stream started. I was listening to this.
Benjamin says, when the stream started, I was listening from Chester Arthur's inauguration live. Phil Tara goes, I left. This stream started at the beginning of the pandemic.
When this stream started, I had yet tried Lexapro.
It converted to Paxil in your stomach.
I didn't even touch you. Don't touch my stuff.
You're the biggest.
I'm sure if I came and touched your stuff, you'd push me away too. Don't touch my stuff. You hate me so much.
Who is that guy? Who's that little dumpy bastard? Look at this guy. Who is this?
Don't touch my stuff. You hate me so much.
Whoa.
What
do we got here? Who is this?
I don't know.
Man,
he's going to be satchel around his body. Got that.
He's auditioning to be the Puerto Rican Artie or the Mexican Artie.
I don't know what's going on there.
Langosito.
So I called Doug and I said, look, enough. You know, this is so stupid. Scott really hates me. I mean, he really does. I don't.
All right, we know that.
We got it. So I just said, look, I just tell Scott to stay away from me. I'll stay away from him. Well, you know, blah blah blah, and that was it. And then we came back.
Weren't you doing that already?
What?
Weren't you doing that already?
Yeah. No, we got in a big fight on Thursday, the Thursday before break. So I just said, look, enough is enough. So
I've got two masters line. Artie Lang still had a nose at the beginning of the commencement of the stream. Classic two masters.
He goes, Doug's like, you know, you're right. I've talked to Scott about this a lot of times. He just doesn't get it. I'll talk to him.
Please, that's the opposite of what he tells me.
Scott was too stupid to get it.
He said that he always tells Scott, like, why you get so mad at Jason? Doesn't make any sense.
I agree, Barbara DeRushy. This is a fantastic chat. This insane witticisms and barbs and lines going back and forth.
I was still living in America when this stream started.
Make yourself look bad when you go on the air and yell like a maniac.
Yeah, and that's not what he tells me. So.
Well, all right. So I'm telling you what he told me. So we came back to work, and it's actually been weird this last couple of days. You know, we walked by each other in the hall and just nod at each other and stuff, but it's fine. It's been fine. So then the other day, Will comes to me because, you know, Will's got her buddies and goes, Scott's furious at you. He's furious at your mom. All bets are off.
No,
we're at war.
I thought it was funny. I'm listening to the radio, and here comes this woman yelling at me, and I'm like, what the hell is this? And I thought it was funny. And I said, what did Jason put his mom?
Mr. D says, when this stream started, Beth Ostrowski's father was still an honest man. That house arrest thing is wild. That's so
sounds like what I'm learning is Doug, the executive producer of Howard TV, plays both sides.
Yeah, I think so.
When this stream started, we still loved Howard.
when this stream started, Howard was still funny.
Pell says, when this stream started, Johnny Depp was on his first wife. I know, that's true.
Keeping this going.
Yeah, but I don't have anything to keep going, Scott.
I don't either, dude. I want nothing to do with you.
Okay, then leave the studio. Then leave.
Doug, everyone says
you're not going to tell me to leave.
Doug, everyone
They want
says
nothing to do with
you
me.
play both sides of this.
Not really. I told you, Scott. I said I think that you know, Jason's pushing your buttons. He's doing what we do on this show, and you're sort of buying into it a lot. I've told you that. I've been very upfront with you.
Listen. How about if I say something about Audrey right now?
Michael Jackson was.
Is that gonna be comfortable?
Sarah says Michael Jackson was black when the stream started.
Told you that. I've been very upfront with you.
Listen. How about if I say something about Audrey right now? Is that gonna be comfortable?
Scott,
is that gonna be fine?
you got me in a moment of anger, dude. You shoving that card in front of my face. Get your Mongoloid kids out of my face. I'm sorry. And I apologize to you for saying that, by the way. It was a reaction. You were shoving a
didn't
picture.
hear that.
What?
You lost it in the heat of the argument.
Yeah, he was shoving this thing in my face. I lost, and I did apologize to you. And I went to the news.
Shirley wanted me to give you a Christmas card, so I made one up. I brought it over to you. You got all angry and you started pushing me.
It got physical, and
and somehow I became the bad guy.
Yeah. Oh, did you tell? What was it?
When this stream started, Davyd was still trying to spank it to images of Pam Anderson. Sad to say, it didn't work.
Tommy Lee.
Lexapro smiled, Davyd Villataro. I mean, Jose Villataro. That's exactly right. That is
The Christmas card, asshole. He printed up every unflattering picture he could find with me with my shirt off on the air.
No,
and goes, "Merry fucking Christmas," and shoves it in my face.
Was just two,
and I got
one from the
pissed,
front.
and I yelled at you, and I apologized to you twice for what I said about your kids. But
when this show came on, Lexapro was still a Lexa amateur. Reach. No, I like that. That's clever.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah.
But, you know, you can't let it go.
Now it's twice. I didn't hear the first one, but now it's twice.
You're both
Dude,
fucking bastards. You're
I'm done with
insane.
this.
You're a grown man that's obsessed with hating me. It's really sad and pathetic on your part. I mean, really, you don't come off good
Jason,
at all.
listen,
you come off like a little fucking
Scott
baby.
and Jason I don't care. I don't care.
Yes, you
how I
do.
come
You
off to
obviously
you.
care a ton.
I don't care. Listen, you did a lot of shit that
You don't
pissed
care.
me off.
Yeah,
And I'm
you did a
not
lot
gonna
of shit
get
that
over
pissed me off, too.
I'm not going to get over that. What? I called you fat? I
Oh,
just
no,
told the
dude,
truth.
this goes back fucking
That's
years.
it.
It's not just fat. You make fun of my job, how I look, how I act. You said I had no redeeming quality. I mean, dude, you fucking
This is
you
all
make it sound like I just
recent.
attack
This is all
you
recent.
and don't
You
come
totally
at you.
did attack me.
And
I'm
you
on
attacked
the
me.
air. I'm on the air. Howard's giving me shit about my directing. I don't need you coming in here adding on to that.
Oh, I was
first
punching
stage.
you. That's what that show's about, you loser.
Second, I've got a product out, and you're sitting there just ripping it apart. I don't need that. Third, you make
That's the golf caddy. So it's like you have to record yourself when you. It's not bad. I don't know. It's like I get cell phones destroyed all that now, right? Just every fucking.
Just like satellite radio. It's like
Making fun of my kids.
At least stop with the kids, dude. You shoved that picture of your kids in my face. I reacted. I'm sorry. Your kid's
Dude,
not a mongoloid. You
look,
are.
Oh,
Jason, I don't look. I really, you have it right. I don't like you.
Good.
That's it.
Good.
Let's just leave it at that.
Great.
And why does it have to go any further?
Oh, because got Will coming up to me. Oh, Scott's so mad at your mom. He's going to attack your mom.
I
and
didn't
you.
even
He's so
say I
pissed.
was mad.
He heard your mom in the car and got. So he's lying now. So who's lying?
Yeah, absolutely. He's lying.
No. Will said that.
Will, I was laughing when I talked to Will.
Tim Sabian stood there grinning for all the content. Says Ben, exactly right. And then Benjamin says at the 5-hour mark, Arm provides pizza for the chat. That's so funny. It is. I mean, for all of us, I cannot thank you guys enough for hanging out. Hopefully, but you think about it, right? None of us took pee breaks, right? And there's no. This is just straight through. So when you hear people, radio guys whining when they do a 3-hour show and they have like 5 breaks, I don't want to hear it.
Said it was so funny. Where the hell did this come from?
Will, are you instigating?
No, Jason, I never said that he was furious. I said he heard the clip and he was annoyed by it, and he said he wanted to respond to it. That was it.
Okay, that's what you said.
I don't even know that I said that.
He was,
I was
laughing on the phone though.
Are you kidding me?
Funny.
Scott's so mad at what your mom said. He's angry. All bets are off. That was the report I got back.
That's not true.
Okay.
All right, so this is a game. This is a game.
So it sounds like Jason lied again.
Yeah, big liar.
Scott didn't say it to me
Kenny,
either,
you're
at
on
all.
the air in Lighthouse Point. What do you want to say about this controversy?
As a listener and a fan, I want to say what
Oh God.
asshole Scott Depace is.
Yeah.
Why?
I've heard this guy's voice before.
Why, Kenny?
Because he cannot defend his views. What he does is you see, there you go. What do you do? Yeah, what kind of loser are you? What do you do for a living? He cannot stand by the courage of his own.
All right, Ken does not.
Like most wild animals, Depace isn't aware of any kind of personal space. Dell'Abate says New York Jews pretended to be tough guys last time they were in a fight was when their rabbi tried to play with their foreskins. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
A Greek bastard, Dell'Abate.
I like you, Scott. Mark, who do you like in this agreement?
Howard, for the first time in my life, I find myself agreeing with Scott Depace. Scott's not allowed to respond to Jason's mother honestly.
Jason's like a Timu Borat, says Johnny Meyer.
We do stuff like a family in here, and sometimes we fight ugly. And Scott can't ever fight with Jason's mom like he would with Jason, so it's kind of dirty pool having Jason's mom volunteer her views, no?
I was thinking it's got Depace as a mom. We ought to get her.
Yeah, get Scott's mom on there.
She wouldn't know.
Let's take it to the Jello or to the mud. Mom
versus mom. I like it.
Yeah, but that's not fair.
John Wayne Gacy was pouring the foundation of his house when the street started in Paris. You son of a bitch!
Because I mean, Jason's mother was just reacting to a question she was asked, and I know
Space
Jason's
shuttle
mom. She's
challenges
very
just
nice. She
exploded.
does listen.
Well, according to this story,
she's a
I
huge
was
fan
told-
of the show, and she listens all the time.
Benjamin says he shaved twice during the stream. So did Jason. Oh, that's a good. So many good jokes.
Charles Manson was still playing Little League.
Shaved twice.
He's just interested in the latest controversy. Thank you, boys.
All right. Let's see if there's a good rap.
Scott, isn't it enough? Come on.
Enough is enough. I don't like this guy. That's it. I wanted to stop right now and there. Jason, I don't like you. It's very obvious. Let's just put it at that. What do you want me to do at this point? He'd have to give me a lot of money. Maybe I'll like him then or something. Because I don't know what it's. These are true feelings. I don't like people that do. If I went and just punched him in his face, or if I got him fired or something, would he ever like me again? Probably not.
So Ben says one of the presenters of the Cosmo Channel is now a daily podcast with about 30 dedicated listeners. I bet she'll happily talk.
Oh,
okay. Thank you, Ben.
Get a name and I'll reach out. Yeah.
Woodstock is shorter than the stream. I don't know about the music. This is great music. These two arguing sounds like two Tamara's friends watches this. Two 5-year-olds just fight and fight and fight. Get it over with. Yep. To Jason's credit, the pace is dope.
And that's how I feel. The guy has done shit to me that I don't like. I will never be able to like him.
Big Bird.
I love watching a grown man act like a 2-year-old. I've never done anything to Scott. He attacks me.
You see this? You see where Goodstein is, Davyd?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is where we try to find Marci in the background. So when we're going through the stuff from like 12, 13, the last days of Howard TV, if she's lurking in the background, you have to look where Goodstein is.
I love watching a grown man act like a
So she would pop her head in like somewhere over there.
2-year-old. Right. I've never done anything to Scott. He attacks me. He's attacked me for years, and I attack him back. And I thought we had something going back and forth. But, at some point, I crossed the line for Scott, and you see how he handles shit. He handles it like a baby. He whines and he cries and he stomps off. Look, where's Scott? Where's Scott? Oh, there he came back.
Why don't you call me racist now? Say how I hate Jews. Go ahead.
Well, I'll tell the story again. Scott turned to me one.
Did you see Tracy Millman?
Yeah.
She's sitting in. She's kind of looking at it.
I want to be Fred.
See her? Oh, nice. Do that again, Davyd.
I want to be Fred.
Nice. Yeah, Tracy Millman, the office manager, I guess she's Kathy Tobin of that, said that Fred, she wants to be Fred. He's the easiest job. If I could switch places with anybody, it'd be Fred.
Well, I'll tell the story again. Scott turned to me one day and said, "You're a textbook Jew, Jason, right?" And I said, "No, what do you mean?"
Wow.
And he said, "Well, like if they flip to in a textbook, they find a picture of you under Jew."
Wasn't I joking?
I didn't think it was joking.
And I didn't exactly say it that way.
No, you said it exactly.
Joking.
No, he wasn't joking. We're not friends. I have my headphones on.
Does anyone believe that Scott Depace is not racist? Does anyone on this planet? Of course
He's so yeah.
Of course he is.
Just read his X tweets.
Delaware, I know. Just read his Twitter.
Buddy must be a racist too, because he laughed.
Well, laughing's one thing, dude. You're the one that said it, and I didn't hear Will laugh.
It's a joke, you idiot. I'm
He said
married
it?
to a Jew. Do you really think I hate Jewish people?
I don't know who you hate or don't hate. But he said
half of Howard TV are Jews.
Said it, and we're not friends, so I don't know why he thought we joke around like that. We're like,
This show is
not
longer than Dennis Rodman's dick.
Think if we were best friends, and he goes, you Jew. We're not friends, obviously. He doesn't like me. He hates me. He said on many occasions, and then when he calls me a textbut Jew on top of that,
Wow.
I'm sure.
I don't remember
he was
this.
He was saying that to get under my skin, but if he wants to use racial humor to get under my skin.
See, this is what's good about the old Howard TV is like you never got this on the radio show. This is their interview. Like you can't. You'll never see this.
Yeah.
He goes, you Jew. We're not friends, obviously. He doesn't like me. He hates me. He said on many occasions, and then when he calls me a textbook Jew on top of that, I'm sure he was saying that to get under my skin, but if he wants to use racial humor to get under my skin, again, that's his prerogative, not mine.
It's obvious you guys don't like each other.
No, it's Bobby Brown's prerogative and Chauncey's.
Why can't you just stay out of each other as well?
Now we're to believe that G Canada doesn't know who Bobby Brown is with my prerogative.
I stay out of his way. Scott comes to my desk. I
almost never go into
the on-demand room unless it's for business.
You don't think they're exploiting Artie's peccadillos? Look at the fucking picture behind Jason on the wall of Artie. Like that's like he's not aware of it.
That's a monument to exploitation, right there.
Yep. No, well said. So poetic, Davyd. A monument to exploitation and fat shaming, and every one of Artie's demons.
Scott comes to me like this fight we got in before Christmas. He came to my desk with a card and got in my face. He seeks me out. I don't seek him out. Scott is a child. He is a little child who doesn't know how to control his anger or anything. That's it.
All right.
Wow, that was a beast of a fight. Those two. Damn, you're not getting that shit anymore on that show. I was putting up to a DJ King. So Chauncey, let's promote your book again.
So in 3 weeks, my book will be available on Amazon and Barnes and Noble. You'll be able to either buy the digital copy or the hard copy. But we're 3 weeks away from it being, maybe 2 weeks, but I'm going to play it safe and say 3 weeks away.
Very cool.
I said 2032. I overshot it a little bit. God, everyone should buy Chauncey's book. He's in such phenomenal spots on here. We're all family here. You have to support and I'm sure it's good because his interviews are great. He asks hard-hitting questions and it's stuff you're never going to get to read. It's all people you like.
What's the title again?
So, was it something you said? Was it something you said? 3 decades of iconic interviews.
Great. Awesome.
Casey DeRilla says, pulling up to a DJ gig when the stream started. Unloaded DJ at 4-hour event, loaded it up in the snow, drive home in the snow, pulling up to my house right now in a different fucking state. I work tonight. You assholes are still on. I'll read that book, yo. Dell'Abate. Thank you, everyone. I love you all. Thank you for donating. I will see you next week. I think we're going to go right back to this, Chauncey. You're more than welcome to send it again. I've got so much more.
I'll be next weekend. I'll be in the Alps. I'm taking proper skiing in the Italian
Alps. She's all in for that. She doesn't care about the skis. She's
You're going for the ice. We're going for the ice.
Thank you, G Canada. I love you too. When this stream started, Stephanie Mund just got her driver's permit. Ooh, 2 masks. Very nice. Thank you, everyone. I love you all. Thank you, Davyd. You're phenomenal tonight, as usual.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
Bye. Nice seeing you.